After awakening I conquered the whole world. Chapter 1062 to chapter 1130. Back then, Xiao Jin had said that she had no intention of getting married in this lifetime. It had only been a few months. Did you hear the sound of a slap to the face? Slap. It was crisp and loud. More importantly, Xiao Fei almost fainted from shock. What do you mean by that? She had only been dating Song Yanqing for a short period of time. She couldn't possibly be thinking of getting married now, right? Xiao Fei had indeed been worried that Xiao Jin didn't want to get married, but she didn't want her to get married so soon. Xiao Jin lowered her eyes and said, "No, Song Yanqing said that I can get married at 20. Of course not." Xiao Fei was the first to disagree. How old are you? You haven't even graduated yet. It's too ridiculous to get married so early. It's normal for girls to get married at 25 or 26 years old. You and Lord Song have only been dating for a short period of time. The two of you have to understand each other. You can talk about it after 5 or 6 years. Song Yanqing heard everything clearly on the other end of the phone. He raised his eyes slightly and looked at Jean, whose face had darkened. He said softly, "Jean, I'll call you back later." Xiao Jin, okay. After hanging up, Xiao Fei dared to speak boldly. She stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Jin's hand. Mom won't let you get married so soon. Xiao Jin looked at her strangely. Weren't you worried that I wouldn't get married at that time? I was worried that you wouldn't get married because you said you didn't want to. Xiao Fei said confidently. How would I know that you would be dating Lord Song later on? But it's normal for girls to fall in love at 20 years old. Your uncle Zhenming and I. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Fei realized that her words were inappropriate for children, so she changed the topic. It's fine to fall in love, but it's too early for you to get married. You should at least wait until you graduate before you consider it. I didn't say that I want to get married now. Xiao Jin shrugged. I'm just asking. Her relationship with Song Yanqing would not change even if she got married or not. Marriage was just a shackle given by society to love. It did not mean anything. Xiao Fei was relieved to hear this. However, she thought that Song Yanqing was almost 26 years old. It was normal for him to consider marriage. She asked hesitantly, did Lord Song say something to you? He's 26 years old, so it's understandable if he wants to get married. But you've only known each other for such a short time, and he already has the idea of getting married? If that was the case, Xiao Fei also felt that his daughter would leave him in an instant. No, he didn't. He just said that to his father casually. There was no need for marriage to prove it. Xiao Jin smiled at Xiao Fei. Fei, you don't have to worry too much about me. I know what I'm doing. Song Yanqing is a good person. Xiao Fei, him being a good person and him wanting to marry his daughter were two different concepts. Xiao Fei waited for her missing daughter to come back, and now, she received such a blow. She suddenly felt a little worried. After talking to Xiao Jin, she left the room and prepared to talk to Mu Zhenming about this matter. After all, she could not find a suitable person to talk to. Xiao Jin saw her leave and chose an address on his phone. It was Dongshan Park. Since he knew that there was a formation point there, Xiao Jin would not let the other party wait in vain. It had been more than a month now, which was about the same as 2 months in the formation point. At this time, Fan Zhaoyao should have entered the East Mountain Garden to work. The future of the formation point was fake for her, but it was real for everyone else. Fan Zhaoyao had not been influenced by anyone, so she should be in the hotel now. However, before going, she still had to meet with Zhongli Peining. She wanted to know what had happened in the capital recently. Mo Jiang probably finished filming and called Xiao Jin when it was close to night. There was no worry in his tone. You're back? As if it was expected. Xiao Jin said, I'm back. Did something happen in the capital recently? It's not a big deal. Mo Jiang's statement was actually the same as what the time formation point said to deceive her in the formation point. At that time, after you entered the formation point, a strange man appeared not long after and wanted to come down. I noticed him, but he left very quickly. I don't know who that person was, but I felt that his strength was not inferior to mine. He just left without a direct confrontation with me. Mo Jiang was obviously talking about Mo Huan. Now they were in reality, not in the formation point. Xiao Jin asked for more details. At that time, he came down with a group of people? Yes, that group of people came down with him. Mo Zhang's voice contained some faint mockery. He used them as scapegoats. Those people couldn't even enter and were trapped outside the range of the time formation point. They couldn't even enter the palace. They should have been dragged down to be scapegoats. When that person saw me, he ran away without hesitation. I think it's not that he didn't want to deal with me, but that he didn't realize that we would be down there. He should have come to get something. Then you only have the time formation point. Xiao Jin thought for a moment. She couldn't even get the time formation point, let alone Mo Huan. But he could live from 10,000 years ago until now. If he made a deal with the Rakshasa world, it was also unrealistic. Even if he obtained it, he could not violate the characteristics of the time matrix point. At that time, in order to make a deal with the rules, she had sacrificed her own life. Even if she obtained the time array point, she had no ability to use it. Mo Huan went down to get something else. Now that they had left Ice Island, they could not stop him if he wanted to. However, Xiao Jin realized that this person could not survive. She summoned the rules and tried to use them to find Mo Huan. In the end, the result given by the rules was as expected. Against the rules, he didn't mean that he couldn't find Mo Huan, but that Xiao Jin didn't have enough spirit seeds to pay the price. Mo Fei Huan alone would not be able to pay such a huge price. It could only be said that too many lives were tied to his shoulders. He had lived for 10,000 years. Back then, he had even dared to make a move against her. Who knew how many lives he had sacrificed to protect her? Xiao Jin closed his eyes slightly. Where are you now? I'm filming. Mo Jiang blew on his fingernails. I just finished filming. I'm preparing to go home. I've been very busy recently. Next month, I'll be filming in Xiangdu again. Xiangdu? Xiao Jin thought of the matter with the spirit group. It seemed that she had to bring this matter up to the standard and let Mo Jiang take care of it. She took the opportunity to ask, what kind of movie are you filming? Mo Jiang, I don't know. Anyway, I'm acting as a vase. Xiao Jin. Sometimes, Mo Jiang's righteousness was admirable. Xiao Jin didn't want to waste too much time on her work, so she asked Mo Jiang about what had happened in the capital recently. She was now a member of the spirit group and had dealt with it personally. The incident didn't happen in the capital, but was spread from other places. Many people had died. Do you know about the burial pits? Mo Jiang's voice was very calm. Recently, several burial pits like this have been dug in other places. There are hundreds of people in each of the pits, and they are found in all the major cities. The year of death is different, but the way they died is very similar. They were all trapped in the array and bitten to death. Therefore, even in different places, this matter was unified by the spirit group. Perhaps because the killing intent was too strong, when the burial pits were first discovered, many people died unexpectedly. Now, the spirit group has sent many people to investigate, but I don't think they will be able to find anything. That pit is something from decades ago. It's obvious that it has been abandoned long ago. So many people have died. Xiao Jin's brows furrowed tightly. The array had killed so many people. It was obvious that there was a replacement. Where's the nearest burial pit? In Luohe City. Luohe City. Hearing this place, Xiao Jin was a little surprised. This was a city she had been to before, the place where Su Rong and Ming Chu disappeared. This was Su Rong's hometown. However, Su Rong had disappeared for too long. Xiao Jin only remembered it by accident. She said, I'll go and take a look the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, she would find Fan Zhaoyao first, and then deal with this matter. She wanted to see if she could directly investigate who the array master behind this was. Mo Jiang said, okay, there's someone called Ji Meng Meng. You should know her. She is now in Luohe City. If you have any information, you can ask her. Xiao Jin got some information from Mo Jiang. Soon, he called Zhongli Peining. Originally, he wanted to ask her to meet up, but Zhongli Peining didn't have time, so she simply told him some things on the phone. The most important thing in recent times was this burial pit. The burial pits were first discovered in another city, but they gradually began to appear. It was as if something that had been deliberately hidden could no longer be hidden. At the right time, all kinds of accidents happened and it was discovered by others. Then, they followed the vine to find the melon. Among them, there was a burial pit that was not immediately covered up. It was on the local city news and Weibo's trending topic. The corpse burial pit was something from decades ago. Too many people had died there, and no one knew how they died. If it wasn't for the fact that the people outside didn't know anything, and some people said that they had died during the war, it wouldn't have been a big deal. However, things were different now that the array formation was involved. The nature was really too bad, because it was never thought that someone would be so ruthless. Hundreds of people were tortured to death in a pit, and even their bones weren't complete. During this period, other things also happened. The array formation in the corpse burial pit had residual effects, so there was an accident. Mo Jiang was dealing with this thing at that time. Xiao Jin listened to Zhong Li Peining's words, and the news he got was similar to what Mo Jiang said. The spirit group couldn't find out who did these arrays. They could only let Xiao Jin do it. Xiao Jin originally planned to do it the day after tomorrow. Now that he thought about it, he might as well just leave Fan Zhaoyao's matter to Mo Jiang and Meng Qingyu. She decided to go to Luohe City tomorrow. Song Yanqing had been missing for more than a month this time before he came back. If he ran away with Xiao Jin again, Song Shirin would probably kill this son with her own hands, so Xiao Jin didn't plan to tell Song Yanqing this time. After eating hot pot at night, when Xiao Jin returned home, Song Yanqing took the initiative to call him. This was the first day back, and the first thing he asked when he called was, "Are you going to do something?" Xiao Jin raised his eyebrows slightly. "You have such a strong premonition now?" His ability had improved again. Now he could vaguely sense some Xiao Jin's movements. "Coming back from the array point does feel like I've improved." Song Yanqing didn't hide it from Xiao Jin, but the smile on his lips was very faint. His ability had improved, but his perception of certain things had become stronger and stronger. He could even feel that the Rakshasa world had never left his side. They were still eyeing him covetously. Now, not only when he slept at night, but even during the day, he would feel something tearing at him. From time to time, he would feel pain. That feeling was really torturous. However, Song Yanqing didn't want Xiao Jin to know. "Is that so?" Xiao Jin's voice was a little puzzled. Song Yanqing laughed. "Where are you going?" "Luohe City." Xiao Jin didn't intend to hide it from him, and also stated, "I'm just going to investigate a piece of information. If there's nothing else, don't follow me." He couldn't help but chuckle. "You don't want me to go?" "I really can't go this time. When I came back, there was a joint hearing. This is the first time." He listened to Xiao Jin's voice and sighed. "I just feel that I just want to see you anytime and anywhere. As long as I see you in front of me, I feel much more at ease." This was probably the feeling of completely falling in love with someone. He hoped that she would be by his side all the time and didn't have to go anywhere. If Xiao Jin could ignore these things, how good would that be? Unfortunately, he knew that this was impossible. "We just came back today," Xiao Jin said and glanced out the window again. The moon was high in the sky, and the occasional screams of Musilian playing the game could be heard through the open window. If the window was not closed, the screams would come out. Other than that, everything was quiet. In fact, Qiao Fei was still discussing Xiao Jin with Mu Zhenming, so Xiao Jin could always hear them clearly. She heard Qiao Fei say that she had only been dating Song Yanqing for a short while, but she was seduced by Lord Song to the point of wanting to get married. This was too scary. She couldn't help curling her lips. Thinking of something, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you in your own room right now?" He lowered his voice and said with a faint smile, "Of course." Xiao Jin said calmly, "Then I'll come over now." "You," Song Yanqing raised his eyebrows slightly. Before he could put down his phone, his vision blurred and Xiao Jin appeared in front of him in her pajamas. Seeing Song Yanqing, she smiled naturally and said in a normal tone, "I'll sleep with you. I'll go back early tomorrow morning." He touched his temple with his fingertips and couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you so bold now?" Although he said that, he couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. He stood up and walked towards her. He grabbed her wrist and said softly, "Okay." There was a faint movement outside. He probably thought that Song Yanqing was on the phone in the room. If it were in the past, Xiao Jin would not do these things. But after recovering her memory, her attitude towards Song Yanqing was naturally more cordial. In the past, they were naturally intimate like this. There was no sense of violation. She didn't understand love before, but it didn't mean that she didn't know what Song Yanqing meant to her. They were together 10,000 years ago. When Xiao Jin came over, she had already taken a shower, but Song Yanqing hadn't. He gave her his laptop to play games. Xiao Jin was lying on her bed, playing a game on her laptop. Her long, seaweed-like hair was spread out, and the sound of running water could be heard from the bathroom. This should be a scene that made people's imagination run wild, but Xiao Jin's attention was not on it. Thinking about the time, it had been more than half a year since she was resurrected. It would be nearly a year after the new year. A lot of things had happened. She thought of the things that happened in the time frame. This year, the two families would probably celebrate the new year together. She didn't have such a concept for the new year. 10,000 years ago, they didn't have such a festival. Song Yanqing came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. When he opened the door, a faint fragrance came out. He was wearing gray satin pajamas, and when he came out, he went to bed naturally. Seeing Xiao Jin playing games, he reached out under Xiao Jin's shoulder, held her body, kissed her forehead, and asked softly, "Will your family find out that you come here at night?" "No." Xiao Jin said in a flat tone, "Fei Fei and the others never look for me in the middle of the night." It was time for bed. How could Xiao Fei and the others disturb Xiao Jin? Xiao Jin could directly disappear from the bedroom to the Song family's bug ability, and the Mu family couldn't find out. If they found out, Xiao Fei would probably be heartbroken. His daughter was no longer that naive and innocent girl. "You're going to Luohe City tomorrow morning?" Song Yanqing asked, "Then sleep early, you have to take the plane." Xiao Jin smiled and said, "I can get up." She was just casually playing games to pass the time. After a round, she put her laptop aside and lay down with Song Yanqing. She lay on her side in Song Yanqing's arms and felt his heartbeat. It was very calm. She could not help but think of what kind of suffering Song Yanqing would suffer in the Luosha realm. She must be suffering a lot. Sometimes, she could feel it. However, she could not go to the Rakshasa realm, so she knew nothing about all of this. Back then, what was the price that Song Yanqing had paid when he went to the Rakshasa realm? He touched Xiao Jin's cheek and lowered his eyes. "What's wrong? Do you have something on your mind?" "No." Xiao Jin sighed softly. "I just don't understand what happened to us. Spiritual psyche masters were born extraordinary. However, were there twists and turns just because of the Rakshasa realm? Sometimes, she felt that there was a bigger problem, but she couldn't touch what it was." Song Yanqing's fingers rubbed back and forth on her face. "It's nothing. I have a hunch that it will be soon." They came back from the time point this time probably because they had touched something. Things would eventually explode. It wouldn't take long for them to understand whether they wanted to give a result to the things that happened 10,000 years ago. Xiao Jin nodded. Song Yanqing mentioned the new year again. "Let's celebrate the new year together this year?" Xiao Jin thought that the time had been decided, so she didn't have any questions. She nodded and said softly, "Okay, is it at my house?" Yes, they talked about it when they came back. Now Song Yanqing was dating Xiao Jin, and Song Suyu was dating Mu Qiji. It wouldn't be strange for them to celebrate the new year together this year. Okay. Of course, she didn't have any objections. She didn't have any special opinions about this kind of traditional festival. Her eyes were half closed, and her delicate and beautiful face looked as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Song Yanqing looked at her and said in a low voice, "Are you going to sleep?" "I want to sleep." The two of them didn't have to do anything else when they were together. Xiao Jin just wanted to sleep with Song Yanqing. Even though she didn't understand some things, she was obedient to her heart. Looking at her peaceful face, Song Yanqing's Adam's apple moved, but he couldn't bear to do anything to her. He lowered his head and kissed Xiao Jin. He hugged her and fell into a dream together. They both fell asleep quickly, but in fact, they didn't fall into a deep sleep. Even the slightest movement would wake them up. Xiaojin was originally asleep, but in the middle of the night, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. There was a strong pressure on her body, as if the person holding her was very strong. She opened her eyes. Song Yanqing's bedroom was next to the bed. The quiet moonlight shone in, and she could clearly see that Song Yanqing's forehead was covered with sweat. He seemed to be dreaming of something extremely painful, or perhaps he was in pain. He frowned and his face was strangely pale. This kind of pain didn't wake him up. Instead, he subconsciously shrank his body, which made Xiaojin feel a sense of imprisonment. She felt that something was wrong. She reached out and touched Song Yanqing's forehead. He still didn't wake up. His body was even trembling faintly, as if he was experiencing great pain. So much so that his throat was making hissing sounds, as if he was clenching his teeth in pain. Song Yanqing. Xiaojin immediately shouted and grabbed Song Yanqing's wrist. With this shout, he suddenly opened his eyes. He instantly pursed his lips and turned his gaze over. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he had experienced something extremely terrifying. In an instant, he blinked his eyes again. The red veins disappeared, but his eyes seemed to be a little red. Xiaojin felt that something was wrong. Song Yanqing suddenly hugged Xiaojin and buried his head in her neck. He said hoarsely, "I'm fine." How could Xiaojin believe that? It was obvious that this was not the first time he was in such a state. He was in the Rakshasa realm. Right now, his soul was connected to the other side, which was why he had such a painful expression. He was still being tortured. Xiaojin stretched out her hand and used the array. In an instant, it was as if she had come to another world. She saw the ferocious faces of the demons, but compared to before, they now had a smug expression. And in an instant, Xiaojin saw Song Yanqing in the Rakshasa realm. It was just a blurry shadow, like a flashback of a fragment. He turned his head. Half of his face was filled with pain, but the other half was calm. It was like an angel and a demon coexisting. It was contradictory to the extreme. It was just a fragment. Xiaojin's eyes narrowed slightly. He had stayed in the Rakshasa realm for so long. In such a place, not only was it a matter of pain, but he would also be eroded. The Rakshasa realm could demonize spiritual trainers. How could they not think of ways to demonize Song Yanqing? "I'm fine." He probably sensed that Xiaojin was observing something, so he quickly raised his head. He looked at Xiaojin's face, which had returned to normal, except that it was still strangely pale. His entire body was soaked in sweat, and it was so sticky that it was a little uncomfortable. Compared to usual, he looked a little fragile and beautiful. He stood up and said, "I'm sorry, I'm going to take a shower." Xiaojin thought of Li Jiao's words again. He was in pain now. She knew about his pain. However, without the spatial array points, she could not pass through. Her fingertips were clenched tightly. Xiaojin noticed that some things had to be sped up. She had to find the remaining 3 array points as soon as possible. She had to see what would happen when the 9 array points were combined. The things she left behind back then would not be without reason. When Song Yanqing came out of the shower again, he had already returned to normal. He did not say anything. He just hugged Xiaojin and said, "I'm sorry, it's fine. I had a nightmare. You can go to sleep." Xiaojin replied, "Okay." She knew, and so did he. They both knew, but if he did not say it, Xiaojin would not ask now. She knew that Song Yanqing did not want her to keep thinking about this matter. After falling asleep again, Xiaojin did not fall asleep much, and so did Song Yanqing. Although his breathing was steady, Xiaojin could feel that he was not asleep. Fortunately, nothing similar happened in the second half of the night. Xiaojin did not know if it was because she fell asleep in the second half of the night. When she opened her eyes, Song Yanqing's low and hoarse voice sounded in her ear, "Good morning." At this time, the sexy posture of a noble person like him was very seductive. Xiaojin only shrunk her neck because now, her back was facing Song Yanqing. He hugged her and whispered in her ear. She felt a little itchy. Seeing her like this, Song Yanqing chuckled and looked at the time on his phone. "You should go back." It was 6 in the morning. Xiao Jin's flight was at 9 in the morning. They still had to go to the airport. Xiao Jin only said, yes. It was a simple matter for her to go back. She didn't need to waste any effort. She turned to look at Song Yanqing and smiled at him. Then, she got up and disappeared from the bedroom. Looking at the empty bedroom after she disappeared, Song Yanqing sighed slightly. The bed was still warm. He thought that at least Xiao Jin could come over directly in the future. Since there was a beginning, there would always be a future. It was time for him to get busy with his own matters. Xiao Jin returned to the Mu family. He simply packed his things and prepared to leave for Luohe City. Xiao Jin didn't bring anything with her because she was just next door and would probably be back in the afternoon or the next morning. After she went out, she bumped into Muzillion, who was coming downstairs. It was only 7 o'clock in the morning. She was slightly surprised. You woke up so early? I'm early? Of course, Muzillion woke up so early because he had something to do. He looked up and down at Xiao Jin and suddenly felt a little suspicious. Did you sleep very soundly last night? Xiao Jin. What's wrong? Muzillion, why didn't you open the door when I knocked on it at 12 o'clock? She was at Song Yanqing's place at that time. She couldn't sense it so far away. And they never looked for her in the middle of the night. She frowned slightly. Why are you looking for me? It's nothing. It's fine now. You're unreliable at the critical moment. Muzillion made the accusation. Fortunately, he didn't continue to ask Xiao Jin why she didn't open the door. After all, he felt that Xiao Jin was so wicked that she would deliberately not open the door. Last night, he only wanted to borrow Xiao Jin's phone account for the game event. However, when Xiao Jin opened the door, he did not continue to knock. He thought that Xiao Jin was too lazy to open the door. However, he thought that this was a little inconceivable for a big shot who could teleport, unless the big shot was extremely lazy. He did not dare to imagine that the big shot was not at home last night. If he knew that Xiao Jin was at the Song family, this matter would be known to the whole world the next day. Xiao Jin did not care about him. She went downstairs to eat breakfast and headed out. If she took a car, she would be discovered by Xiao Fei. She used the excuse of going out to play, and Xiao Fei naturally did not ask. The airport was still very far away, so Xiao Jin found a chance to teleport over. When she reached the airport, she boarded the plane and headed to Luohe City. On the way, she sent a message to Mo Jiang, reminding him to remember to pick her up from the hotel today. Of course, it was about the 6th array point, Fan Yenyao. Mo Jiang replied with an okay. 2 hours later, the plane landed and arrived at Luohe City. Ji Mengmeng was also here now. Knowing that Xiao Jin was here, she naturally sent someone to pick her up. The burial pit was in the wilderness. After all, if it was in the city, it would have been discovered long ago. The person who picked up Xiao Jin was the driver of the spirit team. After driving for a few hours, they finally arrived at the so-called wilderness. It was basically thousands of miles away from the city and was at the edge of Luohe City. There were mountains nearby, but the mountains were not very high. They were almost equivalent to rolling hills. However, there was a large piece of wasteland. When Xiao Jin arrived, there were already many people here. The burial pit was just discovered not long ago. Probably because there were too many corpses and they had to carefully preserve them for observation, they did not do much. There was a security cordon and dozens of cars around. It was not a police car either. This place was taken over by the spirit team. Naturally, it was the spirit team's people who were guarding this place. Big Boss Xiao. Ji Mengmeng was in the crowd. She stood beside the huge pit and turned her head to see Xiao Jin. She hurried over to welcome her. There were a lot of people around, and Xiao Jin's appearance attracted a lot of attention. There were members of the spirit group from Luo River City, and there were also those from the imperial capital. Most of them did not recognize Xiao Jin, but they had heard of him. Now that he saw this fairy-like beauty, he naturally remembered Xiao Jin's identity and knew who she was. In this world, there was no other person with such a temperament. Standing in the wilderness like this, the immortal aura seemed to float as if this place was an immortal palace. It's here. When Ji Mengmeng saw Xiao Jin, she heaved a sigh of relief. For the past few days, she had been dealing with the matter of the burial pit. She was so worried that her hair was about to turn white. Now that she saw Xiao Jin, her heart calmed down. Indeed, a big boss was a big boss. Only a big boss had the power to make people trust and calm. Xiao Jin and Ji Mengmeng went to the burial pit together. This huge pit could be seen from afar. Now that they were close and standing beside the pit, they could feel the shock inside. There were many people at the bottom of the pit, using all kinds of tools to deal with the corpses. Perhaps they were not corpses, but piles of bones. Because of the years, some of the bones were extremely brittle. They would shatter with a slight touch, causing the ground to be covered with broken limbs and bones. It was as if they could imagine the tragic state they were in when they were alive. There were also some bones that were in a kneeling position with their hands raised. Judging from the deformed bones, they must have been in great pain before they died. Such a corpse burial pit only appeared recently. Ji Mengmeng had a complicated expression as she loathed the person who had done such a thing. We have investigated. They are not people from the war era. They were all harmed by an array formation, but we did not find out what array formation it was. There are at least 100 corpses buried in this pit. According to our investigation, they were all starved to death when they were alive. Xiao Jin looked at the pile of bones and frowned slightly. She could see more with her eyes. When she approached the corpse burial pit, scenes from the past appeared in front of her. She could hear the wails of the bones, as well as the tragic cries of men, women, and children. Just the sound alone was enough to make one's heart tighten and scalp tingle. Towards the end, the howls gradually turned softer, as though they had lost all their strength. Gradually, there was no sign of life. They had indeed starved to death, so much so that they no longer had the strength to make a sound. Furthermore, they were not buried alive. They had been buried when they were alive. However, the array formation had restrained them, giving them sufficient space but preventing them from calling for help. Life-affirming array formation, and it was a death-affirming array formation. This proved that the person's karma was so strong that ordinary array formations could not withstand it. He had only barely survived after killing so many people. It's been a few decades? Xiao Jin turned around and asked Ji Mengmeng. Ji Mengmeng answered, this pit has a history of about 100 years. 100 years. Ji Mengmeng continued, we have discovered 5 corpse burial pits across the country. The oldest has a history of thousands of years and the shortest is a few decades. The span is huge. Xiao Jin pursed his lips slightly. Let me take a look at the map of the corpse burial pits. Since 5 had been discovered, and they were all across the country, there had to be a location. Sometimes, these locations had a pattern. Ji Mengmeng showed the map to Xiao Jin. Indeed, there were no corpse burial pits on all sides of the map. It was like a map. Xiao Jin's eyelids twitched. There should be 4 more. Just now, when she saw this diagram, she thought of the 9 scattered array points that she had seen in the memory array. It was truly a coincidence, because the locations of these burial pits did not correspond to the locations of the formation points, but rather, they were all in the same city. Mojiang, Yangqiulu, and Pingyuan, Mengqingyu, and the others were in Nanjiang. Another dot landed in Shangdu. Hua Julian was born in Shangdu. Mengqingyu and the others were actually not natives of the imperial capital. They had only moved to the imperial capital when they were young. However, according to this map, there were no burial pits in Pingyuan City. This also proved that there was still an array point in Luohe City. At least it had descended in this city. 9 array points correspond to 9 burial pits. To be honest, this didn't feel good at all. She never thought that the birth of the array point would be accompanied by a bloody storm, but the burial pit was a very cruel thing. 4 more? When Ji Mengmeng heard Xiao Jin's words, her scalp went numb. It was already a big deal to discover a corpse burial pit, but now Xiao Jin actually said that there were 4 more that had yet to appear. What a sensation this would cause. If the news of the discovery of such a corpse burial pit all over the country spread out, even the higher-ups would be alarmed. Xiao Jin said, these are all things from a long time ago. It's only because of the timing that they'd been accidentally exposed. If one pit was the fatal array formation, what were the other pits? Without Xiao Jin, they couldn't see anything. Xiao Jin had to go to the scene to know. She couldn't sense the energy of the array just by looking at photos. In other words, she had to travel all over the country during this period. Xiao Jin soon let go of the speculation. It shouldn't be a problem with the array points, but just corresponding to the array points. Xiao Jin had observed the existence of Meng Qingyu and the others. They didn't bear any great sins. If they were born in such a bloody and cruel way, it was impossible for there to be no karma at all. Unless, there was a problem with the combination of the 9 array points and the corresponding 9 burial pits. The other 4 burial pits hadn't been found yet, so she couldn't see anything now. Xiao Jin had to go to the scene. He could also use this opportunity to find the remaining 3 array points. Fan Zhaoyao was in the capital. After finding her, he could ask her which city she came from. Then, Xiao Jin had to go to Luoha City. Of course, it would be best if he met her. Ji Mengmeng was still immersed in the shock of the 4 burial pits. Trembling, she made a phone call and gave the order. She asked Xiao Jin in a whisper, "Where do you think the remaining 4 burial pits are?" Xiao Jin thought about the corresponding distribution points of the 9 array points, but to be honest, they were too scattered. This country was so big that she could only guess the remaining 4 based on a few array points. After all, there were still 3 array points that had not been found. However, the appearance of the burial pit provided her with a direction to look for Pingyuan. One was in Luohe City. Xiao Jin told Ji Mengmeng about Pingyuan's city and roughly circled the remaining 3 locations on the map. After circling, Xiao Jin found a problem. These 9 places were combined to form an octagonal array. There was also a center point in a city in the middle. When all the lines were connected, it was a huge array. All the connecting points of the lines were at the center point. Ji Mengmeng was shocked when she saw the connected lines. What kind of array is this? The array was definitely not as simple as a picture. It was an array. It was a huge and complicated array formation. Origin array, it was just 2 simple words. However, Xiao Jin couldn't figure out what this array was for. Furthermore, the corpse burial pit and the formation point both pointed to the same formation, but they did not represent the same meaning. The method of the burial pit was cruel and bloody, but the 9 array points looked much gentler. This formation point was 2-sided. Thinking of this, Xiao Jin narrowed his eyes. The burial pit at the center had already appeared, but the formation point at the center had yet to appear. This city was called Qingla City. Xiao Jin seemed to have realized something. However, the 9 array points had not been completely illuminated. She guessed that going to Qingla City would be useless. She then said, "You have to find the remaining 4 burial pits." So far, a total of 5 had appeared, but there was no news about the other 4. Xiao Jin felt that there was not enough time. This array formation was no ordinary array formation. In fact, it was extremely dangerous. The array points on Mo Jiang and the others' bodies, as well as the place where the corpse was buried, all pointed to this array formation called the origin array. One was set up by her. There was another one. It was Mo Feihuan. The matter was indeed about to surface. Mo Jiang called Xiao Jin. "Hey, are you talking about Fan Zhaoyao? Her voice is really nice. She can be a voice actor for me. I don't know if she's interested." Xiao Jin. "You found her?" Xiao Jin had asked Mo Jiang to find Fan Zhaoyao. Mo Jiang was really fast. "I've found her." Mo Jiang's tone was a little gossipy. "The person you found is quite pitiful. When I went to the hotel, she was almost bullied." TSK Xiao Jin, she thought of the time when she was in the array point. Fan Zhaoyao was being bullied. She even saved Fan Zhaoyao at that time. Although it was fake, it still represented what would happen in reality. Fan Zhaoyao hadn't happened yet, but she was still being bullied. Sure enough, people with the array point weren't peaceful. Xiao Jin said, "Where is she now?" "In the hotel." Mo Jiang's tone was still a little doubtful. "It's fine if it was Meng Qingyu and the others in the past. They came over because they had a reason. But this Fan Zhaoyao is working in the hotel. How can I find an excuse to kidnap her? Should I tell her that she doesn't want to work and that I'll take care of her?" Xiao Jin, this was indeed true. In the past, Meng Qingyu and the others had been in an emergency and had been saved by Qiao Jin. But Fan Zhaoyao hadn't done anything yet. Fan Zhaoyao worked in the hotel. Mo Jiang was just a guest to her. Of course, there was no better way to take Fan Zhaoyao away. Qiao Jin was silent for a moment. Then you can stay in the hotel and take the opportunity to get to know her. When the time comes, you can start from her family. Moreover, her financial situation shouldn't be very good. You can ask her if she's willing to be your assistant. You don't have many assistants now. You only have Guo Julian, right? Guo Julian had inherited the inheritance. She was also a rich woman. But she was still willing to be Mo Zhang's assistant. At least staying by Mo Zhang's side gave her a sense of security. Oh, sure. Mo Jiang also thought of this point. Speaking of Guo Julian, she brought up another matter. Do you remember the brother-in-law that Guo Julian likes? They really got married. TSK, I thought that this Hao Jiuzong was sincere to Guo Julian. But now, he really got married to Guo Julian's sister. Are they really married? Qiao Jin was surprised not because of other reasons, but because a prestigious family like the Hao family could still let Guo Zhui marry into their family. Now that she was really married, it was inconceivable. She was trapped in the time array point, so when she came out, some things had already happened. That's right. The little girl said that she didn't care. She didn't go to the wedding, but she cried like a dog beside me. My new clothes were wet from her tears, all because of a man. I advised her that there were so many spare tires around her. Why must she hang herself on a tree? There is no lack of men in this world. Qiao Jin, she sighed slightly, if they got married, then they got married. It's none of our business. It's enough that Guo Julian didn't have any other thoughts. Mo Jiang asked again, when will you be back? Tomorrow. Qiao Jin pursed her lips, I want to try and see if I can find any clues here. Although the person with the array point might not be in this city, the burial pit was here. It meant that there must be one array point. She had to try her luck. After looking at the burial pit, the spirit team started to deal with the burial pit. After all, it was impossible to just leave it here. Ordinary people sometimes passed by it. After Qiao Jin looked at it, there was nothing else. First, he followed Ji Mengmeng back to the hotel in the city. The spirit group booked a hotel for Qiao Jin for tomorrow morning. Qiao Jin told Ji Mengmeng that he would go to see the other burial pits in the next few days, and Ji Mengmeng agreed to all of them. At night, when the Mu family was nowhere to be found, Qiao Fei immediately called. Of course, Qiao Jin answered the call at this time. Where are you? Qiao Fei's tone was not very good. It was so late, and Qiao Jin still hadn't come back. She had an ominous feeling. Qiao Jin said naturally, I'm in Luoha City. Qiao Fei gasped. You ran out again. You just came back, and you ran out again. He had only been missing for a month, and now Qiao Jin had left again. Qiao Fei was naturally very upset. I just have something to do. Qiao Jin explained seriously this time. There are many people with me. I'll be back tomorrow. You don't have to worry. Some things will be more troublesome if they are not solved. Fei Fei, you have to understand. Her earnest words made Qiao Fei look like the ignorant one. Qiao Fei was jealous. You've grown up. As your mother, I can't control you anymore. Qiao Jin was speechless. After listening to Qiao Fei's tantrum for a while and confirming that Qiao Jin was indeed safe, she hung up the phone. When she called, she was having dinner with Ji Mengmeng. When Ji Mengmeng heard that her family was so concerned about Qiao Jin, she couldn't help laughing. It's good that your family is so concerned about you. Unlike them, because they were in the spirit group, there were many things that they couldn't tell their families. They couldn't go back often. Qiao Jin smiled and said, it's good. Ji Mengmeng didn't dwell on this topic, but quickly asked Qiao Jin, what do you think the burial pit represents? It's a huge formation. Qiao Jin didn't hide it from her. It's been a long time. They probably started setting it up a long time ago. It might be useful, but I don't know much. I can only be sure after all 9 burial pits are discovered. Since it was a formation, it must be pointing to something. 9 corpses. Hearing this, Ji Mengmeng gritted her teeth. How cruel and vicious is that person to do this? Even after experiencing so many things, Ji Mengmeng still felt that some array masters had done terrible things for their own selfish desires. If it weren't for the fact that there were still people in the modern world who could restrain them, he didn't dare to imagine what the lives of ordinary people would be like. Humans who possessed power were simply too terrifying. Actually, he's no longer human. Xiao Jin lowered his eyes and said, can he still be considered human after doing such a thing? You're right. All of them grew up under the red flag. As an array master, Ji Mingming's concept was still a human's concept. She had her own moral values, so naturally, she hated this kind of array master. The two of them chatted for a while. Because it was too late, Xiao Jin went to bed very early. She had to go back to the capital at least tomorrow, and then continue to go to other cities. If she was running around outside for a few days, the Mu family would be anxious again. In the next few days, Xiao Jin found various excuses to fly to the remaining 4 burial pits. She didn't know if it was because the time was not right, but even if Ji Mengmeng checked the place Xiao Jin mentioned, it would not be easy to find it in such a large city. The remaining 4 burial pits never appeared, and Xiao Jin didn't find the existence of the 7th formation point. After looking at the 5 burial pits, she had some estimates in her heart. The array formation of each burial pit was different. Pay for life, replace life, and even exchange life. And deprive of luck. Each burial pit represented a different array formation, which also meant that the array points on Mo Jiang and the others also represented different things. They were all cruel arrays that array masters were not allowed to use. This kind of karma had long exceeded a certain range. Since Mo Feihuan was still alive, he must have been protected by the Rakshasa world. So this matter was no longer a matter of array masters. Xiao Jin could conclude that the ultimate goal was the Rakshasa world. Since the Rakshasa world could break through the enchantment in her memory, they must be planning a second time. Back then, Xiao Jin used the rules to block them. Now that she had reappeared, it meant that everything had to start anew. Then the Rakshasa world could naturally make a comeback. She had been resurrected, and Xianxia had also appeared. In the end, the matter from 10,000 years ago had not been resolved thoroughly enough. But Xiao Jin actually did not understand why the Rakshasa world was involved with them. Or was it really only she and Xianxia had the ability to stop the Rakshasa world? However, she also had a hunch that this was the end. Everything would eventually come to an end. It could not go on like this. She could only let nature take its course and watch the world change. In the end, who wanted such a gorgeous and beautiful world to disappear, even if it was not perfect? But its existence had its own meaning. Xiao Jin returned to the capital after looking at the burial pit. There were still a few clues left. The following days were much calmer. She stayed at the Mu family during the day and went to the Song family to sleep at night. In order to prevent Muzilian from disturbing her again, she told everyone at home that she went to bed very early and did not want to disturb her in the middle of the night. She especially criticized Muzilian by name. Muzilian was scolded again because of this. Muzilian, Meyer wanted to ask her for a mobile phone account, but she was so cruel. Xiao Jin was indeed a beast. Of course, they didn't know that Xiao Jin actually went to sleep in the Song family at night. She and Xianxia seemed to have gotten used to this kind of thing. Of course, they were simply sharing a bed together. However, the accident that Xiao Jin had discovered last time, which was when Xianxia had nightmares or felt pain in the middle of the night. The imperial capital was also much more peaceful. Such days finally lasted until the New Year. Chinese New Year was a special day, especially since it was the first major festival that Xiao Jin had experienced in the modern world. Early in the morning of New Year's Eve, the Song family came back to celebrate the New Year together. Xiaofei got up early and began to decorate. Muzilian was also forced to wake up early. The cold wind was blowing outside, and he was playing games on the sofa, looking like he had nothing left to live for. Xiao Jin had nothing to do, but Mu Xiangshan came over to lead her. Come, let's go to the Ji family. Xiao Jin was a little dumbfounded. Go to the Ji family? You're not going to ask for New Year's money? Mu Xiangshan glanced at her. Forget about the previous years, but this is your first time. It's reasonable for you to go. Your Grandpa G and the others must have already prepared it. It's a waste not to take it, right? Xiao Jin, Muzilian couldn't help but stand up and say loudly, Grandpa, I'm going too. I haven't seen Grandpa G in a long time. I miss him. If he was going, he would definitely get a share of the New Year's money. Mu Xiangshan glanced at him and didn't refuse. Let's go. Muchi immediately followed after him happily. Of course, Muzilian was happy to go to the Ji family for a red packet. When he followed Mu Xiangshan to the Ji family, Mu Xiangshan asked Xiao Jin on the way, did the two abroad call you? Xiao Jin realized after a few seconds that Mu Xiangshan was probably referring to Ji Chiyue and his wife, Chai Yueli, who were abroad. She was Xiao Jin's biological mother. Although Xiao Jin's refusal to return to the Ji family had caused a stir, the two of them had gone abroad to focus on taking care of Ji Fanjing after the will came out. They were also forced by Ji Sikai. It wouldn't be easy to come back now. Now that it was the new year, Mu Xiangshan wanted to know if they had greeted Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin shook his head. No, why would they call me? Xiao Jin didn't like those people, so it was good that they didn't call. Did they want everyone to feel uncomfortable? Humph, Mu Xiangshan sneered. He's your biological son after all. When he was born, you could hear him cry a little. Now you know, they don't even call to greet you during the new year. Xiao Jin said, I didn't greet them either. That's different. Mu Xiangshan defended Xiao Jin unconditionally. They're the ones who want to acknowledge you. If they really wanted to, they would have at least tried to please you in these aspects. But look, they're not even willing to do that. You should know what kind of people your biological parents are. Muzilian felt that his grandfather was meddling too much. He said indifferently, if they don't call, then don't call. They don't acknowledge Xiao Jin, but Grandpa Ji does. We can still keep in touch with the Ji family. Do we still need their greetings? After a pause, Muzilian added, actually, if they want to greet you, it's fine. During the new year, they don't have to meet you, but they can give you the New Year's money. Xiao Jin, don't you think so? As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Xiangshan spat. Do you only have eyes for money? You want to eat all kinds of money? Those are Xiao Jin's parents, not yours. Why are you looking for excuses? You shameless thing. Muzilian was already used to being ridiculed by his own grandfather. He was thick-skinned and could still laugh at this moment. Xiao Jin only pursed his lips and smiled faintly, but he didn't say anything. Chai Yueli and the others were not within the scope of Xiao Jin's consideration. One less troublesome matter was one less. They were all strangers, so why should he care? When they arrived at Ji Pingyan's home, they found out early in the morning that Xiao Jin was coming to pay a New Year's visit. Although Ji Pingyan didn't lack people to visit, after all, his children had all left. There wasn't even a single person. His eldest brother had even sent someone to invite him to the Ji family's main residence for New Year's. Early in the morning, he was guarding the door. When she saw Xiao Jin's car from afar, she smiled widely. When she got out of the car, even if she saw an extra Muzilian, she was overjoyed. Xiao Jin and Muzilian both paid their New Year's greetings to Ji Pingyan. Since it was early in the morning, Mu Xiangshan naturally decided to have lunch here, so he didn't plan to go back. During the new year, everyone wanted to be sweet. After Muzilian and Xiao Jin paid their respects to Ji Pingyan, they received a big red packet from Ji Pingyan. Although they didn't inform Ji Pingyan beforehand that Muzilian was coming, it was normal to prepare red packets for the younger generation. But in the end, his granddaughter was treated differently. Just looking at the thickness, Muzilian felt sour in his heart. No matter how much was in this kind of red packet, it was actually not as good as the usual mobile phone transfer, but it was for the sake of celebration. While Mu Xiangshan and Xiao Jin were chatting with Ji Pingyan, a servant came from outside the house. Master, eldest young master is here. Eldest young master was Ji Sikai. Ji Pingyan wasn't surprised and let the servant lead him in with a smile. When Ji Sikai came in and saw Xiao Jin in a snow-white down jacket, he paused. She was sitting on the side, seemingly listening to Ji Pingyan and Mu Xiangshan's conversation while rubbing her chin. She seemed a little absent-minded. When she saw GC Kai come in, she just naturally turned her face and didn't have any special expression. Third Grandpa, Grandpa Moo. GC Kai spoke respectfully, then glanced at Xiao Jin and Mu Zillion. He continued politely, Xiao Jin, Jillian, Happy New Year. Mu Jillian was a little overwhelmed by the favor. After all, in their eyes, GC Kai couldn't be considered a peer who hung out with them. He was more or less at Song Yanqing's level. Mu Zillion coughed and straightened up. Brother Sikai, Happy New Year. GC Kai smiled and looked at Xiao Jin with a deep gaze. Xiao Jin opened his mouth and said, Happy New Year. GC Kai seemed to have understood. As expected, he still wouldn't change his words. He didn't care about this now. He walked over and sat next to Mu Xiangshan and Ji Pingan. Ji Pingan looked at him gently. Didn't I say I would go over tonight? Why did you still come over? GC Kai said, This is etiquette. I should be here to give you New Year's greetings. Although New Year's greetings were all on the first day of the new year, New Year's Eve was special. That was why Mu Xiangshan brought Xiao Jin to see Ji Pingan. Mu Xiangshan's expression was meaningful, but he didn't say anything. Ji Pingan sighed. You've been quite busy recently. It's thoughtful of you to take time out to see me. GC Kai said, It's natural to come and see Third Grandpa. No matter how busy I am, I have time during the new year. He had just taken over the Ji family, so he had a lot of things to deal with. When they were talking, Xiao Jin couldn't be bothered to interrupt. Mu Zillion also behaved himself, mainly because it didn't seem right to take out his phone to play games in front of the elders. Xiao Jin's phone kept vibrating. She was quite popular during the new year. There were many people who wished her a happy new year. Mo Jiang was still complaining in the group that he was too lonely during the Lunar New Year and asked Xiao Jin to come over for hot pot tonight. If it weren't for the fact that the Mu family couldn't leave, perhaps Xiao Jin would have really gone. During lunch, GC Kai naturally stayed behind as well. However, he didn't deliberately talk to Xiao Jin. It seemed that there was nothing to talk about between the two of them. After the meal, Xiao Jin and Mu Xiangshan were about to leave. GC Kai also left. As he was leaving, he suddenly said, Grandpa Mu, can I have a word with Xiao Jin? Mu Xiangshan looked at him meaningfully, then nodded. Go ahead. After saying that, he scolded Mu Qi, who wanted to gossip, away. Xiao Jin stayed behind and looked at him strangely. What's the matter? GC Kai looked at Xiao Jin's calm face and curled his lips slightly. You and Song Yanqing are both spiritualists, right? Xiao Jin wasn't surprised to hear him mention this topic. Back then, she had seen GC Kai with the array masters of the spirit group. GC Kai wasn't a spiritualist, but it didn't mean that he didn't know about spiritualists. After all, even the Song family knew. However, the problem was that he said that Song Yanqing was one too. Xiao Jin looked at him steadily. She didn't seem to be on guard. Instead, she asked softly, So? GC Kai's gaze was somewhat cold. At that time, someone by my side told me that Song Yanqing wouldn't live for long. You were the one who saved him. His tone was firm. Xiao Jin only said, What are you trying to say? GC Kai was just an ordinary person, but he knew something that even a spiritual reader didn't know. His influence was really big. Don't worry. I don't have any ulterior motives toward you and Song Yanqing. He smiled, then thought of something and admitted frankly, Of course, at that time, I did want to wait for Song Yanqing to die and the Song family to fall into chaos. It was a bit of a pity to sit back and reap the benefits. He licked the corner of his lips with the tip of his tongue and looked at Xiao Jin. Your appearance is too coincidental. I've checked your information. Even if you suddenly awakened, a person's personality wouldn't change so much. He was already faintly probing for something. Xiao Jin didn't panic like when his secret was exposed. He just said calmly, This has nothing to do with you. If you have any ulterior motives, I won't let you go. She wouldn't let an existence that was dangerous to her exist. I said, I don't have any ulterior motives toward you. Whether you're Xiao Jin or not, it doesn't matter to me. GC Kai shrugged. I'm clear about the world of spiritual readers. Even if I know a little, I'm not one of them. I'm just curious about you. Looking at you now, I've already gotten some answers to some of my questions. He looked at Xiao Jin and seemed to sigh faintly. What a pity. Xiao Jin frowned slightly. He didn't seem to want to continue discussing with Xiao Jin. In the end, he said, goodbye. The last sentence seemed to be explaining something. He walked around Xiao Jin, his back tall and straight. Xiao Jin only looked at this person's back and narrowed his eyes slightly. In the end, he returned to Mu Xiangshan's side. Mu Xiangshan asked, what did he say to you? Xiao Jin said, I don't really understand. Mu Xiangshan suddenly sighed, what a sin. Xiao Jin, what did that mean? Mu Zilian faintly sensed something. When he saw Mu Xiangshan's expression, his eyes widened. Holy shit, Grandpa, can't be? Xiao Jin, can't be what? Mu Qi looked at Xiao Jin with a pained expression. What a sin. Xiao Jin, Mu Xiangshan slapped the back of Mu Qilian's head. Do you know what I'm talking about? Why do I have such a stupid grandson? He cursed as he got into the car. Mu Qilian, then why don't you tell me your true intentions? Mu Zilian was very embarrassed to be hit for no reason. He put his hands behind his back. Hurry up and get in the car. By the way, how much did you get from Grandpa Ji? Xiao Jin, I'm not telling you. Mu Zilian, Mu Xiangshan continued, hurry up and get in the car. I have a lot of friends. I can't waste any time this afternoon. Xiao Jin. Mu Zilian. Holy shit, Grandpa is still the best. He directly brought me to get red packets, he probably didn't bring big brother and second brother to hide his true intentions. For a moment, Mu Zilian was over the moon. Sure enough, Mu Xiangshan didn't just bring them out to visit the Ji family. He also visited a bunch of old friends. Since he brought 2 children to visit, the other party was naturally polite. When they saw Xiao Jin, they were all smiles. After all, Xiao Jin was now Song Yanqing's girlfriend. This was something that the entire capital knew. Mu Xiangshan brought his granddaughter over because he thought highly of him. This was a great honor, so he definitely gave them enough red packets. Some people felt that the cash was too little, so the red packets given to Xiao Jin were all filled with bank cards. Even Mu Qilian was basking in the limelight. Mu Zilian. Heaven didn't let down those who worked hard. He didn't expect that one day, he would really become rich because of Xiao Jin. There was hope for his new sports car. Of course, Xiao Jin and Mu Xiangshan didn't know what Mu Zilian was thinking. However, just by looking at his uncontrollable smile after receiving the red packets, they knew how happy he was. When it was almost night time, Song Yanqing called Xiao Jin and told her that they were coming over. Only then did Mu Xiangshan bring Xiao Jin and the others back. On the way back, Mu Zilian couldn't help but touch the pile of red packets in his pocket. I'm rich, I'm rich. There were several bank cards among them. If he was willing to use bank cards, how could the amount inside be small? Fortunately, his coat had pockets. Otherwise, he wouldn't know where to put the red packets. Look at you. Mu Xiangshan felt that they were all members of the Mu family. Why was Mu Zilian so useless? Mu Zilian didn't reply. All his thoughts were on the red packets. When they arrived at the Mu family's house, Xiao Jin saw that Song Yanqing and the others were already there. Because they had already told her that they were outside, Song Yanqing didn't call to ask where she was. In the living room, Xiao Fei's laughter could almost be heard by the entire villa. When she entered, she was surprised to see the whole family gathered together. They're back? Aya, Jean and the others are back. Hurry up and call for help. In the living room, Mu Zhenming, Mu Qizhi, Mu Zichu, and Xiao Fei were all present. On the Song family's side, there were naturally 4 members of the Song family, Song Yanqing and his sister, as well as the Song couple. When Song Yanqing's mother saw Xiao Jin, she was so happy that she didn't even blink. She looked at Xiao Jin with a smile and said, long time no see, Jin. Xiao Jin also showed a rare smile and looked at them with a smile. Hello, everyone. Song Yanqing sat to the side and looked at her with a gentle smile. Their family was dressed in a uniform today. Other than Mama Song and Song Suyu, who were wearing red coats, Song Shireen and Song Yanqing were all dressed in black. They looked especially formal. Uncle Mu. Grandpa Moo. Everyone greeted each other, and for a moment, the Moo family became more lively. After Musilian greeted everyone, he jumped in front of Musichu and couldn't help but say, "Guess how many red packets I got today?" Of course, he still cared about his dignity. When he used the microphone, Musichu was the only one who heard it. Musichu, he looked at Musilian with an indescribable expression. "When I texted you at noon, you told me that you were doing something important?" Although he knew that Musilian had run away with Xiao Jin and Mu Xiangshan, he knew what Musilian was doing. "That's something important." As the two of them muttered to each other, the living room became lively. The Song family's attention was all on Xiao Jin, so of course, they pulled Xiao Jin to talk with them. When everyone got together during the new year, it was nothing more than some casual topics. Of course, Mama Song still asked about some topics that she was especially concerned about. For example, how did Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing develop feelings for each other over time? She remembered that Song Yanqing and Xiao Jin were still friends back then. She didn't expect them to suddenly be enlightened. This was too surprising. "It's just that, we naturally got together." Seeing Xiao Jin's hesitant answer, Song Yanqing reached out to hold Xiao Jin's hand and smiled. "I confessed first because I felt that the opportunity was right. Why not give it a try?" Fortunately, she agreed. Xiao Jin glanced at Song Yanqing. This wasn't what he said back then. It was completely because Xiao Fei casually mentioned it that Xiao Jin went to talk to Song Yanqing and let him say what he wanted to say next. Is that so? Everyone believed that two people develop feelings for each other over time, but Musilian was still a little shocked. He complained to his brother. In the beginning, Xiao Jin actually didn't like brother Yanqing's face. "Is she crazy?" "Musichu, I think you're the crazy one." To be able to get unanimous approval from the same gender, one could see how attractive Song Yanqing's face was. It was indeed surprising that Xiao Jin didn't like it at first. But looking at Xiao Jin, it wasn't surprising either. Fortunately, in the entire family, no one else would have such shameless thoughts except for Musilian. Because it involved some unusual things between the two of them, the Song family didn't ask much. It was fine as long as everyone knew. Xiao Fei looked at the joyous scene in front of her. Especially since her daughter and son's marriage seemed to have a direction, she was overjoyed. She sighed and said, "It's the new year today. I originally planned to cook a meal myself." When she said this, Mu Xiangshan and Mu Zhenming's body stiffened. Musilian was straightforward. "Mom, I can understand that you're happy, but there's no need to cook." Xiao Fei glared at Musilian. If the Song family wasn't here, she would definitely make Musilian bleed on the spot. It was rare that Musicha didn't scold Musilian for being insensible. Instead, he patted Musilian's shoulder. There were some things that didn't need to be said. Mu Chilian's actions were too impulsive. No wonder he got beaten up. Mu Chilian's words made everyone laugh. Xiao Fei was a little embarrassed. Mama Song said, "Actually, I had the same idea when I came here. Why don't you come to my house tomorrow on the first day of the new year?" Song Shireen was speechless. His twisted expression allowed others to see what he was thinking at that time. Sometimes, it was necessary to say some polite words. Even Song Yanqing's smile was a little stiff. Song Suyu's eyebrows twitched and he said, "Mom, forget it. You're a slow cook after all. How long will it take for our whole family to finish cooking? Even if you don't consider the new year, you have to consider the time." Yes, Suyu's right. Mother Song was still smiling. "How about this? Come over another day when you have time. I'll prepare in advance." Song Suyu was speechless. It didn't matter. It was better than her cooking on the spot tomorrow. Xiao Fei couldn't help but say, "I'll help you then. Let the children have a taste of our love meal." Mother Song held her hand excitedly. "Okay." Everyone was speechless. Everyone was laughing heartily. The servants in the house didn't have a holiday. They were supposed to, but considering that the Song family was coming over for dinner, the chef couldn't let them go. Although the new year was a day for reunions. But the chef felt that 5 times the salary was enough to stop him from going home. Tonight, the Mu family was very lively. Everyone was laughing at the dinner table. Xiao Jin even drank some wine. She drank wine, but she wasn't drunk. Her body automatically digested things that weren't good for her. After dinner, Mama Song and the others sat together for their daily pastime, playing mahjong. They planned to stay at the Mu family's house until midnight. They would officially celebrate the new year before going home. Mu Qiji took Song Suyu somewhere else to have a private talk. Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing didn't know how to play mahjong, so naturally, they couldn't sit at the table. Mrs. Song and Xiao Fei dragged Song Yin and Mu Zhenming along. Mu Xiangshan was watching TV on the sofa. Mu Zichu, as a mahjong reserve player, was on standby. Mu Zillion had nothing to do, but he didn't dare to run around. After all, the Song family was still here today. If he said that he was going out to dance with his friends, Xiao Fei would break his leg on the spot. He sat down to play games. After losing 3 rounds in a row, he felt that the game and the world were boring. He looked up and saw that his grandfather was watching the news on TV. Mu Zillion said on the spot, "Grandpa, can you watch something that a strong man should watch?" Mu Xiangshan turned around. His old but spirited eyes clearly revealed one word: get lost. Mu Zillion shamelessly pretended not to see. Seeing the remote control on the coffee table, he picked it up and changed the channel. It was SpongeBob SquarePants. Mu Xiangshan was speechless. Everyone who was playing mahjong looked up and saw Mu Xiangshan holding a feather duster and sending Mu Zillion upstairs. Xiao Fei glanced at it and glanced around indifferently. Hey, where are Xiao Jin and Yanqing? Everyone was so engrossed in playing mahjong that they didn't notice that the two of them had disappeared. They went upstairs. Mu Zhenming said, "It's the new year, yet you don't allow her to be alone with him?" Mama Song laughed heartily. "Ignore them. Come on, let's continue." 20,000. Song Shireen said, "I won." Mama Song, he turned hostile on the spot. Xiao Jin and Song Yanqing were in their rooms upstairs. This was the first time Song Yanqing had officially stepped into Xiao Jin's boudoir. Her room was simple and was decorated by Xiao Fei. She was thinking of a pink princess style. Not everything was pink, and it was quite natural and fresh. However, one could still see that Xiao Fei was a young girl at heart. Song Yanqing looked at it and couldn't help but laugh. "Did your mother decorate it for you?" Xiao Jin nodded. "Well, I'm not good at this. It's just a place to stay. Let her do whatever she wants." The room had a good view. From the outside, one could see the main road outside the villa. Therefore, Xiao Jin could directly see Song Yanqing leaving from the window. Song Yanqing looked around and could clearly feel the aura of Xiao Jin's life. He thought of the past he saw about Xiao Jin in the time matrix. Now that he saw the present Xiao Jin, he felt that there was a special contrast. Sometimes, it was hard to say which version of Xiao Jin was cute enough. He felt that both versions were cute. She couldn't help but touch Xiao Jin's hair. She turned her head and glanced at Song Yanqing. Her eyes were bright. "Happy New Year." "You said it's too early." He smiled gently, and his voice was especially warm. "You can tell me officially after 12 o'clock. After 12 o'clock, it's the beginning of a new year." Xiao Jin nodded. She thought of the burial pits all over the country and said, "Have you been dreaming recently?" Song Yanqing paused. "No. I'm talking about precognitive dreams." Xiao Jin turned her head and looked out the window. Today was the new year, but for some reason, the moon outside the window was exceptionally bright. The bright moonlight scattered on the winter earth, adding a touch of emptiness and coldness to the new year. "I have a hunch that not long after the new year, things will probably be over. Everything that has been troubling me will be over." Song Yanqing turned her around, hugged her, and stroked her hair. "I believe, but I also believe that we will all be fine. Things will come to an end. At that time, things will not end completely. No matter what happens this time, I will make it completely end." Even if he had to sacrifice everything, he would protect his Xiao Jin well. It was the same 10,000 years ago, and it was the same now. "I actually have an idea, but it's not complete." Xiao Jin nestled in his arms. The two of them sat down, and Xiao Jin leaned in Song Yanqing's arms and sat on his lap. She murmured, "The rules say that every matrix point has a consciousness. In the time matrix point, it tells me that the space is in a place I can't think of, and I will never find it. Then I can also infer that it has always been in a place I can see. But I can't see or touch it, so I can't find it. Xianxia was a little stunned. You can say that, but the place we are in is a space. Maybe it wants to express that because it is everywhere, you can't find it. That's not necessarily true. Just like time, you can't touch it, you can't see it, and no one can catch it. But with the time matrix point, we can still find where it is. Xiao Jin looked up at Xianxia and thought for a while, so the space must be in a place I know. It has appeared, and it has always appeared, but I can't catch it. And the 4 matrix points have consciousness, but they devour me. It never communicates with me. No matter how I call it, it won't communicate with me. I saw it 10,000 years ago, and it didn't even abandon me, who had died once. I don't understand what value I have to it. Xianxia thought for a while, so, the answer might be shocking, but there will be a day when it will surface. There must be a special reason why they chose me. I'm not that special. Xiao Jin saw it clearly. Xianxia also stared at Xiao Jin. His eyes were as gentle as water, but there were some other deep emotions. After a long time, he touched Xiao Jin's head. No matter what the reason is, there will be an answer. Today is the new year, don't think too much. Spend the new year with me. Xiao Jin nodded, okay. Dong dong dong, suddenly, there was a violent knock on the door. Muzilian's voice came in through a special channel. Come down, we don't know how to play mahjong, but we can play fight the landlord. We need one more player. Xiao Jin, you and brother Yanqing, who wants to play pin? Whoever is a coward is a coward. Xiao Jin, Xianxia. In the end, Xiao Jin and Xianxia didn't play fight the landlord. Mu Zhenming was tired of playing mahjong with Xiao Fei and started to play fight the landlord with his 2 sons. In the end, Muzilian was pale. Not only was his face covered with notes, he didn't even keep the red packet he got. Mu Zhenming took his life. This new year, Mu Qi had to pay the price for his youthful ignorance. He cried miserably. After 12 o'clock, everyone's phone began to vibrate. There were too many people paying New Year's greetings. Xiao Jin had many people sending her messages. After reading it, she also sent a Happy New Year message to everyone. After midnight, Xiao Fei wanted to enthusiastically ask the Song family to stay for the night, but they still had something to do. They had to wake up early the next morning. There were too many people paying New Year's greetings, so Xiao Fei could only regretfully accompany them. Fireworks and firecrackers couldn't be set off in the city now, but some areas could. Occasionally, the sound of fireworks could be heard from other areas. The lively atmosphere lasted for half an hour before the whole world completely quieted down. Everyone's phone was full of New Year's greetings. This was also Xiao Jin's first New Year celebration in the modern world. She felt very happy and interesting. When it was close to 1 o'clock, Xiao Fei asked everyone to rest. It wasn't a matter of custom to wake up early on the first day of the new year. The main thing was that there would be a lot of people paying New Year's greetings. Everyone would come to the Mu family to pay New Year's greetings because of Mu Xiangshan's identity, so everyone couldn't sleep early in the morning. Muzilian had to get up even if he was sleepy. He didn't have to stay at home, but he could go out and have fun. After seeing Xiao Jin go upstairs to sleep, Xiao Fei said to Muzilian, Yanqing and the others will be very busy tomorrow. He probably won't have time to take your sister out to play. If you go out to play, remember to take your sister with you. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. Muzilian lost all his red packets tonight. At this moment, he snorted sarcastically. Haha. Xiao Fei, how much did you lose? I'll get your dad to return it to you. Muzilian immediately smiled flatteringly. Mom, you are really a good person. Ah, you are the greatest mother in the world. Don't even mention bringing her along. I'll tie her to me tomorrow. She won't fall off no matter where I go. Don't worry. Xiao Fei, haha. After returning to his room, Xiao Jin pondered for a moment. After taking a shower, he arrived at Song Yanqing's house in an instant. When she arrived, Song Yanqing and the others had just arrived home. The sound of water splashing came from the bathroom. Facing the warmth of the room, Song Yanqing, who was in the bathroom, probably felt the presence of someone else. He whispered, "Jean?" Xiaojin replied softly, "Yes." Song Yanqing relaxed and quickly finished his shower. He changed into white pajamas and walked out. When he saw Xiaojin sitting on the edge of the bed, he walked over with a smile. "Aren't you going to sleep at home during the New Year?" Xiaojin looked up at him. He had just finished showering, and there was a burst of refreshing water vapor. The buttons of his shirt in front of his chest were properly buttoned. She opened her arms and wrapped them around his waist. "It doesn't matter where I sleep." To her, it was just a place to sleep. Song Yanqing paused and gently stroked Xiaojin's cheek. "Do you know that sometimes things are different?" After he said this, he chuckled and covered Xiaojin's lips with his. Kissing had become a very natural thing. During this time, Xiaojin looked up and let him do as he pleased. The kiss was light, and to prevent her from catching a cold, Song Yanqing quickly pulled her to lie on the bed. She looked at his face and couldn't help but say, "You're so good-looking." The key was that she said it very naturally. It didn't seem to be wanton or exaggerated. It was just a serious sentence. Song Yanqing couldn't help but chuckle. His laughter made his chest vibrate. Xiaojin was obviously touched. He said, "Then do you know how good-looking you are in my heart?" "Xiaojin, I know." Song Yanqing, he helplessly put his arm around Xiaojin's waist. "You're too straight sometimes. You've been like this since the beginning." He sighed and said, "In my heart, you're so good-looking that no words can describe. No matter what you become, I'll always recognize you." "No, I recognized you first." "Xiaojin, but I didn't recognize you when I was in the hospital." Thinking of the past, Song Yanqing said with a smile, "At that time, you thought I was a sick person who was about to die. You just wanted to take the death aura on my body?" "Xiaojin, you can say that. At that time, I didn't recognize you. Besides, the death aura on your body was indeed useful to me. Otherwise, I might not have saved you." Xiaojin said with a smile, "I'm a realistic person." Song Yanqing asked him, "What about now?" "Of course, I have to save you at any cost." Xiaojin looked at him. "I didn't know you before. Now, I know who you are. It's different. You're the most important to me." It was a simple sentence, but it naturally seeped into his heart. He stared at him. His pupils were deep, but there was something different in them. "There's something I haven't told you tonight." "Happy New Year." Xiaojin said with a smile, "Happy New Year." Song Yanqing touched Xiaojin's earlobe. "In the new year, I think our relationship can change. Jean, if something is very sudden to you, will you accept it?" Xiaojin was a little confused. "What is it?" "In the memory of the past, we used to be husband and wife. Jean, do you still remember?" His words were hot and ambiguous. His breath was beside Xiaojin's ear, but it reminded Xiaojin of the past. It wasn't like she didn't know anything, so she naturally knew what Song Yanqing meant. She thought for a moment and said, "It's not abrupt." "If it were you, wouldn't it be natural?" Perhaps what she said was too reasonable. Song Yanqing was a little stunned for a moment. Gradually, he laughed. His laughter reverberated in Xiaojin's ears. Soon, he gently turned over and covered her body. The moment he lowered his head, he slightly bit her lips. He opened his mouth on her lips. The 3 words were very soft. It seemed to be a long time ago, but they still resounded in Xiaojin's heart. "I love you." Just like today, this was the common past they had. Xiaojin replied with a "hmm." She raised her head slightly and hugged Song Yanqing's shoulders. The sound of fireworks and firecrackers came from outside. The Song family, who lived halfway up the mountain, could see more clearly that it was the fireworks in the city center. It was gorgeous and beautiful. The sound covered the movement in the room. Everything was like a dream. Xiaojin seemed to hear the sentence at the time of the formation. Who doesn't yearn for the beauty of the world? It was rare for Xiaojin to sleep soundly. At the end of her consciousness, she remembered that Song Yanqing had kissed her on the forehead. In fact, she was not very tired, but her body was so tired that she fell into a deep sleep. However, when she woke up early in the morning, she still remembered to teleport herself back to the big bed of the Mu family. This also caused Song Yanqing to turn his head and see the empty quilt. He couldn't help but laugh. Why are you so self-conscious? However, he was still worried about Xiao Jin. Knowing that she would probably rest after going back, he sent her a message, have a good rest. I'll come to see you after I finish my work in the afternoon. Remember to tell me if you feel uncomfortable. It was said that after tasting the marrow, Song Yanqing's perception of Xiao Jin was completely different. In the past, he was gentle and protective. Now, he really felt that Xiao Jin was one with him. He felt more possessive, but it was not the feeling of wanting to restrain her. Instead, he felt that they were already so close that they would never be separated. As soon as Xiao Jin left, he was a little flustered. He knew that it was not the right time. After all, there were still many things holding him back in reality. He couldn't sleep, so he got up and prepared to work on the Song family. On the first day of the new year, the Song family was particularly busy. Many business partners and family members came. As the son of the Song family, Song Yanqing had to take on more things. In the past, he had lived like this every year. He had never felt anything special. The only thing was probably that he felt particularly tired because of his weak body in the past. After all, he was not a robot before, so he knew whether he was tired or not. At that time, he was used to it. He was weak, so these things were the only thing he could do. His parents and sisters were all concerned about him, so he would not tell them about some trivial things. Now, he felt that even if his body was still weak, his heart was full and full of joy. So he seemed to be in a very good mood the whole morning, which made the relatives of the Song family particularly happy. In the past, he had always felt that the Lord Song was beautiful. He was a noble young master who appeared to be refined and courteous, but in fact, there was a kind of distant and indifferent politeness that no one could find fault with. Today, he truly felt that Song Yanqing was in a good mood. Song Suyu and the others also felt it. When she was free, she even teased Song Yanqing, "Did you feel settled after going to the Mu family for the New Year last night?" No matter how smart Song Suyu was, he would never have thought that Xiao Jin would be able to teleport to the Song family's mansion at night. In addition, Song Yanqing had specially given Agu a few days off during the New Year, so he would be alone in the courtyard. No one would disturb him, so naturally, the news would not spread. Song Yanqing could not tell Song Suyu at this time. He just smiled, and the joy in his eyes could not be hidden. Maybe. Looking at his brother like this, Song Suyu felt a little emotional. It's good that you're happy. Although Miss Chow is a little mysterious, I can see that you're really happy when you're with her. Yanqing, everyone in the Song family only wants you to be happy. After so many years, you've done well enough. You don't have to put on airs. Now that you're like this, I'm sincerely happy for you. Song Yanqing looked at Song Suyu with a gentle gaze. I know, sister. I'm relieved that you and Brother Mu can stabilize things. Song Suyu immediately felt a little embarrassed. What are you talking about? We've only been together for a short while. We're different from you and Xiao Jin. If someone comes, we'll talk about it when we have time. Okay. Song Yanqing nodded, his smile still gentle. Song Yanqing was busy, but Xiao Jin was really free. When she woke up in the morning, it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. No one woke her up. She looked at the ceiling and thought about what happened last night. The discomfort in her body had completely faded. After all, her physical fitness was not comparable to that of an ordinary human. Xiao Jin basically did not have the feeling of blushing and being shy. To her, this was a fact that she had once experienced with Song Yanqing. Now, it was just happening again. It was so natural. Actually, it felt very good. She was just a little dazed. On the first day of the new year, Xiao Fei said that she could not go to bed early. What was she going to do now that she was up? As she thought about this, Loudmouth's voice came from the door. Hurry up and get up. What time is it? You're still lying in bed and you still want people to wake you up. Xiao Jin, are you crazy? It's the first day of the new year, can't you let people worry less? Don't you have any self-awareness? Hurry up and get up to eat glutinous rice balls. Before Loudmouth could finish, Xiao Jin opened the door. Musilian, looking at Xiao Jin's hair and pajamas, Musilian took a closer look. Hey, damn, you don't look like you've slept at all. When did you wake up? Since you're awake, why didn't you come down earlier? Why do I have to wake you up? Do you have nothing better to do? Xiao Jin looked up. Why are you up so early? Musilian? How can you ask such a question? Don't you know what day it is? If you don't get out of bed, Mom can whip you to heaven with a feather duster. Oh, I forgot that I'm the only one in the family who has this honor. As he spoke, Musilian began to speak in a strange tone. Mom even asked me to take you out to play today. Xiao Jin, the price is that Jinming will return all the money he won from you last night. You won't lose anything, so don't be so shameless. Musilian. You've changed. Xiao Jin said, I haven't changed. You're the one who's become thick-skinned. Musilian, he angrily said, if you don't come down, I'll get angry. After saying that, he waved his hand and went downstairs. Xiao Jin changed into a new set of clothes and went downstairs. Xiao Fei was greeting Xiao Jin in the living room. Seeing Xiao Jin come downstairs, she raised her head and smiled brightly. Happy New Year, Jin. Xiao Fei's expression turned suspicious as soon as the word happy was uttered. Even though Xiao Jin didn't have any ulterior motives, his heart skipped a beat and he said, Happy New Year, Fei Fei. Xiao Fei stared at Xiao Jin from left to right. After a few glances, she didn't see anything wrong. She still looked like a little fairy, but Xiao Fei felt that something was off. Could it be that after the new year, she looked at people differently? Xiao Fei thought to himself. Mu Zhenming and the others didn't know anything. They even glanced at Xiao Fei and said, Why are you in a daze? We still have to go out after breakfast. The children also have to play. Happy New Year, Jin. Xiao Jin nodded. Zhenming, Happy New Year. Mu Xiangshan chuckled. It's a new year, but you're still the same old person. Xiao Jin, Mu Zhenming, Mu Qiji and Muzichu also said Happy New Year to Xiao Jin. Obviously, other than Xiao Fei, no one else felt that something was wrong. When Xiao Jin sat down and ate breakfast calmly, Xiao Fei kept staring at her. She seemed to feel that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what it was. Sometimes, this woman's intuition was quite scary. It was even better than an array formation master's. After all, every time Xiao Jin went to a fast food restaurant, she could smell a dangerous person every few hours. But after all, Xiao Fei's imagination was still limited. Even if she noticed something wrong, she wouldn't know what was wrong. After all, could she imagine that Xiao Jin was not at home but at the Song family at night? After breakfast, everyone had their own things to do. Xiao Fei went to do her own things, and Xiao Jin was taken out by Musilian. But going out together didn't mean that they had to walk all the way. Xiao Jin still decided to see Mo Jiang and others. After all, she hadn't seen the new Fan Xiaoyao yet. Today was New Year's Day. Everyone should stay at home and not run around. Although Musilian had some opinions about Xiao Jin leaving halfway, his biggest opinion was that it was not easy to explain to Xiao Fei. But if Xiao Jin wanted to leave, could he stop her? He couldn't. So of course, they had to do their own things. Xiao Jin arrived at the front of the apartment building. On the morning of the first day of the new year, some old customs would be observed at home. But they were all girls, so they probably wouldn't follow them. She guessed that they were all sleeping in. She had the key. When she opened the door automatically, she saw Fan Xiaoyao, who was setting up bowls and chopsticks in the living room. Fan Xiaoyao suddenly saw a stranger in the house. She was a very beautiful girl, whose unique temperament was not inferior to Mo Jiang's. The girl in front of her could also give people a sense of amazement. She was like a living fairy. Was she a goddess descending to the mortal world? Not only that, but the girl in front of her also gave her a sense of familiarity, as if she had seen her somewhere before. She also gave her a very amiable feeling. It was so strange. She had never seen her before. Because she was too surprised, Fan Xiaoyao spoke first. Hello, who are you? Since she had the key to the house, she was obviously not an ordinary person. Mo Jiang and others also mentioned a girl who was very powerful, but she didn't come often. Was this the girl? I'm Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin walked in and introduced himself to Fan Xiaoyao. He asked naturally, where are Mo Jiang and the others? Fan Zhaoyao said subconsciously, I just made breakfast and was about to wake them up. Xiao Jin, so lazy. Fan Zhaoyao. After Fan Zhaoyao finished speaking, a few girls walked out of the room one after another, perhaps because they heard her voice. Meng Qingyu, Yang Qiulu, and Guo Julian walked out one by one. Among them, the most ordinary was Yang Qiulu. However, perhaps because she had been doing well recently, she was in a good mood. Although her appearance was ordinary, she had developed a delicate and pretty aura that made people feel comfortable looking at her. Seeing Xiao Jin, the three of them widened their eyes. Of course, Meng Qingyu was beaming with joy. Boss, good morning. You came to see us on the first day of the new year. It seems like we are very important to you. Yang Qiulu and Guo Julian also smiled. Good morning, Xiao Jin. Morning, I had nothing to do so I came to visit you guys. Where's Mo Jiang? Still sleeping, I guess. She always sleeps very late, even in the production team. She is like the Empress Dowager. Just as they finished speaking, they heard some movement from Mo Jiang's room. Everyone looked over and saw that it was actually Mo Jiang who came out with a yawn. She glanced at them and said, I was sleeping when I heard someone spreading rumors to mislead people. Now that I am out, it's true. Why? Now that the main character is here, all of you are complaining? Xiao Jin. She recently took on a palace drama? Meng Qingyu nodded in pain. She is acting as the demon empress. Xiao Jin, it was rather suitable. If one said that Mo Jiang was amazing, then she was amazing because she could always find a suitable role for herself. Even if she didn't have any acting skills, compared to this kind of role, she was simply acting herself. Fan Zhaoyao immediately came forward and said, the food is ready, we can eat now. I cooked glutinous rice balls this morning. Her soft voice was exceptionally pleasant to the ears. She carefully glanced at Xiao Jin and asked tentatively, do you want some? Xiao Jin shook his head. I had breakfast at home before I came. You ate early. After saying that, she slightly raised one hand, just like those imperial concubines in ancient dramas who needed someone to support them. However, when placed on Mo Jiang's body, she did indeed look like a demon empress. Meng Qingyu may have said that, but when he saw Mo Jiang raise her hand, he subconsciously supported her hand like a lackey, acting like a eunuch. Sensing Xiao Jin's burning gaze, Meng Qingyu felt as if there was a blade on his back. He felt that he had thrown his face into the Pacific Ocean. However, it was a habit that had been formed over many days. It couldn't be changed so easily. Behind him, Yang Qiulu let out a soft laugh. Recently, Mo Jiang said that she wants to practice with us. She's getting into character in advance. Xiao Jin was silent for a moment. 3 seconds later, he gave the real answer. She doesn't need to practice at all. She was born to play this kind of role. Sigh. Mo Jiang waved her hand. Practicing is different from real acting. I'm getting into character in advance. Little Meng, move the chair away. Meng Qingyu silently pulled the chair away. Mo Jiang sat down. If it wasn't for the fact that she was sitting on an ordinary white armchair, she would have looked like an empress of the world. Guo Julian was also watching from behind, amused. Seeing that her condition had improved a lot recently, Xiao Jin asked, how have you been recently? Guo Julian knew what she was asking. She nodded and answered sincerely, I'm much happier. She had money and a group of beautiful young ladies to accompany her. She accompanied Mo Jiang to watch celebrity gossip in the film crew every day. She was very happy. Under Mo Jiang's subtle influence, her feelings for Hao Jiuzong have gradually faded. Mo Jiang was right. She was beautiful and rich. She could find any man she wanted. Hao Jiuzong was the first excellent man she had met in her life. According to Mo Jiang, she had seen too few men. On the other hand, Hao Jiuzong had come to see her several times, even though they were married. She still couldn't say anything nasty. Mo Jiang and Meng Qingyu, on the other hand, were better at insulting people. Hao Jiuzong couldn't bring himself to argue with the group of women, so he could only leave angrily. He had stopped coming recently. Guo Julian was happy to be free. Xiao Jin nodded. Although he didn't know what they were carrying, Xiao Jin hoped that they would be happy. 9 array points corresponded to 9 burial pits. This sounded like a very bad association. However, she was sure that she wouldn't do anything outrageous. There must be some restraining factors. They sat down to eat glutinous rice balls. Mo Jiang introduced Fan Zhaoyao. This is the big boss I told you about. She's the boss of our group. You can call her Xiao Jin in the future. She didn't say that it was Xiao Jin who asked her to find Fan Zhaoyao. This inadvertently avoided Fan Zhaoyao's excessive doubts and vigilance. Xiao Jin felt that Mo Jiang was very careful. She sat aside and watched them eat glutinous rice balls. She remembered that apart from these women, there was also Ping Yuan in the sanatorium. Although she wasn't familiar with Ping Yuan, he was still a formation point. He was alone. Xiao Jin planned to go and see him later. During the meal, Xiao Jin couldn't get a word in on the topic that the group of women were talking about. They were talking about the current branded cosmetics. Xiao Jin didn't wear any makeup, and the skincare was arranged by Xiao Fei. She didn't even know the brand, and now she felt that there was a serious generation gap between her and this group of women. Mo Jiang lifted his eyelids and changed the topic to Xiao Jin. Why didn't you bring your boyfriend to meet me during the new year? Xiao Jin said directly, he's busy. Mo Jiang looked up and down at Xiao Jin and suddenly said, I don't know why, but when you came, I felt that something had changed about you, but I can't tell what's wrong. Xiao Jin, why were women so sharp these days? She casually found an excuse. Maybe I experienced something when I came out of the time array point. Mo Jiang was thoughtful. Did you find the space? Xiao Jin shook her head. I don't have any clues. There was a little, but it was a guess after all, and it couldn't be confirmed. Mo Jiang nodded. Don't worry, the space array point has no other use for you. Xiao Jin didn't tell her that it was actually very useful. With the space array point, she could go directly to the Rakshasa world and know what happened that year, and also know what Song Yanqing experienced there. However, they just remembered that although the women here all knew that they were different, Fan Zhaoyao was new. She was just an ordinary girl that Mo Jiang invited to be his assistant after pretending to meet by chance in the hotel. In addition, Mo Jiang was really busy with the crew during this period, so he didn't have time to talk to her about anything else, so now Fan Zhaoyao didn't know what a spiritual reader master was. After she heard the conversation between Mo Jiang and Xiao Jin, her mouth was wide open for a moment. She felt that maybe she was hearing things, or maybe her cultural level was too low. Why couldn't she understand what Xiao Jin and Mo Jiang were talking about? However, the others were used to it. In fact, they didn't understand it either. Perhaps they didn't know what array points and spatial array points were, but it was the boss's business after all. They didn't want to worry about the boss's world. However, Fan Zhaoyao's surprise was still seen by Mo Jiang. Mo Jiang turned his head and saw Fan Zhaoyao's dumbfounded look. He smiled and said, how could I forget that I haven't told you about these things? It's like this, you have to know that in our world, there are not only normal humans, but also abnormal humans like us. Fan Zhaoyao, everyone else, don't you think your words are too ambiguous? What do you mean by abnormal? They are also humans. Fan Zhaoyao felt like she had boarded a pirate ship, but looking at Mo Jiang's appearance, it didn't seem like he had a mental illness. Fan Zhaoyao was dumbfounded. Xiao Jin could only sigh and say, Mo Jiang was just joking with you. Fan Zhaoyao breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Yes, Sister Mo Jiang likes to joke. She wasn't right just now. Xiao Jin became serious again. It's not that we are abnormal, it's just that compared to normal humans, we have more special abilities. People like us are called spiritual readers. You can see us as people with special abilities. The reason why we looked for you is not because of anything else, but because you have the same potential. You will know about these things sooner or later, so I might as well tell you first. I was the one who asked Mo Jiang to look for you. Fan Zhaoyao was speechless. For a moment, she felt that she might not be smart enough. Or maybe she should pick up the phone in her hand and call the mental hospital to tell them that there was a very serious patient here. But looking at the serious expression on the little fairy's face, Fan Zhaoyao really couldn't associate her with a mental patient. Mo Jiang shook his wrist. The red manicure he had done for the new movie was especially bright. Aya, why are you talking so much nonsense with her? Can't you just prove it? Little Meng, perform a telekinesis. Meng Qingyu was speechless. Do you think I'm an acrobat? Although he was complaining, under Fan Zhaoyao's dumbfounded gaze, Meng Qingyu waved his hand and a potted plant placed on the cabinet next door flew directly towards them. Meng Qingyu made a retracting motion with his hand, and the potted plant stopped steadily on the table. Fan Zhaoyao was speechless. She opened her mouth wide and looked at Mo Jiang, then at Meng Qingyu, and finally at the others. The others were already used to it. Guo Julian slowly swallowed the last glutinous rice ball and said softly, I'm full. Fan Zhaoyao felt that her heart hadn't reached the limit yet, so her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Mo Jiang was speechless. What's going on? How can the heart be so weak? Meng Qingyu was also dumbfounded. It can't be. When we went to find Qiu Lu, she didn't even faint. Xiao Jin didn't expect it either. She was stunned for a moment before waving her hand and Fan Zhaoyao was forced to wake up. She looked at the people in front of her and took 2 deep breaths. Now, she felt that she couldn't faint even if she wanted to. She couldn't help but feel dizzy and mumbled to herself, Is this real? Mo Jiang had a headache and waved his hand impatiently. Little Meng, explain it to her and reconstruct her worldview. Meng Qingyu was speechless. Why was it always her? After eating the glutinous rice balls, Meng Qingyu hurriedly prepared Fan Zhaoyao, who had just opened the door to a new worldview. Yang Qiulu and Guo Julian actually didn't like to talk much. It was just that in the process of Meng Qingyu's explanation, they would occasionally add a sentence or two, adding bricks and tiles to Fan Zhaoyao's already fragile worldview, which finally made Fan Zhaoyao believe. Fan Zhaoyao looked at Mo Jiang in disbelief. So at that time, Sister Mo Jiang, you did it on purpose, sigh. There are some things that we have to make clear from the start. Mo Jiang blew at his fingernails and said casually, I'm not after you, and you don't have the money or the looks to make me after you. If it weren't for Big Boss Chiao's instructions, I wouldn't have looked for you. Me asking you to be my assistant actually saved you. Think about it, who else in the market would pay you 10,000 yuan a month and let you live in such a good apartment? Think about how you were bullied in that hotel. Did I bully you when I gave you a job? So what if I got close to you on purpose? Do you feel uncomfortable? Fan Zhaoyao was embarrassed by her words. She thought about it seriously and shook her head. No. Being an assistant was simply too profitable. Previously, she felt that all her good luck in life had been used to meet Mo Jiang. His monthly salary was high and he didn't have much to do. His other assistant, Guo Julian, was an invisible rich lady who would buy a few sets of everything. She definitely had some. Mo Jiang didn't have much to do and had a bunch of people rushing to serve her. Fan Zhaoyao really had nothing to do. She could also see a lot of people in the crew that she couldn't see before. What was bad about it, thinking about it seriously, so what if people got close to her on purpose? They didn't harm her. She really didn't have anything that people could covet. As for Mo Jiang and the others saying that she had the potential to become a spiritual reader, she was a little confused. Xiao Jin could only say, you saved her too early. Now that she's living comfortably, she probably won't have the chance to awaken. Fan Zhaoyao, suddenly, she felt her chest tighten. Mo Jiang, that's true. We should let her suffer for a while and let her suffer. Then she'll know if I'm good to her. Fan Zhaoyao blushed and whispered, Sister Mo Jiang, I'm just saying it casually. I don't mean it. I know you're good to me. Guo Julian said, you don't have to think too much. I haven't awakened an ability either. Guo Julian probably didn't have enough stimulation back then. Anyway, she didn't awaken. However, their bodies were all real array points. Fan Zhaoyao knew that it was possible for her, so she wasn't very envious. She was just curious. Is your ability like what Qingyu used just now? Not really. Everyone's ability is different. Meng Qingyu smiled. I can move anything. Qiu Lu can set fire directly. Their abilities were quite fierce. But she explained it clearly enough. Not only the ability, but also the existence of the spirit group. As spiritual readers, they were not completely unscrupulous. After explaining these things and reshaping Fan Zhaoyao's worldview, Xiao Jin had other things to do. She planned to go see Ping Yuan. Mo Jiang had nothing to do and said that he wanted to go see Ping Yuan with her. Today was the first day of the new year. Everyone was quite bored, but boredom was also a high frequency. Demonized spiritual readers weren't uncommon. Meng Qingyu and Yang Qiu had to help the spirit group with an extra mission. Only Qiao Jin and Mo Jiang brought Fan Zhaoyao and Guo Julian to see Ping Yuan. After all, she didn't feel safe leaving the latter two alone. Qiao Jin was the only one who went to see Ping Yuan. And the others only heard about it once in a while. There was another person's to stay in the sanatorium, but he was a boy after all. The sanatorium had to offer. When they went. Although he was a little silly, he was honest. After staying with the elders in the sanatorium for a long time, he was like a little grandson, winning the favor of the elders in the sanatorium. Now, he had even learned how to play a simple game of Gamoku. However, because of his special status, very few people came to visit him. But being silly also had its benefits. At least when he saw that his other relatives were around, he would not know what it was like to be sad when he did not have any relatives. The staff at the sanatorium said that Ping Yuan was happy every day. To him, having a full stomach and warm clothes was the greatest happiness. That was why Qiao Jin was always at ease. When they arrived at the lawn of an outdoor garden, Qiao Jin saw Ping Yuan with a few energetic old people. He was wearing a new down jacket. He had a childish smile on his face and was dancing happily. Mo Jiang's expression changed. Mo Jiang had never seen Ping Yuan before. Qiao Jin had always remembered. Because Mo Jiang was not interested in Ping Yuan either. He was just a formation point. Not everyone had to live by their side. Ping Yuan was still a fool. His father was even in prison now. Qiao Jin noticed the change in Mo Jiang's expression. She turned her head at that time and saw Mo Jiang's face with a kind of shock that she had never seen before. She seemed to have seen something very shocking and sad. It was rare for her to lose her composure. She stared at Ping Yuan as if she had seen something. But in the blink of an eye, 2 lines of tears actually flowed down her face. This scared Fan Zhaoyao and Guo Julian. The two of them didn't have any special feelings for Ping Yuan, but they had never seen Mo Jiang cry before. Mo Jiang was a godly figure who couldn't cry even when he was filming. However, at this moment, her tears were real. It even made people feel the kind of sad atmosphere around her, with a kind of determined sadness. Her tears flowed, and her movements seemed to be somewhat unconscious as she walked towards Ping Yuan. To be honest, Qiao Jin didn't think that Ping Yuan would be involved with Mo Jiang. She didn't feel it either. But at this moment, she knew that Ping Yuan was related to Mo Jiang's lost memory. Just like how Mo Jiang felt hatred when he saw Xiaxia. Now that she saw Ping Yuan, she actually shed tears. Then Ping Yuan was obviously not ordinary. Mo Jiang walked towards Ping Yuan. At that moment, she felt like her brain was about to explode. Many fragments flashed in her mind, like the memories of the past, but also like an echo. She heard a particularly cheerful voice. "Sister, when you become the high priestess, I will sing the best praises for you. Sister, you are the high priestess that everyone is looking forward to. You are my best sister. Sister, you have to live. You have to live to see hope. Hurry up and leave. Hurry up and leave, elder sister, I don't think I can live on. I'm in so much pain. I don't want to die. I really want to see the day when you become the high priestess." The memories of the past turned into scenes that flashed in her mind. She blinked her eyes. Her tears stopped for a moment before they gushed out again. It was like a physiological reaction that she couldn't control at all. She didn't even realize that she was looking at Ping Yuan. "Ah Zhao," she said dreamily. This shout made Qiao Jin's eyes move slightly. Mo Jiang's memory was loosening. She would always remember things from the past. Could it be that she would only be able to remember things from the past when she saw someone who was more stimulating to her? Ping Yuan, who was playing chess with the old man, turned his head. The moment he saw Mo Jiang, a dazed expression appeared on his usually silly face. Fan Zhaoyao and Guo Julian were a little worried. They looked at Qiao Jin. Qiao Jin shook his head to show that he was fine. Mo Jiang walked towards Ping Yuan step by step. Those people also saw her. At that time, they were a little surprised by Mo Jiang's appearance. Ping Yuan looked at Mo Jiang and was stunned for about a minute before he reacted. He broke into a silly smile and said, "Sister, you are so beautiful." Mo Jiang suddenly stopped in her tracks. She looked at Ping Yuan. In an instant, her tears flowed more violently. Her gaze was complicated. She looked at Ping Yuan and called out again, "Ah Zhao?" The few old people looked at each other and whispered, "This is a sanatorium. Why are there mental patients here?" The rest of the old men immediately said, "Don't talk nonsense. She is interested in knowing little Yuan. Why haven't I seen him before? I heard that Ping Yuan has no relatives. Only a kind-hearted person sponsored him here." While they were watching, Mo Jiang had already walked to Ping Yuan. Mo Jiang was good-looking and tall. When she stood in front of Ping Yuan was about 1.7 meters tall, about the same height as her. She looked at Ping Yuan and suddenly wiped her face carelessly, wiping away her tears. She just looked at Ping Yuan and said coldly, "Are you Ping Yuan?" She didn't usually speak in this tone, so it could be concluded that she was not in a good mood now. Fan Zhaoyao and Guo Julian walked over together, followed by Qiao Jin. When Ping Yuan saw Qiao Jin, his eyes lit up. Fairy. He still had an impression of Qiao Jin. After all, Qiao Jin had visited him several times. Mo Jiang just looked at Ping Yuan. Seeing his unusual reaction, she turned to Qiao Jin with a sharp look. He was stupid when he was a child? Qiao Jin nodded. He was stupid when he was born, so he didn't know how to live a normal life. But fortunately, he was able to take care of himself. His father is now in prison. He was imprisoned for arresting people. That's why I met Ping Yuan. Mo Jiang looked at Ping Yuan again. Qiao Jin asked her, "Do you remember?" Mo Jiang shook her head and then nodded. "I have some memories, but not very clear." She frowned and said coquettishly, "I have a headache." Qiao Jin. The old man looked at Qiao Jin and Mo Jiang and asked gently, "What's the relationship between you and little Yuan?" Thinking of the things in her memory, Mo Jiang blurted out, "His sister." The elders disagreed. "Since it's the elder sister, why did you only come to see him now?" Mo Jiang was not in the right mood, but he still knew how to rebuke her. "You should know that we're not related just by looking at our faces. Why do you think I only came now?" The old man was speechless. Damn, this little girl had a sharp tongue. How could she say such heartless things so confidently? Qiao Jin knew that Mo Jiang must have recovered some key memories. Otherwise, Ping Yuan would not have such a huge change in his emotions. She waved at Ping Yuan. "Ping Yuan, come with us to the side to play." Ping Yuan replied cheerfully, "Okay." Of course, he was happy to follow Pretty Sister and Fairy Sister. Qiao Jin patted Mo Jiang's shoulder, indicating for her to pay attention to her emotions. He then brought the confused Fan Zhaoyao and Guo Julian to the resting room of the sanatorium. Ping Yuan was a little restless and couldn't stay still. After sitting down, he kept looking left and right, or moving his arms and legs. Mo Jiang looked at him for a while and suddenly said, "Don't move. Stay still." Strangely, Ping Yuan had a subconscious impulse to obey her, but he still muttered and couldn't help but look up at her. He was just a little dumb, but he still had the basic language skills of a child, so he could understand some words. Qiao Jin rested her chin on her hand and asked Mo Jiang, "What's going on?" Mo Jiang tried hard to say what she remembered. I think Ping Yuan might be my brother. His name should be Ah Zhao. As for his surname, it's probably the same as mine." Mo Fan Zhaoyao and Guo Julian didn't know that Mo Jiang was a 4,000-year-old female corpse. They only thought that she was a beauty, so they found their long-lost brother. Qiao Jin frowned and thought, reincarnation is actually a bit unreliable, because it's something that even I can't prove at the moment. Even if it's really reincarnation, it's probably because of the karma of being a formation master in the previous life. For example, you saw Xiaxia. Mo Jiang looked at her. Ping Yuan's situation is like that. I'm sure that Ping Yuan is my younger brother. It was an inexplicable feeling. That memory suddenly came back to her. The two people beside her? Reincarnation, what was that? Wasn't it just a long-lost younger brother? If it was related to reincarnation, then how many years had they been separated for? Because the two of them were now on the same side, Mo Jiang and Xiao Jin didn't avoid talking about topics that were taboo to them. So they could only listen in a half daze. Xiao Jin was silent for a moment, and felt that there were some things that she should say. Do you still remember your identity? Mo Jiang said, a little confused. I'm some kind of high priest. Other than her instincts as a formation master, she had really forgotten everything that she could forget. Actually, Xianxia saw a bit of your past back then. Xiao Jin told her what happened that day. But you're a resurrected female corpse. I wasn't sure about the progress of some things, so I didn't tell you. She told Mo Jiang about what Xianxia saw about the Qiansong kingdom. The matter of 1,000 people sacrificing for one resurrection was quite bloody, but Fan Zhaoyao and Guo Julian felt that the big secret they heard today was on the verge of being silenced. Even if they didn't understand, they held each other's fingers tightly, afraid that Mo Jiang would react and kill them. Female corpse, Xiao Jin said that Mo Jiang was a female corpse, and it was a female corpse that was resurrected by 1,000 people's blood sacrifice. In other words, the original Mo Jiang was already dead, and she was resurrected. The world of formation masters could be so hardcore. Ping Yuan listened to their discussion in a daze. He didn't understand anything, so he could only watch. After listening to them, Mo Jiang's expression was complicated, and she smiled again. She was still charming. That matches some of the things I've been thinking about. I vaguely know about the Qiansong kingdom you mentioned. When I first saw Xiaxi, I had a memory, but it wasn't very obvious. Today, it's obvious. Mo Jiang lowered his head, and there was a hint of viciousness in his voice. I'm not sure about some things. The only thing I'm sure of is that Xiaxi probably had something to do with the destruction of my country. Otherwise, I wouldn't have hated him. Ah Zhao died before I became the high priest. These words were enough for her to get some information. She frowned. That's the key point. Why can't I have a complete memory even though I know all this? That means that the most important person hasn't appeared yet. Xiao Jin said, you can recover a little after seeing Ping Yuan. You have to have a target for hatred for something as big as the destruction of your country. Qiansong sacrificed so many people to resurrect you and restore your country. Who do you think destroyed your country? Mo Jiang looked at Xiao Jin and narrowed her eyes. When I go back today, I'll take a look at all the celebrities in the entertainment industry. If I can meet Xiaxi, the chances of meeting a second enemy in the same industry is higher. Xiao Jin, Fan Zhaoyao and Guo Julian trembled. They were too familiar with Xiaxi. They had interacted with him in the film crew. However, Mo Jiang's sister said that she had a grudge against him. When they thought of how Xiaxi followed Mo Jiang around like a dog, their expressions became complicated. This was probably the most vicious revenge, right? Xiao Jin did not expect Mo Jiang to be related to Ping Yuan. Now that Mo Jiang saw Ping Yuan, she was no longer as indifferent as before. She even planned to take Ping Yuan back. Ping Yuan is a boy, and he needs someone to take care of him. It's not appropriate to take him back. Which one of you is going to take care of him? Guo Julian and Fan Zhaoyao both had the same thought. Xiao Jin took the initiative to say, he's in the sanatorium now. I've set up a formation, so he'll be fine. You have to consider reality. Mo Jiang thought about it and agreed. It would be fine if Ping Yuan's brain was fine, but his IQ was not. This was not derogatory. He had been dumb since he was young. Mo Jiang had a complicated look in her eyes. Can't you turn him back to normal? There isn't such a formation. Formations could do things that defied the heavens and changed fate, but it was difficult to turn a dumb person into smart. There was no corresponding formation that could do such a thing. Mo Jiang also knew this, so she could only regretfully give up. However, they still stayed in the sanatorium for a long time. Perhaps it was because of the unexpected surprise. Mo Jiang was very patient with Ping Yuan. She was not as arrogant as she usually was. She got along well with Ping Yuan. At night, she even informed the sanatorium that she would bring Ping Yuan out for hot pot and bring him back after the meal. This was something they had discussed long ago. They were going to eat hot pot together at night. Xiao Jin did not refuse. At night, she called home and said that she would not be going back for dinner. Yang Lu and Meng Qingyu also came back from work. They found a place to eat hot pot and asked for a private room. Ping Yuan was a little dumb. He did not usually eat such things, so he was very happy to eat hot pot. It was just that something unexpected happened. Mo Jiang was probably famous now. Someone took a picture of them while they were eating. Mo Jiang did not mind at all. In fact, he was used to it. Xiao Jin did not mind. Anyway, as long as she was in the frame, the photos would eventually disappear. During the meal, Mo Jiang was in a rare daze. She stared at the hot pot with a troubled expression. Although I'm a formation master and my senses aren't as sharp as yours, I have a bad feeling. I keep feeling that something big is about to happen. Xiao Jin paused. Your premonition? Mo Jiang nodded. Yes. Do you have it? Meng Qingyu was stunned for a moment before he said, actually, I have one too. Mo Jiang and the rest looked at her. Meng Qingyu covered her neck and said, I just feel a little uneasy recently. I can't tell what's wrong. Yang Lu suddenly whispered, I have the same feeling. Xiao Jin's face sank. It wasn't a good thing for all the spiritual readers to be able to sense that something was wrong. However, she didn't have such a premonition recently. This was not normal. Mo Jiang saw Xiao Jin's expression and realized something was wrong. You didn't feel it? Xiao Jin shook his head. Mo Jiang looked a little hesitant. Could it be that this matter will not affect you? No. Xiao Jin shook his head with certainty. I can't feel it. You all can feel it. That can only mean one thing. It's targeted and deliberately blocked me. She probably had a feeling. Mo Jiang opened his eyes. Blocked you? Is there anyone else who has the ability to do that? Xiao Jin only slowly raised his head and asked her a question. Do you know about the Rakshasa realm? Mo Jiang was a little confused. The Rakshasa realm? Logically speaking, the Rakshasa realm did not exist in the meaning of the subsequent formation masters. This was because the entrance to the Rakshasa realm had long been closed by Xiao Jin using the rules of the formation points. Regarding the memories of the Rakshasa realm, at most, the formation masters knew about demonization. But where did the ability to demonize come from? Why was it demonized? Why couldn't this world accommodate demonized formation masters? Because demonization itself was a power that did not belong to this world, it would be rejected. That was why it could give birth to spiritual readers to kill demonized spiritual readers. What happened 10,000 years ago was not the end. At least, Xiao Jin knew that it was only temporarily closed. Song Yanqing still had spiritual awareness in the Rakshasa realm. It would eventually make a comeback one day. And now, she felt that it was about time. The Rakshasa realm existed in another space 10,000 years ago. Xiao Jin briefly explained what had happened in the past, but he did not say the specific reason. He only said, the reason for blocking me is probably that the entrance to the Rakshasa realm is about to reappear. The intersection that had once appeared was about to reappear in the light of day. Mo Jiang's pupils constricted. Such a dangerous thing? She had never heard of it. The source of the demonized spiritual readers all along had an answer. That thing is a disaster for spiritual readers. It's not strange that you received a hint, Xiao Jin thought for a moment. At this moment, Xiao Jin's phone received a message from Zhongli Peining. A new burial pit has appeared in Dingjiao City, Shijiang City. 2 appeared at once. This matched Xiao Jin's guess. She was only 3 formation points away from finding them. 2 burial pits had appeared, so there were only 2 left. What about the remaining 3 formation points? Mo Jiang saw Xiao Jin's solemn expression and realized that the matter this time was really not simple. If what Xiao Jin said was true, that thing almost destroyed the world 10,000 years ago, then in this life, the tragedy would probably still happen. No matter what, the burial pit had appeared. She had to go out and take a look. After hurriedly finishing his meal, he asked Mo Jiang and the rest to send Ping Yuan back. Xiao Jin still booked the plane ticket for that night and gave Song Yanqing a call. I need to go to another city. A new mass grave has appeared. I need to go take a look. Song Yanqing knew about Xiao Jin's mission. He thought for a moment and said, then you have to take care of yourself. Xiao Jin hummed and said, I know. This time, Xianxia probably had something to do and couldn't accompany her. She prepared to go to Dingzhou City first. Just as she was about to depart, Xiaojin, who was sitting in the bustling airport, looked up and saw the big screen in the airport suddenly broadcasting a piece of foreign news. In the deepest part of the Pacific Ocean, or perhaps in the middle of it, a huge underwater vortex appeared. This vortex appeared suddenly and didn't belong to any natural phenomenon. At present, it had already attracted the attention of many countries. The reason it was broadcasted was naturally because it had already spread on the internet, because it was discovered by ordinary people first. It was said that an entire ship had been swallowed, and no trace of it had been found until now. There wasn't much other information. Xiaojin saw the vortex on the screen. It emitted a deep dark aura, and a familiar feeling hit her in the face. She sat up slightly and saw the vortex. She remembered the junction in her memory. When the entrance to the Rakshasa world first appeared, it was like this. History was repeating itself once again. It was the same when the border first appeared. After that, it lasted for half a year before it fluctuated, and then it was the invasion of the Rakshasa world. However, Xiaojin felt that the border this time would probably be broken in less than half a year. Because there were uncertain factors this time. At the moment, the people on TV were still in a state of confusion about the appearance of this huge whirlpool. They thought that it was some new phenomenon at the bottom of the sea. After all, it was not like whirlpools had never appeared in the sea before. Only a small number of people knew that the appearance of a whirlpool was a disaster for this world. At the moment, she was in the airport. Not long after, Xianxia called her again. A whirlpool has appeared in the Pacific Ocean recently. Did you know? Obviously, he had received the news not long ago. Or rather, when the whirlpool first appeared, he was specifically targeted like Xiaojin. At the moment, his voice sounded a little cold. He probably had a bad premonition. I saw it. It's the border. Xiaojin said very firmly. But it hasn't fully unfolded yet. I'm inclined to think that the people here haven't completely connected yet. Xianxia was a little surprised. Completely connected? Xiaojin thought for a moment. Yes, it's Mo Feihuan. The reappearance of the Rakshasa world definitely requires power to open it. This power can only be Mo Feihuan. He has been active for so many years. His goal is also this. Back then, she had only closed the Rakshasa world, not destroyed it. But back then, she had paid such a huge price. Now, if she wanted to completely close the Rakshasa world, what would she have to pay? She did not want to see these things happen again. Some things should end this time. Until now, Mo Feihuan had not actually appeared in Xiaojin's field of vision. Or perhaps he could be sure that Mo Huan was him. But he was a cunning person. Including the matter of the burial pit, Xiaojin felt that he was the one who did it. The original array. It must be related to the Rakshasa world in some way. The 9 array points she had set up back then might have been to deal with today's matter. After all, there was still a memory that she could not remember. Xianxia thought for a moment and asked, how long will the fluctuation last? He was asking about the fluctuations at the border. When would the Rakshasa world rush over? If there is a big reaction, we will all feel it. If the Rakshasa world were to rush over, it would definitely cover the sky and cover the sun, and everyone would be able to see it. At that time, the secret of the array masters in this world would not be able to be kept, unless the various countries had the ability to cover up all of this. But obviously, when it came to such an extraordinary thing, even with the current technology, it was very troublesome. The appearance of the vortex was bound to cause some disturbances, but judging from the current situation, they were most likely unaware of the severity of the situation. This was because even He Yao and the others had not sent a message to Xiaojin. He Yao would definitely notify Xiaojin if there were any abnormalities. Since she didn't notify him now, it could only mean that they didn't know that the whirlpool that appeared was at the border of the Rakshasa world. At this moment, Xianxia also felt that a storm was coming, and only they could feel this premonition. As far as the eye could see, there were still countless ordinary people living in this world. They might not know that the world was about to undergo earth-shaking changes. He thought of everything he had seen in the time array points and said softly, everything will be fine, Jean. Okay. Xiao Jin believed what he said. I still want to take a look at the corpse burial pits. Currently, each corpse burial pit corresponds to something different. I'll go to Dingzhou City first. Okay, be careful. After hanging up the phone, it was almost time to board the plane. She took the plane to Dingzhou City to check out the corpse burial pits. As she expected, each corpse burial pit corresponded to a different array formation, but without exception, they were all harmful array formations. Moreover, the energy produced in these corpse burial pits was far greater than what Mo Feihuan needed to survive. The corpse burial pit that appeared in Dingzhou City was a little strange, and the news was not kept secret very well. This was because it was located in the city center and was once a sports stadium. For some reason, it was not discovered when it was being built, but it was discovered when it was being dismantled and rebuilt. Moreover, this corpse burial pit had more corpses than the previous ones. According to the information provided by Xi Mengmeng and the others, the number of corpses here was at least in the thousands. When human lives were only a number, other than shock, there was even more horror. I don't know how many thousands of people there are. Thousands of lives. Xi Mengmeng looked at the corpse burial pits and felt more and more depressed. Before they died, they were tortured to a certain extent. Xiao Jin, what kind of terrifying person do you think would cause so many deaths? What is he trying to do? Xiao Jin looked at the pile of corpses in the corpse burial pit. Because there were too many corpses, it would take a certain amount of time to clean them up. Until now, the corpses in the other cities had not been completely cleaned up, not to mention there were thousands of corpses here. Xiao Jin's expression was rarely serious. She said, there are 2 more corpse burial pits. I have a bad feeling. There might be a mass grave left. Xi Mengming's face suddenly turned pale. Mass grave? One is a mass grave filled with psychic readers, and the other is a mass grave. Due to its uniqueness and the large number of people, the higher the difficulty, the later it will appear. Some information about the origin formation suddenly appeared in Xiao Jin's mind. According to the current number of burial pits, the first few were at most general probing. This was because the later ones meant that the stronger the formation, the higher the price to pay. Therefore, there would be more and more people. Other than the pit of 10,000 people, if Xiao Jin's guess was correct, there would be a main pit filled with spiritual readers. Even if they had sacrificed the lives of all the spiritual readers in order to close the Rakshasa world. However, it was clear that spiritual readers of the later era were not extinct. Even now, it was known that Mo Feihuan had that ability. Other normal spiritual readers were definitely not his match. Using a spiritual psyche master as a formation was the key to opening the entrance to the Rakshasa realm. After all, back then when the entrance to the Rakshasa realm was closed, the price they paid was also the life of the spiritual reader. The difference was that one was voluntary, while the other was completely mutilated. Using the cruelest means to torture and kill them. Xiao Jin closed her eyes. Since she was born, she had always believed in respecting karma and all living things in this world. It was hard for her to imagine that the viciousness of people's hearts could be boundless. I'm going to call and inform them to screen it as soon as possible. Xi Mengmei realized that this was not a big deal. Since ancient times, there had been many ordinary corpse burial pits. However, the problem was that corpse pits during the war era and people who had been tortured to death were buried in the same pit. If this kind of vile thing were to spread, it would definitely cause a sensation. There were too many secrets involved in this. Xiao Jin waited for her to finish informing the spirit group and asked, do you know that a vortex has appeared in the Pacific Ocean recently? You saw that news too? Sure enough, Xi Mengmeng and the others did not have the concept of the Rakshasa realm. They only said, it should be something that was accidentally formed. We have heard of this news. Xi Mengmeng did not take it seriously at first, but when she heard Xiao Jin mention it, she instinctively had a bad premonition. Could it be that there is a problem with the vortex? Xiao Jin stared at her deeply. If one day, this world is going to be destroyed, and the only price is to use the lives of us spiritual readers to offset it, would you be willing? The smile on Xi Mengmeng's lips was a little stiff. It can't be to that extent, right? However, when Xiao Jin said it, she instantly felt that it was not very good. Because what Xiao Jin said could very well become a reality. I understand. Xiao Jin said softly. After all, this era was different from that era. Back then, she was a formation master above a country. The spiritual readers of that era knew their responsibilities, so the rules could use their lives as the price to seal off the Rakshasa realm. And now, these spiritual readers did not even have the concept of the Rakshasa realm. It was obviously unrealistic to expect them to sacrifice themselves for the world. Moreover, this time, Xiao Jin did not intend to go to this step. She knew that there was still one mystery on her that had not been solved, and this mystery might be the key to solving the Rakshasa realm. Since it was two different worlds, there should not be any involvement. It should have been cut off from the beginning, even if there were no more spiritual readers in this world from now on. Recently, she had a thought that was gradually growing stronger. If her thought was true, then things were even more shocking than she had imagined. After looking at the burial pit in Dingzhou City, she still had to go to another new burial pit. After all, she had found two at once this time. The news from another city had also reached her first. As she had expected, the other burial pit was also at the level of 1,000 people. Then, the probability that one of the last two burial pits was a mass grave was very high. There was also a burial pit in Shijiang City. When Xiao Jin arrived, he first stayed in a hotel with Ji Mengmeng. When they arrived, it was early in the morning. Ji Mengmeng asked Xiao Jin if he wanted to rest. Xiao Jin said no, and the two of them rushed to the location in the early morning. The situation in Sujiang City's corpse burial pit was similar. It was a pit of 1,000 people and an incomparably ferocious array formation. Xiao Jin felt that there was a thread in her mind that was gradually becoming clearer. Now, she only lacked the key words. On the way back to the hotel with Ji Mengmeng, it was already 4 in the morning. The driver of the spirit group drove them here. In the car, Ji Mengmeng hugged her arms and got goosebumps. It's the new year, and we still have to rush to these places. If it weren't for the fact that we are special, I would definitely be scared to death. After all, not everyone had the courage to look at a burial pit where thousands of people were buried in the middle of the night. However, they still went. Xiao Jin curled her lips into a smile. When the car passed by a place, she suddenly smelled a bloody smell. The bloody smell was very faint. If not for her sensitive sense of smell, she would not have been able to smell it. Moreover, there seemed to be a faint moaning sound. She subconsciously said, "Stop the car." The driver responded and stopped the car. Ji Mengmeng was stunned for a moment. She looked around and saw that it was a relatively remote corner. There were only continuous flat buildings on the side of the road. The tall buildings were on the other side. Other than the street lights, there was only a large garbage dump opposite. "Why are you stopping here?" Ji Mengmeng asked her. Xiao Jin wasn't doing this for no reason. Smelling blood was one thing, but more importantly, she didn't want to miss out on anything that felt wrong. Just like this person, who was probably in trouble. After getting out of the car, Xiao Jin walked straight to the garbage dump. That was where the nearby residents threw their garbage. The garbage hadn't been cleaned up yet. It was full of garbage and there was a foul stench. The garbage would be taken care of in an hour by specialized personnel. When she went over, the first thing she saw was a worn-out suitcase that was particularly conspicuous on top of a pile of rubbish that had been piled up to the point that they could not fit in the rubbish. It looked very old and had been thrown away. However, Xiao Jin only took a glance and pointed at the suitcase to Ji Mengmeng. "There's a person inside." "Ji Mengmeng?" She looked at the suitcase in shock. "What the F***ck?" She couldn't help but swear. She looked around and asked, "How do I get it?" With a wave of Xiao Jin's hand, the suitcase flew towards them. It was already stained with a lot of garbage and some strange liquid. Just looking at it made one unable to touch it. Fortunately, Xiao Jin and the rest weren't normal people. She just turned her hand and the suitcase slowly opened by itself. What came into view was a girl curled up in the suitcase. She was wearing a thin white shirt. In such cold weather, she would have frozen to death even if nothing happened. Her body was stained with red marks. Her body was trembling slightly as if she didn't have the strength to speak. Occasionally, she would let out a soft moan. Ji Mengmei was shocked when she saw that there was really a person inside. She immediately called 120. They were array formation masters, not doctors. This kind of thing would definitely be sent to the hospital. The moment Xiaojin saw the girl, she understood what was going on. It was indeed a ray formation point. It seemed that if she hadn't appeared today, a ray formation point would have been done for. Xiaojin probably noticed it because she had expected it. Not knowing how the girl was doing, Ji Mengmeng did not dare to move. She squatted on the spot and waited for the emergency treatment. She was a little anxious. Can she still hold on? Xiaojin said, it's okay. I'll hold her down. She can hold on until 120. She was stabbed with a knife. There are rope marks on her neck. She was probably strangled before. She could see the simple situation. Seeing that the girl's face was starting to turn blue from the cold, Xiaojin asked the driver to bring a blanket from the car to cover her. The girl was already delirious. At this moment, it was her weak consciousness that allowed her to persist until now. If it wasn't for Xiaojin's sharp senses, she would have lost her life here. Xiaojin stretched out his hand and set up a formation. Through the connection points on her body, red silk threads extended along the girl's body to the center of the city. There was a tall building in the city center that looked like a hotel. The girl was special. She did not mind using the demonized spirit seed to help her find the culprit. And the murderer was now in that building. But to be able to dump the corpse so far away, the girl had clearly been abandoned for a few hours. 10 minutes later, 120 arrived. When the girl was brought to the hospital for emergency treatment, Xiaojin and Ji Mengmeng naturally had to explain the whole story. After all, how they found the girl here was a big problem. The police had also received a report from the hospital and were rushing over. The girl's name was Zhang Qiutong. This was the information that the police found out after she was sent to the hospital. The reason why it was so fast was that the other party was a famous person. She was the daughter of the richest man in the city. She was rich, very rich. Such a girl did not seem to meet the requirements of a formation point. However, just the fact that she was killed and her body was dumped in a suitcase was enough to prove that she was indeed tragic. However, she should have been living a good life in the past. According to the information that Xiaojin saw, Zhang Qiutong was involved in a crime of passion. Her life in the past was too good. Probably because the incident happened so suddenly, she did not have any time to react and did not even have the chance to awaken. If Xiaojin hadn't happened to pass by, it really was a coincidence. Her formation point might have disappeared without a trace. Xiaojin was not sure if she would still see the disappearing formation point. After all, some formation points would still exist even if the person was dead. Ji Mingming's identity was special, so when the police came, she had time to deal with everything. Xiaojin and she were not taken to the police station for investigation. However, because it was a murder case, Xiaojin and the others made a statement and information at the hospital. Soon, they arrested the murderer who was now staying in the hotel. Zhang Qiutong's ex. It was a very old-fashioned story of a rich and beautiful man who failed to marry a rich and beautiful woman. Because of this, his love turned into hatred, resulting in a crime of passion. However, the rich and beautiful man was timid. When he killed Zhang Qiutong, he did not even dare to take away the $1 million Rolex watch on her. That was why her identity was found out so quickly. 30 minutes after Zhang Qiutong was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment, Zhang Qiutong's father was still abroad discussing business. When he found out that Zhang Qiutong was in trouble, he cried on the spot on the phone. It was obvious that he was a father in grief and despair. After knowing that his daughter was saved, he was extremely grateful and booked a plane to rush back as fast as he could. However, because the journey abroad was long, it would take more than 20 hours for him to return in time. Therefore, the person who came to see Zhang Qiutong was her stepmother. Ji Mengmeng originally thought that Xiaojin would leave after dealing with the matter. After all, they were here to deal with some matters. However, she did not expect that Xiaojin would stay in the hospital after seeing Zhang Qiutong's stepmother. It was already 6 o'clock in the morning, 2 hours after Zhang Qiutong was found. Her stepmother finally arrived. Xiaojin decided not to leave after seeing this person. Because she realized that things were far from simple. Her stepmother's body was surrounded by a black aura that was related to Xianxia. This was clearly a sign that she was involved in a murder case. Of course, ordinary people would also have this kind of black qi. Only a formation master like Xiao Jin could see it. However, even if ordinary people had black aura, the retribution they would receive might not be certain. It all depended on fate. Her stepmother's name was Wanda Xin, and she was also a well-known pianist. She had an elegant temperament and looked like a noble lady. However, she came in a hurry and only wore a thick coat over her pajamas. Her hair was also a little messy. It was probably this dressing that showed how surprised and sad she was about her daughter's accident. When she arrived at the hospital, she couldn't help but burst into tears. She asked the doctor, "How is my Tong heir?" Accompanying her was the housekeeper of the house. He was very old, and at this moment, it was obvious that he was sad. If it weren't for Xiao Jin's ability to see things that ordinary people couldn't, probably no one would doubt the stepmother's acting skills. This person is called Wanda Xin. She's 40 years old this year. Zhang Qiutong's mother died during childbirth, so Wanda Xin married her father very early. It's been more than 10 years. She has always treated Zhang Qiutong as her own daughter. Ji Mengmeng reported Zhang Qiutong's information to Xiao Jin in a low voice. This was mainly because Xiao Jin had suddenly asked Ji Mengmeng to investigate. Xiao Jin nodded. Continue. Ji Mengmeng did not understand why Xiao Jin was so concerned about Zhang Qiutong's matter, because the police had already found the murderer, and the murder weapon had not been cleaned up. Perhaps the murderer did not expect the police to come to him so quickly, and he was caught off guard. All the evidence was found, and he confessed very thoroughly. It was just an ordinary murder of love. However, Xiao Jin naturally had his reasons, so Ji Mengmeng still used her channels to find information that ordinary people could not find. After all, Zhang Qiutong's father was the richest man in the world. Some information was public, but some could not be found. Wanda Xin has been taking care of Zhang Qiutong very well since she was young. This time, no one expected this. The man who killed Zhang Qiutong was someone Zhang Qiutong met when she was doing her internship outside. The two of them had a good relationship, but because of the other party's insatiable greed, Zhang Qiutong broke up with the other party under the advice of her friend. Unexpectedly, the other party had the intention to kill her. According to the other party's confession, he actually did not know that Zhang Qiutong was so rich, and only thought that Zhang Qiutong was a daughter of a rich family. He thought that the other party was playing with his feelings, so he confessed so quickly. Xiao Jin curled his lips. In just 2 hours, the murderer was caught. The information was given so quickly? This person knows how to use a suitcase to dispose of the body. This person is not simple. As soon as he said this, Ji Mengmeng instantly understood what was wrong, and her hair stood on end. Is there a secret? She asked tentatively. Xiao Jin nodded directly and pointed at Wanda Xin. She is also the mastermind. Ji Mengmeng, F***ck, I'm a little shocked that you said it so directly. After thinking for a moment, Ji Mengmeng looked at the information sheet again. As if confirming something, she gasped. Oh, right. Wanda Xin gave birth to a younger brother for Zhang Qiutong 10 years ago. However, the siblings were very close. Zhang Qiutong's family has never been estranged. Wanda Xin treated her like the apple of her eye. Xiao Jin, money is a very tempting thing. It would be fine if it was just an average amount, but it was a lot. Even if I don't know some laws, I know that if Zhang Qiutong's father really loves her, it wouldn't be too much to give her half of his assets, right? Do you think Wanda Xin would be willing to let half of her fortune fall into the hands of another woman's child? Once some people start putting on an act, they can put on an act for a lifetime. The reason for the murder couldn't be more obvious. Otherwise, there was no reason for Wanda Xin to find such an extreme man to approach Zhang Qiutong. She could find a better way to get rid of Zhang Qiutong. However, she didn't want to implicate herself. But as long as she was a little involved, some traces would always be there. The real reason couldn't be completely determined, but Wanda Xin couldn't get away with it. That was for sure. While they were discussing the murderer, the doctor and the police explained the situation to Wanda Xin. They even told her about how someone saved Zhang Qiutong. Wang Dexin's gaze immediately turned to Qiao Jin. It was Qiao Jin and Ji Mengmeng who found Zhang Qiutong by chance. In their testimony, they said that they heard strange noises in the garbage dump. This was indeed a reason. The problem was that they were driving on the main road, but why could they hear the weak moans in the suitcase from so far away? Ji Mengmeng didn't hear it, but Qiao Jin did. There was no doubt that the big boss was awesome. Ji Mengmeng used her identity to cover up this inconspicuous bug. The police didn't explain in detail. They only told Wang Dexin that the two people found Zhang Qiutong. Wang Dexin was indeed beautiful and generous. More importantly, she had an extraordinary temperament and speech. Otherwise, Zhang Qiutong's father wouldn't have taken a fancy to her. She was also the daughter of a university professor. At that time, she was quite a famous scholarly family. Her temperament and identity were excellent. Although she was married to such a man as his second wife, he was rich enough. This was a small matter. In fact, Zhang Qiutong's father wasn't as rich as he was now. After Wang Dexin married him, he became richer and richer. It was hard to say whether some things had changed at this time. I heard that you were the ones who found Tong'er. Wang Dexin walked over. Her eyes were filled with tears. She looked very sad, and it was obvious that she was upset. She looked at Qiao Jin and Ji Mengmeng and said gratefully, "Thank you so much. Thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, I don't dare to imagine my Tong'er." She was too emotional and her tone was a little choked up. She was too sad and didn't continue. In fact, Qiao Jin was still a little confused. Was this person's acting really so good? Wang Dexin's acting was really good. It was as if she was sincerely sad about Zhang Qiutong's matter, but it couldn't hide the dark aura emitted from her body. If Qiao Jin wasn't an array master, a person like Wang Dexin would be a very scary person. She looked harmless and had excellent acting skills, but she didn't know that what she wanted was your life. You're welcome. This is what we should do. Qiao Jin had a fairy-like temperament and didn't like to talk much. Ji Mengmeng first responded to Wang Dexin on her behalf. Anyone who encounters such a thing will call the police. I hope Miss Zhang will be blessed. Although Zhang Qiutong was still in the emergency treatment and they didn't know her condition, Qiao Jin just said that Zhang Qiutong would be fine. She would just need to recuperate for a long time. Her life was saved. But I heard that the murderer was crazy. My Zhang's family, if it wasn't for you. She couldn't continue. She choked up and said, the Zhang family will never forget such a great favor. If the two ladies need anything, the Zhang will definitely help. Will definitely help you twos if there is anything. If you two ladies need anything help need. And even in such a sorrowful state, she still did things properly. Most people would find it hard to refuse the Zhang family's gratitude. Ji Mengmeng also thought so. After all, the big boss was the big boss. He didn't care about money when saving people, even if the other party was the daughter of the richest man. Just as she was about to politely decline, she heard the big boss say coldly, "All right, then I'll thank Mrs. Zhang." Ji Mengmeng? Mengmeng, didn't we say that money is just a worldly possession? Oh, Mengmeng didn't say that. She even asked for 10 million yuan every time she went on a mission. Wang Dexin was surprised to hear that Qiao Jin didn't reject her. But soon, her eyes flashed with a sneer. However, this strange emotion appeared when she lowered her head. Not many people saw it, so others didn't notice it at all. That's how it should be. Please wait here for a moment. I still have to wait for Qiutong's news. If the two of you are too tired, you can rest first. I'll get the butler to book a presidential suite for you in the best hotel in the city. The girl in front of her was like a fairy. At first glance, Wang Dexin knew that she definitely had an extraordinary background. A girl with such a temperament and appearance was definitely not raised by an ordinary family. Therefore, she wouldn't make any other moves for the time being and would just do things according to the rules. Although these two people had ruined her carefully planned good thing, they were only temporarily saved. As long as they were by her side, there would be opportunities to make a move. Thinking of this, a trace of darkness flashed in Wang Dexin's eyes. When she looked up, she still had a sad look. That's not necessary. The one who spoke was still Qiao Jin. she said, we're also worried about Miss Zhang's situation. After all, we saved her. Let's wait here for Miss Zhang to be rescued so that we can be at ease. Although she felt that something was wrong, it seemed to be a normal request. Wang Dexin didn't doubt her and nodded. You're so considerate. Then sit here. Butler, go buy breakfast for these two ladies. Go buy it at Wanfu Building. They must be hungry. Wanfu Building was the largest restaurant in Xujiang City. It was very famous. Although the price was high, it still couldn't stop the long line every day. The main thing was that the taste was really good. It had become a big attraction in Xujiang City. Many people who came to Xujiang City would try it for the sake of Wanfu Building. The butler nodded and went, accompanied by a few bodyguards of the Zhang family who were guarding the hospital. At this moment, the sky was breaking and the sun was rising. It was a rare warm day. It was only the third day of the new year. It was supposed to be a good day, but she didn't expect something like this to happen. When they sat down, Xiao Jin looked around. Without waiting for Wang Dexin to take the initiative to speak, he asked, Mrs. Zhang, actually, we are a little surprised. Miss Zhang is the pearl of the Zhang family. You know that she has a noble status, but why don't you have bodyguards by her side? This was a very normal question. After all, the police had already informed them of her identity during the investigation. He was also a reporter, so it was normal for him to know who the other party was. Wang Dexin didn't react at all, as if she had already expected this question. She wiped her tears and said, It's all my fault. Qiu Tong is usually a very opinionated person. She knows that she has an extraordinary identity, but she doesn't want to use her father's identity to show off. Other than when she was young, she has been alone since she started school and worked. No one knows that she is the daughter of the Zhang family. She said that an ordinary person doesn't have a reason to be protected, and that she is even more eye-catching. Besides, this is a lawful society, so we never thought that such an accident would happen. After all, there were so many rich people out there, and everyone seemed to have branded bags. Even if they were crazy, they wouldn't openly kidnap and rob people on the streets. The police weren't to be trifled with. Therefore, being kidnapped wasn't a problem for them. Instead, it was meeting these crazy people who were killed for love that was unexpected. Hearing this, Xiao Jin curled her lips. It was a good excuse. Ji Mingming's acting skills were not that good. She stared at Wang Dexin with her eyes wide open. God, with such acting skills, if the boss had not said that she was the mastermind, she would not have been able to see through Wang Dexin. It was too scary. Ji Mingming felt a chill run down her spine when she thought about how Zhang Qiutong was treated like her life for so many years. Ji Mingming's ability as an array master had been discovered at a young age and she had joined the spirit group. Although she had seen many things, most of them were spiritual readers using their abilities to do bad things. Everyone was evil, and she had seen very little scheming. She had also been raised well by the spirit group. It was the first time she had met someone like Wang Dexin. It was not an exaggeration to say that her scalp was numb. Because she knew that her acting skills were not good, she was afraid that Wang Dexin would notice something. She lowered her head and played games on her phone absent-mindedly. It was not that Wang Dexin did not pay attention to them. The reason why she was 2 hours late was because she had investigated everything. The two of them passing by the garbage station at night could actually hear Zhang Qiutong's cry for help. This was not right. She glanced at Xiao Jin and said sadly, I still don't know the surnames of the two ladies. I was confused for a moment. Xiao Jin said calmly, my surname is Qiao, her surname is Ji. Miss Qiao, Miss Ji. Wang Dexin called out and asked, I don't think the two of you are from Sujiang? Xiao Jin suddenly laughed, yes, we came from the capital. We originally came here to settle some matters and just happened to meet Miss Zhang when we finished. It's all thanks to us going out at night. Otherwise, we wouldn't have met Miss Zhang. Hearing this, Wang Dexin lowered her eyes and a trace of viciousness flashed in her eyes. It was really a coincidence. For a while, no one spoke. Wang Dexin tried her best to look sad. A few of the Zhang family's relatives seemed to have come to take a look, but they had things to do. After knowing that Zhang Qiutong was still being rescued, they could only leave. The butler bought breakfast for them. Xiao Jin did not refuse. After all, she had not eaten breakfast. He and Ji Mengmeng did not sleep the entire night. The food tasted pretty good. It wasn't until 8 in the morning that the doctor walked out of the emergency room. He was sweating profusely as he said to Wang Dexin, "We've saved her. Fortunately, she's fine. However, because the knife wound damaged her kidneys, it's very likely that there will be repercussions. As for the specifics, we'll have to wait for Miss Zhang to recover." Wang Dexin heaved a sigh of relief as if she had received a life-saving elixir. She couldn't help but fall limp. She was supported by the housekeeper. Her lips were pale and tears were glistening in her eyes. "Lucky, really lucky. My Tong-er, where is Tong-er? He has just been rescued, so he needs to be sent to the intensive care unit first. If there are no major problems, he can be transferred to the ward later." As they spoke, Zhang Qiutong was wheeled out. Because she had just undergone surgery, her nose was still covered with an oxygen mask. She was now unconscious. There were still some bruises on his face. It seemed like he had been beaten up before. "Tong-er." When Wang Dexin saw Zhang Qiutong, she burst into tears. Her cry seemed to make Zhang Qiutong's eyelashes flutter. Ji Mengmeng, who was behind her, felt a chill run down her spine. Oh my god. It was too scary. Her acting skills were too scary. Who would be able to handle it? Seeing that Wang Dexin had followed Zhang Qiutong to the ward, the butler came over to deal with Xiao Jin and Ji Mengmeng. "Thank you, Mississippi Miss is fine now, but she hasn't woken up yet. If you want to wait for Miss Zhang to wake up, you should let her know who saved her." The butler was kind-hearted and the matter he proposed was exactly what Xiao Jin wanted. She nodded. "Okay, but we still have some things to do in Shijiang City. When Miss Zhang wakes up, you can let us know." "Okay, Miss Chiao, please leave your contact information and account number. When Master comes back, we will give you a big gift to thank you." It was necessary to give a big gift to thank her for saving a life. Xiao Jin didn't refuse. After leaving her contact information, she left with Ji Mengmeng. Ji Mengmeng was a little confused. "Where are we going? Wang Dexin is so scary. Are we not going to do anything?" After all, they had saved her. The first time was the first time, but what about the second time? Even if you know that she is the murderer, you have no evidence. Xiao Jin stared at Ji Mengmeng coldly. "I am sure that Wang Dexin didn't interfere on the surface, unless the murderer contacted her. So, we are going to investigate the murderer now. Do you have a way to let us meet the murderer? If it is a special investigation, I can." As a special department, they had this kind of power. Using the channel, they soon met the murderer who hurt Zhang Qiutong. Wei Xiaojia. To be honest, this person's looks were not bad. Otherwise, Zhang Qiutong would not have taken a fancy to him. His face was thin and long, and his facial features were somewhat dull. He had known Zhang Qiutong since university, and he had been pestering Zhang Qiutong. He had finally caught up with her, but he was exposed too quickly. His insatiable greed angered Zhang Qiutong's friends. When he saw two girls who he had never met before, he was a little surprised. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" Xiao Jin stared at him for a while and calculated his fate. After a while, she curled her lips. "I understand." Wei Xiaojia was creeped out by her stare. Ji Mengmeng was also a little confused. What the F***ck, the big boss knew the ins and outs of the matter with just one look. This was a special investigation, so there were no surveillance cameras or wiretaps. With Xiao Jin around, he was not afraid. She looked at Wei Xiaojia with a smile and suddenly said, "How much money did that number transfer to your parents? Hurting someone is not a small matter. The person you hurt is the daughter of the richest man in Sujiang City. You know that with the other party's status, they will definitely make you beg for death. You will be in jail for at least 10 years. When you come out after 10 years, you will be a university student. Because of that, your life will be ruined because of being in jail. The Zhang family will not let you stay in Sujiang City." Wei Xiaojia's face began to twitch when he heard the words "how much money." His mental fortitude was strong when it came to killing people, but this time, his acting was not very good. He lowered his head and avoided the question. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't know, but I know. Xiaojin was still smiling faintly. You are good at acting. You pretended to have a falling out with your family. That person gave you 10 million yuan and promised to immigrate your parents to Cherry Blossom. When you come out, you can also go to Cherry Blossom to reunite with your parents. There, the Zhang family can't control you. However, the other party wanted Zhang Qiutong to die. Now that Zhang Qiutong is not dead and you have been arrested, do you think the other party will really care about you? Wei Xiaojia lowered his head, his pupils constricting. Impossible. He had never told anyone about this. Even his parents were not sure. How did this person in front of him know everything? She did not even ask anything when she came in. How did she know the whole story with just a few glances? Actually, you don't have much information because you don't even know who sent you the money. You only know that the other party wants Zhang Qiutong dead. You knew that her family wasn't simple, but you didn't expect her to be the daughter of the Zhang family. In fact, you regretted it. You knew that even if you exposed the person who transferred the money, it would be useless. You had no evidence. The money was transferred to you through a special channel. The source of the money couldn't be found on the market. The other party's hands and feet were much cleaner and more professional than yours. You're just a knife user, but it's a pity that you didn't use it well enough. If you don't expose it, at least your parents can spend the money. You won't lose out even if you go to jail for 10 years. You might even get additional compensation. Ji Mengmeng, damn, this big shot is awesome, damn, the matter was clear in just a few sentences. Wasn't it obvious who the person who sent the money was? It was Wan Dexin. Wan Dexin's acting skills were superb. How could she not have some tricks up her sleeves? It would be impossible to find out the source of the money now, but it would be different if someone else intervened. No matter what she said, she had to say it herself before someone else would do it. The person who did it, but if they were implicated in the murder case, would the other party help Wan Dexin hide it? Of course, Wan Dexin would have considered this. Things would eventually be exposed. She definitely had a way to protect herself. Wei Xiaojia's body began to tremble. From the purpose to his scheme, the other party had revealed everything clearly. It was as if she could read his mind. But how did she know? Was she a criminal psychologist sent by the police? She had actually guessed the thoughts of others so clearly. But you have to know that you're not the only one who knows that your parents took the money and are going to Sakura Island. Do you think your own life is more important or your parents' lives? I can guarantee you that the person who killed Zhang Qiutong will be dealt with cleanly. Your parents will most likely not be able to escape. As for you, a prisoner, dying in prison is a very normal thing, don't you think so? Xiao Jin's words made Wei Xiaojia's hair stand on end. He raised his head abruptly and looked at Xiao Jin in horror. He just didn't think of this point. He didn't think that in addition to killing Zhang Qiutong, the other party also wanted to kill them to silence them. Ji Mengmeng also reacted at this moment and widened her eyes. That's right. If Zhang Qiutong is dead, there will be nothing to worry about. Then wouldn't the murderers who made the deal become a worry? You don't know the other party, so they can pretend to kill your family by accident and cut off all the clues. Dead people tell no tales. Wei Xiaojia was so frightened by this sentence that he trembled. At this moment, he couldn't care less. Tears immediately flowed out. I didn't do it on purpose. I also regret it very much. I regret it now. Please save me, save my parents, Xiao Jin said. Today's conversation will not be known by anyone. If you want to save yourself, immediately report this key information to the police. The rest will be investigated by others. You just have to wait for the news. Where are my parents? Xiao Jin said with a smile, you did something wrong. Your parents are innocent. At most, they won't get the money. You just have to pay the price. When they came out of the police station, Xiao Jin and the rest knew that Wei Xiaojia would confess to the police. Ji Mengmeng was still a little confused. Did he want to kill Zhang Qiutong because he was paid, or did he want to kill her? Both. He's the most impulsive kind. When he approached Zhang Qiutong, he was already investigated. Ji Mengmeng was stunned. Xiao Jin looked at her. With Zhang Qiutong's status, how could she be afraid of being pestered? With her stepmother's means, Zhang Qiutong could make Wei Xiaojia disappear completely. Why do you think Wang Dexin watched Zhang Qiutong be pestered? Ji Mengmei was speechless. F***ck, that was awesome. Xiao Jin was awesome, but it also proved that Wang Dexin was really scary. She had already planned this. Murder of love, what a perfect factor. Wei Xiaojia probably had a criminal record, so his impulsive murder of love would not be suspected. Then I still don't understand. Wang Dexin could pretend that she didn't know anything. Why did she use money to provoke Wei Xiaojia? Without a reason, Wei Xiaojia might not have killed her. He was jealous because Zhang Qiutong dumped him first. He probably wanted to do something impulsive, but he might not have dared to kill her. He just received a message from Wang Dexin and was completely blinded by the 10 million yuan. After all, Wang Dexin promised to send him abroad after the matter was done. She even transferred 10 million yuan first. Wei Xiaojia was impulsive and stupid. It was too easy for him to take the bait. Ji Mengmei suddenly understood and said, "Why are you involved in this matter?" Xiao Jin sked. If it weren't for Zhang Qiutong's special status, I wouldn't have encountered such a thing. Since I'm involved, I'll do it to the end. She had to think of a way. At least, she couldn't let Zhang Qiutong be here. If her stepmother wasn't dealt with quickly, Zhang Qiutong's life would be in danger. Not long after, the housekeeper called and said that Zhang Qiutong had woken up. She knew about her savior and wanted to see them. Xiao Jin agreed. When she went, she received a call from Xianxia. Did something happen to you in Xuzhou? This was not an investigation, but a sudden premonition. It was also in Xuzhou City, so he guessed that it had something to do with Xiao Jin. Yes, I found a new array point, so I'll be delayed for a while. Also, I need your help. She told him about Wang Dexin and asked, how do you think we should solve this? Xianxia smiled. His voice was soft, but the words he said were chilling. Since some things have been done, there is no need to worry about whether it is a normal method. We are not ordinary people, so there is no need to use ordinary methods. Since she has done it, it is enough to let her say it herself. Xiao Jin pursed his lips and thought that it was true since she had already intervened to this extent. Zhang Qiutong's father would probably arrive home at night. Since that was the case, it was better to let him see it with his own eyes. With an idea in mind, she replied, all right. Xianxia couldn't hide his smile. Looks like you're going to meet another rich woman. He knew that among the group of people that Xiao Jin had raised, Gua Julian had inherited a few hundred million. The people that she had found after her were all richer than the last. He felt that something was off. Xiao Jin sighed and said, it's not my money. I have you, and that is enough. Since there was no distinction between them now, Xiao Jin had Xianxia. Wouldn't that cancel out hundreds of Zhang Qiutong? When Xianxia heard this, his smile deepened. He sounded very happy. Yes, what's mine is yours. After talking to Xianxia, Xiao Jin hung up the phone. Ji Mengmei sighed. Boyfriend. Xiao Jin nodded. Ji Mengmei looked at her. I'm envious of you and happy for you. She found a compatible one. After all, they knew about Xianxia. Of course, she was worthy of Xiao Jin. Talking to Xianxia was a rare moment of relaxation. After all, the Rakshasa realm appeared above her head. However, there were some things that were useless even if you were anxious. The breakthrough of the Rakshasa realm was not now. She had to find her remaining array points step by step. There were two more. There were two more burial pits that had not appeared. Everything seemed to be about to open. Xiao Jin sighed. When they arrived at the hospital, it was already daytime. Wang Dexin changed her clothes and stayed by Zhang Qiutong's side. Zhang Qiutong's face was full of injuries, but her eyes were particularly bright. When she saw Xiao Jin, her eyes widened as if she was looking forward to it. She opened her mouth to Xiao Jin. Her surname is Qiao. Wang Dexin reminded her in a low voice, the other one is Miss Ji. Zhang Qiutong looked at Xiao Jin with a grateful expression. Miss Qiao, Miss Ji. Her voice was smooth, but she was a little weak, so she sounded weak. Xiao Jin nodded and smiled. Are you better? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Zhang. Qiutong blinked and looked at her. I'm fine. I'm fine. Except for the pain sometimes and the fact that she kept thinking about being stabbed, she felt okay now. After all, the matter was over. She survived. This was the greatest blessing. Have a good rest. Xiao Jin was not very familiar with her, so they did not talk much. She only asked Zhang Qiutong to have a good rest. She and Ji Mengmeng found an excuse to leave. You're leaving just like that? She received news from the police station. When Wei Xiaojia's matter was reported, the police immediately knew that it was a big matter. They were not in a hurry to inform Wan Dexin. As Zhang Qiutong's father was still on the plane and could not be contacted, they began to investigate on their own. It's fine. This matter will end tonight. Xiao Jin let out a light breath. She didn't want to waste too much time here, mainly because she wanted to go back and see Song Yanqing. Perhaps it was because of their strong sense of foreboding. At this time, Xiao Jin only wanted to spend as much time as possible with Song Yanqing. For some things, one had to think of the worst possible outcome. If there was really no way to salvage the situation, she and Song Yanqing would probably only be together for a short while. After Wan Dexin and the others left, Zhang Qiutong's body was weak and she fell into a deep sleep in the afternoon. It was almost nighttime again. After dinner, she received news that Zhang Qiutong's father's flight was delayed and would arrive in the country in about an hour. He asked her to wait at the hospital first. She looked at Zhang Qiutong, who was lying on the hospital bed. She didn't know why, but she suddenly had a strong desire to confide in her. It was as if there was a thought urging her to tell her opinion of Zhang Qiutong. This thought was too logical. For a moment, she only felt that something was wrong. Her mouth opened and closed, and she began to say terrible things. I've always liked you. You grew up by my side. How can a mother not like you? Even if there are no feelings, I've always treated you as my daughter for more than 10 years. She gently wiped her tears and looked at Zhang Qiutong, who was unconscious on the bed. She had been given a sleeping injection mainly to let her sleep soundly. Wan Dexin was not afraid that she would wake up. But how can there be so many ifs in this world? Your father still can't see your mother. I've been married to him for so many years. What did I want? He's very good to me, but he would mention your mother from time to time. There's no woman who doesn't mind. Later on, I gave birth to your brother. After all, apart from you and your brother, I should have a share of the Zhang family's assets. Your father should know how much I've helped him all these years. I didn't expect him to be so ruthless. He left all his assets to you, but I didn't have a single cent after all these years. My son deserves what he has. What about me? Her eyes were filled with hatred. I'm younger than him. Who knows when he'll die in front of me? He didn't even leave anything for me. You're not that outstanding. It's a problem whether you can control the Zhang family in the future. I've done my best for the Zhang family for so many years. How can you get half of the assets without doing anything? Wei Xiaojia is a good person, right? That was my arrangement. If you continued to date him honestly, you'd at most suffer a little after marrying him. But you had to break up with him to anger him. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many problems. As she spoke, she felt that something was wrong. She couldn't control herself at all. These were all her thoughts. It was so simple and crude as she said it word by word. She felt the hair on her back stand up. When she felt that something was wrong, she turned around in a panic. Zhang Qiutong's father, Zhang Chenhua, was with a group of doctors and housekeepers. They looked at her in disbelief. When they came in, they didn't make a sound. She didn't hear anything at all. That was impossible, Wan Dexin screamed subconsciously. She felt that she had finally let go of her control. Her mouth trembled as she shouted, "Hubby! You! Aren't you? Wasn't it an hour before he arrived?" At this moment, she couldn't care less about who told her the news. The truth was right in front of her eyes. Zhang Chenhua was back and heard her talking to herself. The good image she had maintained for so many years as a good wife and mother had all collapsed in an instant. It was all because of an inexplicable confession. She didn't want to say it at all. How could such a vigilant person like her expose her purpose in the ward so easily? This is not right, not right. Unfortunately, it was too late. Zhang Chenhua pointed at her and stammered, You were the one behind Xiao Tong's incident? Just because of half of his assets? Just because of half of his assets? Are you even human, Wang Dexin? That's your daughter, the daughter you raised for more than 10 years. Even if you don't think about her, why don't you ask her if she will use that half of her assets to show filial piety to you in the future? These words struck Wang Dexin's mind like a bolt of lightning. She suddenly remembered her father's words when she was young. De Xian, I named you De Xian not because I want you to be talented in both art and virtue, but because I want you to have a good moral character. You don't have to have a warm personality, but a good moral character is something that everyone should have. Wang Dexin, who was supposed to be asleep on the hospital bed, had a teardrop at the corner of her eye. She didn't know when she woke up, but she heard her stepmother's words clearly. Actually, she shouldn't be a stepmother. She was raised by Wang Dexin since she was young. Even if they weren't biological, there was no doubt that they were mother and daughter. She had never doubted her mother. A stepmother killing her own stepdaughter was not something pleasant to hear. Especially for a special family like Zhang Qiutong's. If the news was exposed, it could be imagined how big the news would be. After all, they had been husband and wife for more than 10 years. Zhang Qiutong's father had feelings for Wang Dexin. He just couldn't believe it at all and realized that Wang Dexin couldn't tolerate Zhang Qiutong after all. The matter still needed to be investigated, but he didn't intend to go further. He just said it clearly. Stay abroad for the rest of your life. Don't come back. Our son is both yours and mine. Do you want him to stay by my side to study or do you want to take him away? It's up to you. I won't leave out anything that should be left to him. A stepmother wanted to kill her daughter. No matter how stupid he was, he couldn't let Wang Dexin continue to stay in the Zhang family. He didn't kill her in the end because Zhang Qiutong didn't die. If Zhang Qiutong died, then this matter would obviously not be settled. Wang Dexin knew that she was guilty in her heart. She didn't say anything and left the Zhang family that night. The follow-up matter would naturally be pushed to Wei Xiaojia. Someone should pay the main responsibility for this matter. Ji Mengmeng also received the news, which proved that this matter was completed. She was just a little puzzled. Why don't Zhang Qiutong's father send Wang Dexin to prison? His daughter almost died. She didn't die, did she? Xiao Jin said lightly, the relationship between him and Wang Dexin for more than 10 years is not fake. After all, he couldn't do it. Ji Mengmeng spat. If anyone kills my daughter, I will definitely kill their whole family. Wang Dexin is his wife. He is too kind. She didn't understand. In fact, Xiao Jin didn't understand either. But it didn't matter if he didn't understand. His purpose was to ensure that Zhang Qiutong was fine. Wang Dexin couldn't do anything to Zhang Qiutong. As for the follow-up matter, if Zhang Qiutong's father didn't get rid of Wang Dexin, if there were any accidents in the future, Zhang Qiutong's father should pay the price. He should know better than anyone the principle of letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Even if he couldn't go back home, as long as Wang Dexin still missed him, there would be a chance to make a move sooner or later. If Zhang Qiutong didn't have any connections, they were actually just strangers who didn't know each other. Xiao Jin didn't care too much about strangers, but thinking that Zhang Qiutong's father didn't handle things cleanly, he was afraid that there would be trouble in the future. Xiao Jin thought for a moment and called Mo Jiang. I found another person. This person's identity is rather special. She's currently in Shijiang City. Her name is Zhang Qiutong, and she's the daughter of the richest man there. Mo Jiang was originally lazing around at home, but when he heard this, he immediately perked up. The daughter of the richest man? Even if he wasn't the richest man in the country, being the richest man in a city was already a big deal. Mo Jiang was elated at that time. Look at you. How did you manage to find someone who's getting richer and richer? Gua Julian, this little rich lady, was already generous enough. Xiao Jin even found the daughter of the richest man, it was simply too surprising. She's not very safe, so she can't stay by her father's side. Xiao Jin thought for a moment and said, I'm not very familiar with the other party, so I can't make this request. Come to Shijiang City. No matter what method you use, just let her go to the capital and stay by your side. That's not a problem. She was still good at kidnapping people. Didn't she easily cheat Fan Zhaoyao away in the past? Of course, Zhang Qiutong wasn't Fan Zhaoyao, but she was a fair, rich, and beautiful lady who was mesmerized by a phoenix man. She had just suffered psychological trauma, so her vigilance was probably not strong. After everything is done, Qiao Jin returns to the capital. When she returns to the Mu family, she looks up at the sky. The sky is still blue. In recent years, the atmosphere in the capital looks much better than before. If it weren't for the matter of the Luosha world, the world would still be running normally. No one would realize that something terrible is about to happen. There are 2 more matrix points. If they can't be found, it will be a big problem. The remaining 2 corresponding burial pits haven't appeared yet, which means that the time is not up yet, but it will be soon. Some things can't be hidden sooner or later. After returning to the Mu family, she doesn't come back for 2 days. She just makes a simple phone call. When she comes home, Xiao Fei scolds her, "I can't control you now. You, marry into the Song family as soon as possible. I think only the Lord Song can control you a little." Muzilian says sarcastically, "He can control her, but do you think Brother Yanqing is the kind of person who will control her?" Qiao Jin says helplessly, "I just have to deal with something recently." She glances at Xiao Fei and then at Muzilian. It's just the beginning of the new year, but everyone is very busy. Mu Zhenming takes Mu Qiji to visit business partners. The old man also has his own social circle. There seem to be only a few idle people in the family. Qiao Jin looks at them and feels a little emotional. How peaceful it is to look at all this. 10,000 years ago, she didn't experience such an ordinary family life. 10,000 years later, this time is too short. After being scolded by Xiao Fei, she doesn't say anything. When she goes upstairs, she suddenly turns to look at Xiao Fei, Fei. Xiao Fei says, "Ah," and then Qiao Jin says, "If one day I disappear completely, don't miss me. Live your life well." Xiao Fei, the mobile phone in her hand falls to the ground. "What did you say? What are you talking about?" Xiao Fei was frightened by her words. "What are you going to do? How did you disappear?" Qiao Jin's world was already strange enough. Now that Qiao Jin said this, Xiao Fei had an ominous premonition. Her eyes immediately turned red. Even the frivolous Muzilian was startled and sat up straight. "What are you going to do?" It sounded like his last words. Xiao Jin said indifferently, "I'm just saying it casually. It's just a possibility. Don't think too much about it. Maybe nothing will happen." This meant that something was about to happen. Muzilian was stunned. Xiao Fei burst into tears. "What are you going to do?" Seeing Xiao Fei crying, Qiao Jin had an indescribable feeling in his heart. But this was her personality. She couldn't say anything that was too certain. She could disappear forever in order to stop the Rakshasa world. Even if he said something to comfort Xiao Fei now, if she really disappeared, Xiao Fei would still be sad and desperate. It was better to have some expectations. But he couldn't bear to see Xiao Fei so sad. "Don't cry. I'm just saying it casually." "Can some words be said casually?" Xiao Fei sniffled and looked at Qiao Jin. She felt that something was wrong. Qiao Jin's tone just now didn't sound like he was saying his last words. But what would happen to Qiao Jin? Qiao Jin didn't say anything, but Xiao Fei was scared to tears. When Mu Zhenming came back at night, she told him about it. Mu Zhenming and Mu Qiji frowned. "She really said that? How could it be fake? I felt that something was wrong at the time, but she refused to tell me the details." Xiao Fei's eyes were still filled with tears. "What do you think she's going to do? Why did this matter sound so serious? There was even a possibility that she might disappear forever. Wasn't that digging her heart out?" The men from the Mu family looked at each other, but they didn't know what Qiao Jin was going to do. After all, the world she lived in was indeed different from ordinary people. Sometimes, they couldn't predict what she would do. Mu Zhenming could only comfort Xiao Fei first. "She knows what she's doing." It was because of this that he said this sentence as if he was giving Xiao Fei a heads up in advance. Of course, this made people have a bad feeling in their hearts. Xiao Fei immediately cried again. Mu Zhenming, in the end, they still couldn't come to a conclusion. When they asked Xiao Jin said that it was fine. She only said that there were many possibilities, and this kind of danger couldn't be ruled out. Regardless of this point, life still had to go on. The lives of ordinary people wouldn't change at all. During this week, Xiao Jin also stayed at home, waiting for the spirit team to continue to send news about the burial pit. Unexpectedly, He Yao came to find her first. She hadn't seen He Yao for a while, but she also received a New Year's greeting from He Yao over the phone. Recently, He Yao had been very busy. Now, she had to take the time to meet Xiao Jin. It was about the huge whirlpool that had recently appeared in the Pacific Ocean. This matter was getting more and more intense. Instead of disappearing, the whirlpool was gradually expanding. All the detectors, radars, and all kinds of instruments around it would malfunction. Ships within 100 miles would be attracted to it, unless they were investigating from high up in the sky. Now, no one dared to go near that place. The spiritual psychics instinctively felt that something was wrong. The spirit team abroad had already sent news back, asking the people in the country to investigate what this strange huge whirlpool represented. It's about the vortex. You should have seen the news on the internet recently, right? There was an unconcealable tiredness on He Yao's brows, a clear indication of how busy they had been. Actually, it's far more serious than what the internet says. According to the people who found the vortex when it first appeared, they heard a unique sound when they approached the vortex. It was inaudible to human ears, but it was like the sound directly appeared in one's brain. It was very stimulating and reminded one of the scariest things in one's heart. We can't get close to the vortex anymore. The pilots observing from above will hear this sound. It's a particularly strong hint. Those who hear it will not be able to suppress the darkness in their hearts, and they will be reminded of the saddest things in their lives. He Yao looked at Xiao Jin expectantly. So I'm here to ask you, do you know anything about this vortex? Xiao Jin had always been resourceful, so He Yao was used to coming to her whenever she had a problem. Xiao Jin indeed knew. She looked at He Yao and slowly smiled. Actually, you don't have to care about it, and you don't have to go near it. He Yao was a little puzzled. We will definitely observe such a strange and dangerous place. Are we really not going to care about it? Because you can't do anything about it. Xiao Jin's words made He Yao's heart skip a beat. What do you mean by that? Xiao Jin said, some things involve too many things that you can no longer control. I can tell you what it is. It's the junction, the entrance to another world. He Yao's eyes widened in shock. The matter of being a spiritual reader was still a fantasy, but she had never thought of such a terrifying thought as another world. Even though the scientists had always been suspicious, it was clear that the world they suspected wasn't in existence like the Rakshasa world. You can't pass through that world, and they can't pass through, but they will appear at a certain time. Once they arrive, this world will be plunged into misery and suffering, and all civilization will cease to exist. He Yao didn't know what to say when he explained the terrifying consequences in 2 simple sentences. That world is the Rakshasa world. Perhaps in a few months, or even sooner, the entrance at the border will open, and countless demons will surge over. You can't do anything about it. Then, we can't just stand by and watch. He Yao was anxious. If what you said is true, it'll be the end of the world. Xiao Jin sighed slightly. The reason why I can't rush is because I haven't found some key things yet. This involves the key to sealing off the Rakshasa world. I will deal with this matter, but for now, I can say that you can't do anything about it. Because the things on the other side can't come over, you'd better not court death. I don't want you to open the entrance prematurely because of some inexplicable experiment while I'm waiting for the right time. After watching too many movies with Xiao Fei, some ideas were naturally more dangerous. Because this did seem like something humans would do. When He Yao heard this, how could she not understand what he meant? She carefully probed, you mean there won't be any danger now, but we can't do anything about it? You're already dealing with it? Xiao Jin nodded. Seeing Xiao Jin nod, He Yao's heart gradually relaxed. For some reason, she trusted Xiao Jin, as if as long as Xiao Jin was here, nothing would happen even if the sky collapsed. She could handle it. But then, He Yao suddenly felt that her thoughts were too shameless, Actually, what did all this have to do with her? She didn't have to sacrifice for them. It was one thing for her to bear it, but it was another thing for her to bear it. Fortunately, Xiaojin didn't say much. With the answer to this question in mind, He Yao nervously returned to the spirit group. He Yao's answer soon caused an uproar. That vortex was actually the entrance to another world. Xiaojin clearly knew that He Yao would report back to her, but she didn't stop her. This news spread very quickly, and almost everyone in the spirit group knew about it. However, the news was kept secret. It was fine if they knew about it, but they absolutely couldn't let ordinary people know about it. Otherwise, it would be a panic before the end of the world. Panic was indeed a panic, but the spirit group had to hold the line. He Yao had brought back that Xiaojin knew that it was another world. She was also preparing a way to deal with it, so it was best for the spirit group not to do anything unnecessary. After all, Xiaojin's prestige in the spirit group was enough, even if she wasn't a member of the spirit group. Not long after, the news reached Song Yanqing's ears. He thought of the twists and turns and met with Xiaojin. There were indeed a lot of things to do recently. Even if the end of the world was coming, they still had things to deal with. When he saw Xiaojin, he just patted her head and said, "Don't think too much. Everything will be fine." But whether it would be fine or not, they all knew in their hearts. The same thing had happened 10,000 years ago. Xiaojin sat there, still smiling. There was no panic. He just smiled at Song Yanqing. "I know what you mean. I just think that the Rakshasa world is just like that. I just want to know, what did you do 10,000 years ago? What price did he pay to go to the Rakshasa world?" He said that there was no way, and opening the entrance was the only hope. He saw countless endings. But there was always a way to solve things. The one that Song Yanqing could not see was the final ending. It was precisely because he could not see it that the ending must be in an unimaginable way. He must have seen a corner of it, which was why he left it until 10,000 years later. Even she herself knew about it. Otherwise, she would not have left 9 array points. She had set up an escape route early in the morning, which had something to do with the memories she had really lost. Song Yanqing's eyes were still as gentle as ever. He looked at her with tenderness like water. "Actually, I'm not too sure either. I always feel that what happened back then is very vague." He did not completely integrate the memories from 10,000 years ago. Just like Xiaojin, there was a blank space in their memories. This blank space involved everything. Song Yanqing and she both knew that everything was about to come to an end. After the two of them finished talking, they originally planned to have fun for a while, but perhaps they could not wait any longer. Xiaojin received a message from Ji Mengmeng. "Another corpse burial pit has appeared." Her voice was filled with excitement at this moment, and there was a different kind of gnashing of teeth. "You can't believe it. It's something that only animals can do." Ji Mengmeng was still so angry even though she had seen so many corpse burial pits before. This meant that the new corpse burial pit must be very shocking and despairing. After Xiaojin and Song Yanqing finished talking, they immediately rushed to the airport. When Xiaojin saw the new corpse burial pit this time, he knew why Ji Mengmeng was so angry. Because it was indeed extremely tragic. That scene would definitely make people's hearts jump. This time, the people who died inside were not twisted humans. They were all children's bones. They were all children, there were more than 10,000 of them. When Xiaojin saw this, his eyelids twitched. Just as she had expected, the last burial pit was filled with tens of thousands of children, except for those of spiritual readers. This could no longer be described as a beast. Mo Feihuan. He had completely broken away from the category of humans. Xiaojin even had reason to believe that he was already a mutant of the Rakshasa realm. He had made so many deals with the Rakshasa realm, so how could he still maintain his complete humanity? When the inspectors were cleaning up the children's skeletons, those who were more emotional could not bear to see this scene. They were weeping as they cleaned up. Small skeletons were buried in this pit. Perhaps they hadn't had the chance to enjoy life when they were just born, or perhaps they had already suffered a lot in the mortal world and didn't expect to be tortured like this after death. Ji Mengmeng said with a trembling voice, "The oldest child here is no more than 10 years old. Tens of thousands of corpses. Who knew how many years it had taken to collect them, or rather, how long it had taken to find these children? It was too cruel. Xiaojin was also a little silent. She slowly exhaled. It was in this corpse burial pit that she found a strange thing. Formation point. The formation point could appear in places other than the human body. She did not expect that there would be a formation point here. That formation point was being suppressed by layers upon layers of bones. If not for Xiaojin's powerful sensing ability, he would not have been able to sense its existence. The moment he summoned it, the formation point spun in midair and actually charged straight into Xiaojin's body. This time, the formation point was not like before when it was subdued by Xiaojin. Instead, it was like a part of Xiaojin's body. When it crashed into his body, Xiaojin heard a sky full of cries, but it was like the chanting of the great Tao. All kinds of overlapping, like a scene of heaven and hell coexisting. It was unbelievable. This was the 8th formation point. But, the moment the formation point crashed into his body, Xiaojin finally understood. There were indeed 9 formation points, but there were no 9 formation points in the first place. Because the 9th formation point was herself. When the last formation point was found, it produced a change in Xiaojin's body, bringing back a part of Xiaojin's damaged memories. At the same time, far away in the imperial capital, Emojiang and the others felt their hearts beating strangely, as if they were not calm. Different from the earth-shattering scene Xiaojin had imagined, these 9 formation points, just like what he had seen before, peacefully disappeared, and finally peacefully gathered again. Guo and the others did not even feel any changes in their bodies. They only felt slightly confused, as if their hearts were empty, but this feeling was fleeting. The other 7 formation points surged towards Xiaojin like balls of flowing light. It was as simple as when Xiaojin had subdued those formation points. Origin formation. Born in heaven and earth, returned to heaven and earth. This was a strange formation, so strange that Xiaojin did not even know its meaning, but he understood its function. It could lock down everything that had happened in the past, and could also restore everything clearly. However, this formation did not lock Xiaojin's memories. When the 9 formation points were combined into one, the devouring array suddenly shook. A huge purple butterfly appeared in the sky. It seemed to let out a clear cry, and its huge body pointed in a direction. All of this happened right under Xiaojin's nose, but no one else could see it clearly. Ji Mengmeng glanced at Xiaojin and said, "Big Boss Xiao, what are you thinking about?" Xiaojin suddenly woke up. "I need to go somewhere." The origin array didn't lock up her memories, but converged towards the final direction. Luosha world. She held the key to the Rakshasa realm, and the origin array was the key. However, one had to pay a huge price to go to the Rakshasa realm. Although he did not know why, Xiaojin already felt that the answer to everything was at the entrance of the border. Ji Mengmeng was a little confused. "Where are you going?" Xiaojin said, "The border." She left behind these 2 words, and her figure completely disappeared. She was about to get the answer. Because there was no time, she directly teleported over. The last demonic spiritual seed in her hand paid the price, and she arrived above the whirlpool of the Pacific Ocean. When she appeared, there was a calm ocean in front of her. If not for the huge whirlpool directly in front of her, and the abyss below was unfathomable, perhaps this would be a rare spectacle. She suddenly appeared on the surface of the ocean, but because all the instruments here would malfunction, and only a few could work in the sky, they could not get close, so no one would discover her. When she calmly looked at the huge whirlpool, the black whirlpool was like the huge mouth of a monster. In front of this huge whirlpool, humans would naturally feel powerless. It was as if they were facing something terrifying. She could even imagine what terrifying things would surge out from behind the whirlpool. As she approached, the vibration of the devourer became more obvious. The law array point jumped out from her body. For the first time, the huge disc said something that did not conform to the law: "You have to go in." It was an affirmative sentence, not a question. Xiaojin glanced at it. The law had its own consciousness. Of course, it did not completely belong to Xiaojin. It could choose whether to go or not. However, the array point could not form a connection with the world on the other side. The disc suddenly expanded above the whirlpool, covering the huge whirlpool. She suddenly felt a pulling sensation in her mind. The devourer seemed to be frantically trying to go over. It clearly did not have such fluctuations 10,000 years ago. The devourer brought her body closer to the whirlpool step by step. The shocking space-tearing ability had begun to appear. It was another world, a world that humans could not go to. If they went, they would die. She could not pay any price, and there was no space array point. She should not go over. However, she felt that she had to go over. The devourer also had to go over. It was she who wanted to go over. In an instant, it was as if the long river of time had passed in her mind. Some things disappeared very quickly. The words on the disc changed again. Go. You should know. The law was guarding there. It had no intention of leaving. It enveloped the entire whirlpool as if it was the last guardian. Xiaojin nodded and looked at the depths of the whirlpool. The ocean was screaming. Because of the high-speed rotation, the vibrations caused by it seemed like something was issuing a huge threat through the curtain of the ocean. No one could survive inside. If they entered the whirlpool, they would be torn into pieces in the blink of an eye. She knew that she should not go, but she knew that she would be fine. Someone had already paid the price for her. She blinked, then smiled softly and plunged into the depths of the whirlpool. She was too small. In comparison, the human body was like a speck of dust. She couldn't cause any vibrations. After entering, the vortex didn't seem to have even the slightest ripple. It was still spinning. Under the ocean, there seemed to be all kinds of fish swimming by the side of the whirlpool from time to time. They seemed to be unaffected, and the weather was as usual. No one noticed what was wrong, just as no one would have thought that someone had entered another world through the vortex. Thousands of miles away, Xianxia, who was in the middle of a discussion, suddenly froze when he sensed that something was wrong. His face was still the same, but the light in his eyes dimmed in an instant. Then, he suddenly fell on the table, as if he had fainted. Lord Song. Young Master Song? Lord Song, what's wrong? What's wrong with you? The people around him screamed in horror. No one had expected that Xianxia would suddenly faint. This was something that had not happened for a long time. Or rather, even if his body was weak in the past, he had never suddenly fainted. There was only darkness in front of her. No, that's not right. To be more precise, Xiaojin felt that she didn't have a human body. She was like duckweed, or perhaps she was like something else. She seemed to be in a relaxed state, floating in this deep and boundless space. Dark, oppressive, cold. It was the color of this place. This was different from what Xiaojin imagined. She passed through the entrance of the space, and nothing painful happened. The Rakshasa world was also very different from what she imagined. Here, there were no demons that blotted out the sky as she imagined. It was unbelievably quiet. There was no color in the surroundings, only pure darkness, as if it was covered in a thick fog. Only some different shadows occasionally flashed by. Xiaojin felt that she wasn't like a human at the moment. She could see everything around her, but she also found that she couldn't seem to see herself. She didn't know what state she was in. She felt that as she entered the Rakshasa world, when she stayed here, there would always be some fragmented fragments in her mind. The fragmented memories seemed to be slowly piecing together. She didn't know how long she had been floating in this silent and dark world. If it were someone else, they would feel oppressed, suffocated, or even panicked in a few minutes. She just felt a little confused. There was no aura of the array points on her body, and even the devouring force had disappeared. She didn't know where she was floating to. Although the surrounding scenery was unchanged, she felt that she was moving. She kept moving forward. After some time, she felt a low roar coming from around her. It seemed to be the ferocious roar of a demon. She seemed to look up. A huge demon's body slid over her. It didn't see her and went straight past. If it weren't for this demon, she wouldn't even feel any aura or color in this world. And the demon didn't seem to see her. There was an even worse situation. Xiaojin didn't have a body. She was just a consciousness. Her consciousness came to the Rakshasa world. A faint sigh came from a distant place, bringing with it emptiness. quiet, cold, and horse-like 10,000 years ago. Xiao Jin's mind stirred, and he felt his vision suddenly widen. A person suddenly appeared in front of him. To be exact, it was the silhouette of a person. When the silhouette reached out to her, she felt that she had a physical body. She subconsciously reached out and saw her own hand. In the dark environment, she was like a gathering of starlight. Her entire body was emitting a moving radiance as she appeared bit by bit. In such a dark world, her appearance was abrupt and outrageous. That bright color could almost destroy the surrounding darkness. A hand reached out from the rolling fog. The hand looked like it was made of white bones, and it was frightening. However, the moment it came into contact with Xiao Jin, it gradually regained its former color. The fingers were long and slender, white like jade, and the joints were clearly defined. It was Xianxia's hand. When he appeared from the thick fog, his original form could not be seen clearly, but when he came into contact with Xiao Jin, he returned to his original appearance. He looked at her, as if he had been longing for her for 10,000 years. His eyes were only on her. He sighed slightly, and there was a hoarse longing. You still came. After an unknown amount of time, so long that his concept of time was blurred, she still appeared. Song. Yanqing? She blinked, but she realized that his body would sometimes turn into white bones, and the moment she looked at him, it would instantly recover. Such a change should be somewhat painful. But he didn't even blink. She touched his face. It was cold, but real. She thought of the Song Yanqing in the modern world and was a little puzzled. As if seeing through her thoughts, Song Yanqing said softly, "That's also me. My consciousness will sometimes go out, but when I'm resting over there, I have to come back. In that world, I can feel the existence of this world, and my memories will be blurry. Only here, I'm complete." Because his true consciousness was in the Rakshasa world. He looked up at Xiao Jin with a smile. He was still as gentle as ever, as calm and elegant as if he could amaze the years. "I just missed you too much." Because he missed her too much, he still used a powerful thought to create his own identity in that world even though he had already been tortured. His body had long dissipated completely, and he was only a consciousness now. When Song Yanqing was awake, he was Song Yanqing, but he couldn't replace the memories of the Rakshasa world. Therefore, the Song Yanqing in the modern world was him, and the one here was also him. It was just that he was more complete and had all the memories. Xiao Jin instantly understood. In other words, her awakening wasn't a coincidence. Song Yanqing knew that she had been resurrected, so he created the same identity to wait for him in the modern world. However, there were some things that he couldn't control. His ability to use was already at its limit. And this was enough to consign him to eternal damnation. What exactly did you see during the sacrifice 10,000 years ago? Xiao Jin had always wanted to ask this question. Now that she saw him, she could finally ask. But when she looked at the person in front of her and saw his body turn into white bones when she couldn't touch him, she recalled what Li Jiao had said in the past. He was in the Rakshasa world, and he was in great pain. She didn't know what kind of pain it was, but it didn't stop her heart from hurting as if it was being torn apart when she saw him. Actually, she didn't really have these emotions. She had always been an indifferent person. The evolution of various emotions was more like a learning process. He pulled her into his arms and sighed. "What do you think I saw?" "Actually, what I saw was not what you imagined." He said, "Jean, didn't you already expect what I saw? Have we been marked by the heavens and earth from the moment we were born? Everything in this world counters each other, and if you want to obtain something, you have to pay a price. You should understand why we are the only ones with such an imprint in our minds. There were so many people in this world that everyone knew the price of karma. However, there were still many people who were involved. Mo Fei Huan was able to disregard the lives of so many people for his own selfish desires, but he was still able to make use of the power of the array formation to take advantage of the lives of others and live well. This shouldn't have happened. He should pay the price for what he had done, but karma seemed to be unable to see him. Only Xiao Jin was engraved with a soul imprint that went deep into her bones. She had to pay the corresponding price for everything she did. It was as if she was incomparably powerful, but it seemed that it was really unfair to her. And why did she feel so unfair? Whether it was fair or not was another matter. It was just that everything in this world seemed to be calculated clearly with her. Her memories were recovering bit by bit. Xiaojin lowered her eyes in silence. She had already begun to see some things in her mind. However, these things did not exist 10,000 years ago. Even earlier than that, she seemed to have seen the passage of the long river of time, the prosperity and decline of all things, the extinction of species. She had seen a lot, and she had also seen the changes in this world. It was far from just 10,000 years, but many years. It could be 1,000,000 years, or countless years. These things existed in her mind as if they were just a distant memory. She did not remember, but she had never thought about why. It turned out that she only understood now. As long as she remembered, she could instantly understand some things. Karma is harsh on us. Xianxia held her in his arms. Although the things outside had already sensed that something was wrong and began to roar and run over, Xianxia's voice was still so gentle and clear. It's because our existence requires a price. Xiaojin's hands trembled. Countless things flashed through her mind. She only looked at Xianxia and seemed to smile, as gentle as him. The Rakshasa world is our price. Because if she wanted to exist, she had to pay a price. She did not give up some things. In the end, she had to pay the price. Xiaojin only looked at him and held his hand tightly. You don't have to pay this for me. This is what I should bear. It's not the same. Xianxia looked at her. His eyes were as gentle as water and as bright as the moon. I didn't understand this before. I didn't understand why you wanted to enter this world. I didn't understand what you wanted to see. But perhaps from the moment I chose to step into the human world like you, I understood. I don't know what you want, but I only want you. From the moment we were conscious, wasn't it? Through his eyes, even in this dark Rakshasa world, there seemed to be the most brilliant color in his eyes. Xiaojin finally understood the past. It was not just about spiritual psyche masters, nor was it about the Rakshasa world. At that time, time formation point said, who doesn't desire the beauty of the world? In fact, it was already telling her that she was not human. In other words, the 4 array points were not just array points. They were independent and did not belong to any array master or spiritual reader. They were not array points, but the existence of natural laws. However, just like how there were spiritual readers in this world, they were actually existences that suppressed spiritual readers. Because all things need to counter each other. Since ancient times, Devour had never responded to her. She was devouring. She was devouring, and she was devouring. If she wanted to enter this world to experience it, she would have to pay a price. The price was the Rakshasa realm. This was karma's punishment for her and Xianxia. The reason why she was suppressed so much was because she only needed to maintain the order of the world. Once she entered the world, she would definitely be restrained. All the answers lay in the Rakshasa realm. Now that she had entered the Rakshasa realm, it meant that she had to make a choice. Without hesitation, she grabbed Xianxia's hand and said, I want you to come with me. Xianxia asked, do you know what you're giving up? Xiaojin did not hesitate. Anything in front of you doesn't matter. When the person in front of her heard this sentence, his smile was very soft. That pair of eyes seemed to be filled with starlight, only blooming for her. She felt that the most beautiful scenery she had ever seen in her life was probably his eyes. In the dark and oppressive environment, there seemed to be something surging, and countless forces came from the surroundings. He gently pushed her away. You should go. But she didn't let go. You have to go with me. Xianxia sighed slightly. Jean, but you don't know what price you have to pay. His voice was so gentle, as if it contained the longing of thousands of years. We have been together for a long time. If I stay here, you can still find other ways. At that time, when you wanted to step into the human world, I asked you, what if one day you regret it? This world won't give you a second chance. Xianxia was the space. In countless years, they were born together, not knowing when they were born. That time was so long that even they began to blur. They were all conscious. Since their birth, slowly, they had their own consciousness. What was bound to them might be the responsibilities they were supposed to bear. time, devouring, rules, space. In fact, they were all the basic laws of the world. When the laws had their own consciousness, no one knew what would happen. When Xiaojin chose to become a human, losing her memory was her punishment, and the karma engraved in her bones was a warning to her. However, she still had supreme power, which was also God's love for her. Because she was special. But special also had to bear the price she should bear. They had been together since birth, even when they became human. Xiaojin only looked at Xianxia. I don't regret my choice to step into the human world today, but I also know that all this shouldn't be borne by you. Xianxia chose to come to the human world like her, so he would receive the same punishment as her. But at the same time, he chose to make a sacrifice for Xiaojin. Probably when he came to the Rakshasa world, he already knew the responsibilities and shackles he had to bear. He was a space, so it was not difficult for him to cross over to another world, but he still had to endure the torture. The Rakshasa world knew that he was special and did not want him to leave. This was because the Rakshasa world was their punishment, and if Xianxia stayed here, he would become nourishment for the Rakshasa world. Laws were all lonely, from the moment they were born with consciousness, but she and Xianxia were lucky. She grabbed Xianxia's hand and said softly, "Let's go." Her grip was very tight and she never let go. Xianxia still looked at her gently and sighed helplessly, "Okay." The ferocious cries of the demons came from all directions, and this oppressive space finally revealed its original appearance. The demons rolling in the thick fog were probably enough to give people nightmares for several days and nights. Xiaojin pulled Xianxia and felt that she had turned into a consciousness again, but she could feel that Xianxia was by her side. At the moment when she broke through the entrance, she still felt a push. Xianxia wanted to push her over. Because both of them knew that although they had recovered their memories, the laws themselves were not allowed to become human. The price they had to pay was far more than that. If even Xianxia went over, then the entrance to the Rakshasa world would open in advance. 10,000 years ago, because they had no memories, that was the beginning of the initial punishment. Now that everything had to be redone, the punishment was brought forward. Xiaojin, however, did not choose to let go. His usually cold face was now filled with determination. "Do you know why Rule chose to follow me?" Xianxia paused for a moment. Xiaojin, however, chuckled. "When you first came with me, I already knew that today's ending would be like this. I used the origin formation to lock away my past." It was her past as a devourer. Xiaojin said, "It's fine as long as I give up." Xianxia's pupils contracted. "But you will die." She was a devourer, a law that had been born since the beginning of the world. If she gave up, no one knew what would happen. There was a high probability that she would completely disappear. If she became a devourer again, she would really lose all of her memories. At that time, she would become a law without memories, maintaining the order of the world. Xiaojin said, "If you don't come with me, I might not be able to stop Rakshasa realm in the end." "It's the same choice." Xianxia, he fell silent. She leaned closer to him. She was clearly conscious, but she still left a light kiss on his cold face. "You did so much for me, so it's time for me to do the same for you. I won't die. As long as the price is enough, Rule will be happy to exchange with me. It will give me a life." Perhaps she would become a normal person, or perhaps she would lose all of her memories, but she would be able to be with Xianxia. Actually, as long as they were together, who would care about these things? He did not say anything. His white face was filled with helplessness, just like his original choice. In the end, he still chose to cross through space with Xiaojin. However, their consciousnesses did not appear in the same place. However, when Xiaojin opened her eyes, she was above the vortex. There was also a man floating in front of her. That man had a cold face, but his eyes were filled with malice. This was something that had not changed even after tens of thousands of years. "You really dared to go over." Mo Fei Huan opened his mouth coldly, but there was extreme resentment in his eyes. "Xiaojin, even after letting you die, you still have a chance to be reborn. This world really loves you enough." "Yeah, are you jealous?" The moment Xiaojin saw Mo Fei Huan, he didn't attack him. Of course, Mo Fei Huan wasn't afraid. He had so many lives on his shoulders. If he died, those people wouldn't be able to live. Could it be that she didn't weigh the pros and cons? Instead, she softly said these words, making Mo Fei Huan's face twist for a moment. If I die, I can still live, and I don't have to pay any price. If you want to live, you have to live like a ghost. You put in a lot of effort to maintain this face, but I can still see your true face. His face was already distorted and rotten, and he was no longer as handsome as before. The current Mo Fei Huan was just an empty shell. When he heard this, his pupils shrank, and his face was filled with hatred. Indeed, when Xiaojin was resurrected, he did not know why she did not have to pay the price. Instead, she was still the same as before. As for himself, his 10,000 years of persistence was nothing more than a facade. Did he really not have to pay the price? Karma rebounded every day and night. Even if he used lives to fill it, it would not be enough to fill the gap. There would always be a gap. Being able to live was already the limit. As for why he dared to appear here today, he sneered. So what? You are going to die anyway. Once Rakshasa world opens, can you and Xianxia live? But I am different. I can truly live. Xiaojin only laughed faintly. He only asked, has the last corpse burial pit appeared? In truth, the corpse burial pit had no other use. The people inside were already dead. What was truly important was time. Enough time. The appearance of the corpse burial pit meant a change in the Rakshasa realm. When all 9 pits appeared, it was the time for the Rakshasa realm to break through. Mo Fei Huan used human lives to fill in the formation, creating an original formation that could open the entrance to the Rakshasa realm. Shouldn't you know whether it appears or not? A mocking smile appeared in his eyes. Back then, what was the use of exchanging with the rules? 10,000 years later, these people still have to pay the price. So many people died because of you. If you hadn't closed the Rakshasa realm, these people wouldn't have died. And it was Xianxia who opened the Rakshasa realm back then. You are the sinners of humanity. At this moment, he still wanted to provoke Xiaojin. What's the use of telling me this? Xiaojin was still smiling. I am paying the price that I should pay. If I hadn't closed the Rakshasa realm back then, it would have been this world that was finished. Even without the Rakshasa realm, karma would have other ways to punish me. I only needed to carry it. But these people, including the entrance to the Rakshasa realm, were all opened by you. The people you killed, you actually want to blame it on me and Xianxia. Otherwise, why do you think karma erodes you and not me? The corner of Mo Fei Huan's lips twitched. At this moment, there was already a change in the vortex. Xianxia had awakened. His consciousness had merged with this world, and he now had the consciousness of the Rakshasa realm. The seal of the Rakshasa realm was also loosening. The price of sealing it back then was not great enough. Seeing the changes below, Mo Fei Huan revealed a strange smile. You see, the entrance is about to open. This world is going to be finished. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia's voice appeared out of thin air above the vortex. It seemed to have sensed his aura. After all, he had stayed in the Rakshasa realm for tens of thousands of years. His consciousness had more or less been tainted by the aura of the Rakshasa realm. Now that he had reappeared, the vortex was turbulent, and even strong winds began to blow. The sky in the surrounding tens of thousands of miles became dark. The obvious change made the various countries that were monitoring from the sky feel that something was wrong. It seemed that something outrageous was about to happen. Xianxia was dressed in white. When he appeared beside Xiaojin, he held her waist and said in a low voice, "You don't need to talk nonsense with him." He had regained his memories of the past. He was noble and powerful, just like he was 10,000 years ago. He was the most respected soul master of speech in the kingdom. Powerful and incomparable. He was an existence on par with Xiaojin. He was a man that Mo Fei Huan would always have to look up to. Mo Fei Huan looked at Xianxia like this. It was impossible to say that he was not jealous. He was even jealous of Xiaojin, let alone Xianxia, who was of the same gender. He looked at Xianxia. Such a beautiful couple, so otherworldly that it seemed to hurt people's eyes. He looked at them and laughed crazily. You guys are about to die and you are still talking nonsense. If you have time, why don't you think about how to deal with the Rakshasa realm? Back then, you used the rules and the soul masters as the price. Everyone died in exchange for the survival of this world. This time, the soul masters are not willing. I want to see what other price you have that is worth paying. Do you think the rules will help you a second time? However, just as he finished speaking, the moment Xianxia's gaze shot over, he felt a sense of suffocation in his throat. He really couldn't beat Xiaojin and Xianxia. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been like a thief hiding in the dark for so many years, using despicable methods and the lives of countless people in exchange for their feeble existence. He had never dared to face these two people head-on. Even when he first found out about the existence of Xianxia's consciousness, he could only use some methods to deal with Xianxia, and not directly kill him. Even if Xianxia didn't have the slightest ability at that time, he didn't dare. Xianxia's birth was absolutely not an accident. He knew Xianxia was in the Rakshasa world, but he didn't dare to gamble. He was afraid that directly killing this modern body would provoke Xianxia. He didn't want to experience the terrifying power of a spiritualist. Even if they were separated by space, he didn't doubt that the man's anger could kill him. Now, Xianxia only cast a glance over, so casually, but he felt a suffocating pressure. Hissing sounds came from his throat, and he couldn't stop struggling. If you kill me, you won't have the ability to. Right now, he still had the lives of so many people on his body. If Xianxia killed him, he would have to bear the corresponding price. When the time came, how could he have the ability to intercept the Rakshasa world again? Xiaojin waved her hand lightly, and only pressed Xianxia's palm. It's okay. I'll do it. She looked at Mo Feihuan, and suddenly revealed a smile that made Mo Feihuan's hair stand on end. In any case, I'm going to give up anyway. Before I give up, I have to at least use up all that can be used up. A tremendous pressure attacked Mo Feihuan, and he felt as if his entire being was being imprisoned. Waves of vitality were flowing out of his body, and Xiaojin's cold words. I said, as long as you appear in front of me, I'll definitely kill you. Do you really think I don't have a way to deal with you? In the past, you were hiding and knew how to preserve your life. Do you think that because the Rakshasa world came and you think I'm finished, you have no scruples? I'll kill you before I'm done for. 10,000 years ago, Mo Feihuan's appearance was nothing more than cause and effect. He was the cause. The Rakshasa realm was the one that could destroy Xiaojin. But to normal people, Mo Feihuan was an evil person. Without Mo Feihuan, there might be other people, or there might be other methods, but Mo Feihuan was definitely not a good person. Xiaojin naturally wanted to kill him. How could this be? Mo Feihuan's eyes narrowed. He could feel the life force of those people being stripped away from him. Accompanied by this immense power, his hair, face, and teeth were all rapidly aging. His skin collapsed, and even the stench of decay emanated from him. This was his original appearance. His eyes were still wide open, and he could already see that with Xiaojin's power, the vortex below had already sensed that she was courting death, and became even more ferocious. But she acted as if she didn't sense it, and acted first, eliminating Mo Feihuan. Even when his body fell from midair, he didn't think that Xiaojin would really dare to kill him. She should have saved her strength to block the Rakshasa world. This was different from his initial thoughts. He thought he had no scruples, and that was why he appeared in front of her. But, perhaps he just didn't think that Xiaojin was a little different from what he imagined. She wasn't a true array master, and after recovering her memories, she naturally had to kill Mo Feihuan first. Even if he didn't appear, she would still find him. By stripping away those people's lives, Mo Feihuan would not implicate them when he died. But at the same time, she would have to pay a huge price, but Xiaojin was already prepared to give up. Anyway, there would be a backlash, which was not painful for her to pay. Xianxia held her hand and said softly, I won't let you disappear. Xiaojin looked at him and said nothing. She knew Xianxia's choice. Do you want to be with me? Do you think I will live alone? Xianxia smiled. 1 is the price, 2 is also the price. I am also willing to give up. After all, it won't make us too sad. This was the price of karma. Xiao Jin already knew that if she made this choice, Xianxia would also do it. He could not let her die alone. Similarly, Xiao Jin could not let him stay in such a dark place. For 10,000 years, he had suffered the pain of being separated from his flesh. The price was too great. Xianxia held her hand and said in a low voice, "Everything is fair." Xiao Jin raised her head and looked at him with her bright eyes. The wind and rain were raging. The abnormality on this side had already caused fluctuations in various countries. Such a big thing happened in the Pacific Ocean, no one would not notice. At the same time, a huge disk appeared in the sky, as if it had been waiting for this moment. There were only a few words on the disk, "Are you really willing?" Even 10,000 miles away, the time matrix points looked at each other from afar. They all had consciousness, but did not yearn for the human world. Because the corresponding attributes of each law were different, the rules and time had seen through the past and the future, so they could stay out of it and perfectly shoulder their responsibilities as laws. Xiao Jin just nodded silently. In fact, she did not lose any memories at that time. What she lost was only her memories as a law. She was born 10,000 years ago. At that time, the Rakshasa world was the price for the first time. She was just too unwilling to give up, so there was a second time. Just like a baby who had only lived for a few days, she would not be willing to die. She followed the method at that time and found a chance to resurrect, but she did not know that this was the price that had been arranged long ago. The reason why the rules followed her was because they already knew of her choice. When she stepped into the mortal realm, she had looked for the rules. If she regretted it at that time, perhaps she could give up everything to change back. But now, she wanted to change in another way. That was why the rule was here. It wouldn't reject anything that made a deal with it. The disk stood in midair, surrounded by whistling lightning that buried it within. The demons below were roaring. It was as though they could hear their roars. They could no longer wait. They wanted to step into this world and destroy everything. What was unfinished 10,000 years ago, 10,000 years later, it had to be finished. In the distance, Mo Jiang, who was filming, felt uneasy. In fact, she wasn't the only one. Almost all the spiritual readers had a premonition. While she was eating, Xianxia was talking to her. She looked annoyed and said, "I want to rest. Don't bother me." Xianxia was a little speechless, but he didn't know what to say to her. Even the director was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect this person to be so willful. She was still so arrogant even after changing the crew. She lived up to the rumors. The spirit group in the imperial capital was also inexplicably touched at this moment. He Yao, Ji Meng, and the others sent messages to Xiao Jin, but there was no response. Cracks had begun to appear in the Rakshasa realm, and the majestic dark aura almost made the entire world feel it. It was a sign of another world. Xiao Jin held Xianxia's hand and only whispered, "If we really don't have a future, we won't let down this life." At least she had gone through it with him once. Xianxia didn't say anything, he just gently kissed Xiao Jin's forehead and said 3 words that couldn't be more ordinary, "I love you." Even if it was a long time ago, or a long time later, without memories and losing everything, he would not change his love for Xiao Jin. He was willing to give up everything for her, just like when he knew she stepped into the human world, he chased after her. Everything he did was just for Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin might not be called Xiao Jin, her previous name was so monotonous, but after she came to the human world, she had the name Xiao Jin. And he was called Xianxia. He liked this name, even if it was changed to any other name, it would only be the name of the person who belonged to him. Rule. TSK, Xiao Jin whispered, "I am willing to give up my power of the rule of Devour to permanently close the entrance to the Rakshasa realm." Xianxia, who was beside her, said the same thing. Rule was shocked, because this was different from what they had discussed. He thought that these two would at least give up the human world, restore their consciousness, and maintain the order of the world. Even if they couldn't be like humans, everywhere, and get along, wouldn't that be better? However, as a rule, it couldn't say anything more. When it dawdled, a sentence appeared on the disk, "Conforms to the rules." It could be established. However, this was something it couldn't calculate. Just like how rules could change any rules, but it didn't know what would happen if Xiao Jin and Xianxia gave up. It belonged to the same level as Xiaojin and Xianxia, and at the top, there was still karma. Cause and effect had no consciousness. It was like a standard of judgment. It only depended on whether the price one paid was enough. However, there was a greater possibility that not only would they not disappear, but even their consciousness would be wiped out. From then on, there would only be devouring and spatial laws left in the world, but no consciousness. The birth of the spiritual reader was with them. This world had possessed such extraordinary power for a very long time. As for karma, it was born from the very beginning. Only the strongest existences could come into contact with it. Now, its existence was becoming smaller and smaller because it could no longer be sensed by ordinary people. Perhaps, in the future, humans would not even be able to become spiritual readers. But they might develop better because they have their own natural laws and changes. The disk was rotating, releasing dazzling radiance. Everything was moving, as if many things were being passed over. Xiaojin and Xianxia clasped their hands tightly. They felt a kind of power flowing out of their bodies at a rapid speed. At the same time, they were losing their vitality. The flowing life force turned into streams of light that surged into the turbulent vortex below, filling up the cracks that were gradually opening up. Seeing that the crack was being repaired, the demon inside let out an unwilling roar. Its claws seemed to want to tear the crack open, but it was futile. The demon's voice spread throughout the land. At this moment, it was as if all humans felt a sense of shock. They didn't know where the voice came from, but they felt extremely panicked. It was as if something terrible had jumped out, but there was no trace of it for a long time. At the same time, in China and other places, 9 huge burial pits had been dug, and the staff were still dealing with the bones inside. A powerful force suddenly attacked, but when it reached the top of these skeletons, it gradually turned into a gentle caress. The bones turned into dust and disappeared from the burial pits. It was as if all the unwillingness had been appeased, and they disappeared into the sky. When the staff saw such a scene, they were shocked and dumbfounded. In just a moment, only empty pits were left. Those skeletons had completely disappeared. Ji Mengmeng was still dealing with the scene. When she saw this scene, she felt a strange fluctuation in her heart. She swallowed her throat and only felt a sense of emptiness in her heart. Her expression was a little complicated. She was thinking, is it Xiaojin? No one else could do such a thing except for her. Everyone in the imperial capital also felt that something was wrong. People kept calling Xiaojin, but no one answered. Above the vortex, the glaring light almost made all the surveillance objects lose their color. They did not know what it was or how it appeared. The unwilling roars gradually disappeared, and the crack was gradually repaired. The surging vortex became smaller and smaller, and Xiaojin and Xianxia's bodies gradually became transparent. Her vision was blurry. Her mind was filled with many things in an instant, but it also seemed like she had lost many things in an instant. Devour was stripped from her body, and she could clearly feel the feeling of loss. His warm body suddenly hugged her tightly, and she heard him whisper softly in her ear, "No matter what, I'll always be by your side." It was still that gentle tone, and it had never changed. Xiaojin curled his lips and smiled, that was the last sound. Bang! The ball of light became dazzling. In the end, there wasn't much of a shock. It was like a ball bursting, but it didn't cause any huge consequences. It only turned into a burst of light between heaven and earth, and then suddenly disappeared. The vortex finally calmed down, as if nothing had happened. It had never appeared in the first place. Vaguely, she seemed to be able to hear the rule's thoughts. Rules, why do you think they're unwilling to come back? Time, maybe they're sick. You've been a human for too long and have developed human habits. Rule, yes, they are sick. Peace returned to the Pacific Ocean, and the surveillance devices were all back in action. They hurriedly went to check for clues, but saw that there were no signs of the storm in the Pacific Ocean. The weather was clear, and the sun was shining brightly. It was as if nothing had ever appeared. The whirlpool not long ago seemed to be their hallucination. Something had disappeared, but some things had always been there. The gloomy feeling that had been weighing on the spiritual reader master's heart for many days was suddenly swept away. He felt an indescribable sense of relief. Mo Jiang, who was thousands of miles away, had an ugly expression on his face. Fan Zhaoyao had not woken up yet. She seemed to have realized something and asked, "Did something happen?" Mo Jiang raised his head to look at the sky. There seemed to be a faint glint in his eyes. No. She did not understand those things. She only knew that someone had disappeared. Fan Zhao frowned. She did not understand Mo Jiang's mood, but she could sense that she was not in a good mood. "It's nothing. It'll get better." Xiao Fei was sitting at home watching TV when she suddenly burst into tears. She was clearly watching a comedy. Her face instantly paled as she felt that something bad was about to happen. She immediately screamed out loud. Mu Xiangshan was shocked by her scream. Although he also felt that something bad was going to happen, he did not expect Xiao Fei to have such a big reaction. When he looked up and was about to scold her, he saw that Xiao Fei was actually crying. He was shocked. "You're crying while watching a comedy?" Xiao Fei ignored the old master's question. She suddenly felt anxious and angry. She stomped her feet and said, "I'm going to call Jean." She took out her phone with trembling hands and wanted to call Xiao Jin, but no one answered. The phone did not disappear. There was still electricity, but no one answered. It was impossible for her not to hear. Xiao Jin would bring his phone with him wherever he went. Xiao Fei cried even harder. Mu Xiangshan saw that she was not in a good state and hurriedly called Mu Zilian down. Then, he called Mu Zhenming. Mu Zilian was surprised to see Xiao Fei crying so exaggeratedly. "Mom, what's wrong?" Xiao Fei said in a trembling voice, "I have a bad feeling." "Something seems to have happened to your sister, Mu Zilian?" He was a little surprised. After a while, he said in shock, "That can't be, right?" Although he said that, he immediately took out his phone and called Xiao Jin. Of course, the call did not go through. Mu Zilian also realized that something was wrong and immediately called Song Yanqing. Unexpectedly, even Song Yanqing did not pick up. Mu Zilian tried his best to comfort her. She might be fine. After all, it's not the first time she went missing. It's different, it's different." Xiao Fei screamed. She did not have such a palpitating feeling when she went missing in the past. Something must have happened to Xiao Jin. She remembered that she had said some time ago that if she disappeared one day, she would lead a good life. No, no, no. Thinking of this, Xiao Fei was really angry and anxious. For a moment, she couldn't hold it in. She was so angry that she fainted. F***ck. Mu Zilian was shocked. He immediately rushed over to hold Xiao Fei and called the hospital. The Mu family was in chaos, but Mu Xiangshan still called the police. The chaos was because Xiao Jin was missing and they couldn't contact him. Of course, they had to call the police. In the hospital, Xiao Fei was still unconscious on the hospital bed. Mu Zhenming and Mu Qizhi, who were in the company, rushed back. Looking at Xiao Fei on the hospital bed, they frowned. Not only that, but there was also bad news. Not only had Xiao Jin disappeared, but Song Yanqing had also disappeared. Yesterday, he suddenly fainted. When he woke up, he immediately disappeared. No one knew where he had gone. They had mysteriously lost track of him in the vast imperial capital. Unlike before, at least there was no flight record of him and Xiao Jin going there. There was not even a surveillance video, which showed that he had disappeared in the Song family. But this was too ridiculous. They had never seen Song Yanqing go out. The Song Yanqing family had been turned upside down, but there was no sign of Song Yanqing. The Mu family was under a lot of pressure. It was unknown if the Song family also felt that something was wrong. Mrs. Song had also fainted from crying. Song Suyu was now by his mother's side. In general, there was a terrible guess in everyone's hearts. Song Yanqing had said the same thing to the Song family a few days ago. If he suddenly disappeared, the Song family should not look for him. It would be strange if people would think positively of them when they joined forces. Xiao Fei woke up in the middle of the night. When she woke up, Mu Zhenming was guarding her. His eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that he did not rest well. After all, it was already the middle of the night and he had not closed his eyes. When Xiaofei woke up, he stretched his head over and asked, "You're awake? Do you want to drink some water?" Xiaofei only pinched his arm and asked subconsciously, "Where's Jean?" Mu Zhenming paused. Seeing Mu Zhenming's expression, Xiaofei realized that Xiao Jin did not come back. She heard Mu Zhenming say in a deep voice, "The police did not send back any news." Xiaofei immediately began to cry. "Did you expect Xiao Jin to say those words to us a few days ago?" Mu Zhenming could only think of what Xiao Jin said a few days ago. He also felt terrible and could only say, "We can only think positively." But he also knew that it was not possible. Xiaofei had never reacted so strongly. She was just a sensitive woman. Even if Xiao Jin was not her biological daughter, she had raised her for more than 20 years. She probably already had a premonition in her heart, which was why she reacted so strongly this time. Xiaofei cried so hard that she almost fainted. She had just woken up, and crying so violently was not good for her health. Mu Zhenming wanted to persuade her, but he did not know how. He understood Xiaofei's feelings. He could only say, "I'll get Chi-Chu and the others to accompany you." Mu Zhenming poured a glass of water for Xiaofei and called Musichu and the others. However, not long after, he heard Mu Xiangshan's overjoyed voice. "Come back quickly. Xiao Jin is back." Mu Zhenming was stunned. "He's back?" Grandpa Mu was old and could not stay at the hospital to watch over Xiaofei, so they let Mu Xiangshan rest at home. Now, he was alone at home. Mu Xiangshan's voice was still happy. Yes, you're back. Do you think Xiaofei's condition is serious? Why don't I ask Xiao Jin to come to the hospital?" "No." Mu Zhenming looked back at Xiaofei and immediately rushed in. "Xiao Jin is back." Xiaofei stopped crying and burped, "Are you serious?" Mu Zhenming nodded. Xiaofei screamed, "Go back, I want to go back." Of course, Mu Zhenming helped her clean up. Other than fainting, she was fine and didn't need to stay in the hospital. Now that he heard that she was back, of course he couldn't stay any longer. Xiao Jin woke up in his own room. When she woke up, she was lying on the bed, but she could feel a slight change. Her body was moist, as if she had just been fished out of the water. Even the bed beneath her was wet. She got up from the bed, still in a daze. The rules appeared in front of her, as if with a hint of playfulness. "As colleagues, I still came to see you. By the way, let me remind you that you're pregnant." Xiao Jin, then, the rules disappeared without saying anything to her. Xiao Jin could clearly feel that she did not lose her power, but she had lost control of the rules. It was as if she did not even have the ability to exchange with the rules. She was more like a powerful array master now, but she no longer had the ability to communicate with time like before. She had also completely lost the ability to devour. She knew why. Devour had returned. Without consciousness, it was more like a rule now. Perhaps after a long time, it would be reborn. But she was no longer Xiao Jin. She was alive again. Xiao Jin blinked. She could feel that she hadn't lost her memories. This was the price and the final gift. She was ultimately different. She was born from the consciousness of the laws. She had given up her power of the laws, but she was once the darling of heaven and earth. She had completely given up her existence as a law, which was equivalent to giving up eternal life. Consciousness could live forever, but humans couldn't. She had everything she used to have, but she was no longer devouring. There was no punishment, so there was no eternal life. Just like how she could be resurrected in the past, she couldn't now. Karma had also disappeared, and she couldn't sense it anymore. Even her sense of karma was becoming blurry. At the same time, she received a warning from karma. It was no longer like before, when the birth of spiritual psychics would become rarer and rarer. In the future, there might not be any more spiritual psychics. They were the last to exist, and it was just a proof. She only had a few decades. After receiving this news, she curled her lips. Eternal life was nothing to her. What she had was enough. Her body seemed to have just been redone. Her skin was almost transparent, as if it was glowing. She got up from the bed and opened the door. She saw Mu Xiangshan sitting on the sofa in the living room in a daze. Perhaps he heard the noise. Mu Xiangshan turned his head, and the cup in his hand fell. Xiao Jin smiled. Old master. It was still the same familiar tone, nothing had changed. Mu Xiangshan stood up abruptly with a complicated expression. Good, it's good that you're back. He didn't ask anything. He turned around and wiped his moist eyes. Then, she happily called Mu Zhenming and the others. During this process, she looked at the door. Not long after, Song Yanqing's figure suddenly appeared in the Mu family's living room. At this moment, old master was here, so he didn't care at all. When he appeared here and saw Xiao Jin, the smile on his face was like the most beautiful scenery in the world. He walked over and immediately pulled Xiao Jin into his arms. He didn't say anything. The fact that he was holding her in his arms was the best proof. He was still alive, and so was she. The price they paid for giving up was enough for them to experience the most dazzling experience in this world. Mu Xiangshan, although he was old and had seen a lot, if it were an ordinary person, they definitely wouldn't be able to withstand Song Yanqing's performance. However, when he saw the two of them rejoicing as if they had gone through a calamity and were reunited, he sighed in the end. Mu Zhenming and the rest were rushing back. When Song Yanqing let go of Xiao Jin, she caressed her stomach and said curiously, "The rules say that I'm pregnant." Song Yanqing paused for a moment and touched Xiao Jin's stomach. Then, with a gentle look in his eyes, he said, "I know." Fortunately, when he stripped the price of karma, he did not strip this little thing away as well. This was the best ending. Perhaps time and the rules thought that there was something wrong with them, but only they knew that sometimes, making a different choice was not necessarily a bad thing. Xiao Jin muttered, "I've never been pregnant." She wasn't pregnant at that time. She didn't expect to be pregnant this time. Song Yanqing chuckled and looked at old Master Mu, who was staring at him. "Grandpa Mu, you're going to be promoted again." Mu Xiangshan looked at the two of them with a complicated expression. Then, he sighed. This family will be lively in the future. Song Yanqing and Xiao Jin looked at each other and smiled. Then, he called the Song family to inform them. They sat there and waited for the two families to arrive. Big ending, side story. 4,000 years ago, there were countless countries in this world. Qiansong was just one of them. Mo Jiang was originally the high priest of Qiansong, and his younger brother, Ah Zhao, was the king of Qiansong. The story was very melodramatic. Before Mo Jiang ascended to the position of high priest, he fell in love with the future king of another kingdom. Shirsu. Shirsu approached the high priest with the goal of taking over her kingdom. The high priest did not have any strict rules, but before becoming the high priest, he could not marry. Mo Jiang was originally a powerful array master, and Shirsu was just an ordinary spiritual reader, but his abilities were not weak. The result of their love was that Shirsu brought people to destroy her kingdom. Her younger brother, Ah Zhao, died under Shirsu's blade before he could see her succeed the throne. However, Shirsu's ending was not good either. He did not succeed in taking over Mo Jiang's position. Mo Jiang was an array master, and before he died, he used his abilities to set up an array to harm Shirsu, causing Shirsu to live a life worse than death. When she died, she was only 35 years old. When the Qiansong kingdom gradually disappeared, the last of her people were devoted to Mo Jiang, hoping to revive her and restore the kingdom. Unfortunately, they did not expect that she would be revived thousands of years later. At this time, how could there be a kingdom for Mo Jiang to revive? This memory was gradually recalled by Mo Jiang. After hearing her story, Xiao Jin sighed. Xiaxi is not Shirsu. Indeed, he is not. He is much uglier than Shirsu. My taste is not that bad. At that time, she was also blinded by love. She was partly responsible for the destruction of the kingdom, but in the end, the strength of the kingdom was not as strong as Shirsu's. In fact, there would be a day when she finally woke up and used her abilities to make Shirsu's life worse than death. When he died, his kingdom could not escape the covetous eyes of others. Mo Jiang's eyes dimmed as she thought of the clansmen who had revived her. In the end, she could only let them down. Because she could not find Shirsu, she did not even know if he had reincarnated. Now, there was no country that would allow her to reinstate. After all, the higher-ups of this country would not agree to it. Xiao Jin patted her on the shoulder. Your play is about to start. You are a woman who is destined to be popular all over the country. Mo Jiang raised his head and glanced at her. It's global. Xiao Jin, it was a good thing that she had this confidence. Xiao Jin's resurrection was a great thing. Furthermore, she did not lose her abilities. She could still help the spirit group from time to time in the future. The Rakshasa world was sealed, and the demonized psychic masters were gradually heading towards extinction. However, those psychic masters also felt that something bad was going to happen. Psychic readers were becoming rarer and rarer. Initially, He Yao and the others were able to discover a dozen or so spiritual readers every year. However, for the next few years, they didn't discover any new spiritual readers. It seemed that something was gradually reducing the number of spiritual readers. As for the few people that Xiao Jin found, even after the matter was over, Xiao Jin did not abandon them. Of course, they all had better lives now. Furthermore, with the two rich women, Guo Julian and Zhang Qiutong, there was no need to worry about not having anyone to support them. Zhang Qiutong was a newcomer. When she first came, she did not understand. Later, she got along with everyone happily. Her behavior was even worse than Guo Julian's. She even bought a duplex apartment for Meng Qingyu and the others in the capital. When Mo Jiang went to film, she and Guo Julian brought a few people to the place where Mo Jiang was filming every year. They flew all over the world. Mo Jiang was so jealous that his eyes turned red. She was getting more and more popular and had more and more work. There were fans everywhere. Wherever she went, they would not stop. The group of women had an extremely comfortable life. There were a lot of men pursuing them, but under Mo Jiang's teachings, they were not in a hurry to find one. If they did not meet the right person, they did not have to find a man to spend the rest of their lives with. Later, they appeared at Xiao Jin's wedding and when she gave birth to a child. Xiao Jin was pregnant and was still in university. However, they still got married before her belly grew big. At that time, the Song family was quite confused. When Song Yanqing disappeared, they did not understand. Later, when they heard that Xiao Jin was pregnant, they let go of this matter and happily settled the wedding for her. Towards the end of the spirit group, there were fewer and fewer things to do. He Yao was also close to the state of her career. There were fewer and fewer spiritual readers. They probably expected something. In the later half of the year, many people chose to be ordinary people. This society was becoming more and more stable, and strange things were gradually decreasing. Perhaps one day, spiritual readers would no longer exist. However, now that Xiao Jin was pregnant and had a child, the other three brothers in the family were the ones who were urged to get married. This was especially so for Muzilian. In general, the days were always dull, but warm. Perhaps this was what Xiao Jin wanted when she first stepped into the human world. What she wanted was simple happiness. Song Yanqing accompanied her through the best life. End of chapter 1130. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.